This handsome guy who looks like a CEO is our protagonist, Dekulin von Grahen-Euclin. If you were to describe him, you'd use words like super handsome, cold, ridiculously cool, wealthy, domineering, and someone who scorns both nobles and commoners. Praised as a magic prodigy when he was young and now serving as a senior professor at the Magic Academy. To outsiders, he'd seem to have an incredibly bright future. But no, what awaits him in the future is only the path to death, because he is the school's villain, a notorious bad guy and one of the mid-level bosses in a game. To save himself, Dekulin must change the storyline. If you want the full details, please give me a like and subscribe, then come back to watch more. The story begins with a torrential downpour. At that moment, Dekulin was leaning against a wall, while a white-haired girl plunged her sword deep into his chest. Her eyes were empty, like a cold-blooded assassin with not an ounce of feeling. She gently twisted the sword in her hand, widening the wound. This made Dekulin cough up a mouthful of blood, yet it seemed Dekulin felt no pain at all. He stared at his opponent and thought, if she wants to kill me, she remains so beautiful and heartless. As he thought this, he raised his hand and lightly touched that impassive face. Then his hand fell limply to his side. The last thing he said in his heart was, "You damn bastard." At the same time, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Engagement canceled. Request Dekulin's death. Congratulations, you've completed the stage. Looking at Dekulin's death on the computer screen, a young man clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, no more bugs. This damn bug took dozens of lifetimes to fix. I finally fixed the bug that kept happening in the engagement cancellation sequence. My name is Kim Woojin. I'm a game programmer, and I'm about to escape this endless overtime grind. Woojin said as he stretched wearily. To explain this, we must mention a handheld game developer called REW. In the dumpster fire of Korea's handheld game scene, they suddenly rose up. Since founding, they've released nothing but top-tier games, making the company famous worldwide. And the game I'm testing and fixing is REW's latest AAA title, a game worth as much as the whole company. In other words, one game will either take us to the peak or send us tumbling into the abyss. The main draw of this game is its difficulty and a storyline that changes based on player decisions. So even though it's a single-player game, it has an extremely complex plot centered on named characters generated by artificial intelligence. This fresh approach drew the world's attention. Also, there are many classes to choose from. Some are rare like Knight, Mage, Adventurer, Demon, Monster Hunter, Nobles, and even Royalty. Players can become whoever they want in the game. Meaning, if the game earns the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. But big rewards come with risks. If the company fails, it will crumble. While we're here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months. It's all because of this bastard, Dekulin von Grahen-Euclin. Profession, Senior Professor. Energy level, 3,357. He's the central character in Dekulin's death segment, the sequence I finally got through without bugs. Dekulin von Grahen-Euclin, a notorious villain and one of the game's mid-bosses. Because he's a major antagonist tied to countless roles, there's a whole pile of bugs to fix. But today, I finally managed to kill him without any trouble. This time, his death came from being slashed to death by his fiancée. But it's all wrapped up now. Even so, he caused a mountain of trouble throughout the segment. Woojin thought as he interlaced his fingers and stretched to loosen his muscles. Then at that moment, a girl's voice suddenly called from behind. "Woojin, how's the testing going?" Hearing someone call him, Woojin turned his head and quickly recognized who the young woman was. "This is Yura, my lead programmer and my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, and every moment was full of joy. Actually, she's addicted to work, while I'm lazy. But what pushed her forward was finding work for me, and forcing me to do better, to do more. But in the end, we broke up. I couldn't change, no matter how hard Ara tried. It's been 6 months since we split. I heard she already has someone new by her side." Unaware of these thoughts in Woojin's mind, Ara spoke up. "Congratulations, I heard you were struggling with a bug, glad you got past it." In response, Woojin exhaled and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Looks like you and your new acquaintance are doing well, huh?" Woojin's remark startled Ara a little, but then she gently admitted, "Rumors spread fast in this company. Yeah, I think they're doing well." Woojin's eyes remained glued to the monitor, but inwardly he felt a little uneasy hearing Ara say that. Then, wishing them a long and happy marriage, Woojin spoke again, and as if used to the protagonist's personality, Ara forced a smile and said, "Don't pick at it, focus on work." After saying that, she remembered something and reminded Woojin, "Oh, by the way, the scriptwriters say they want to change the settings and tweak some character templates." Hearing that, Woojin really wanted to smack the scriptwriter a few times. "Huh, again? They change it every day. The protagonist complained before he changed the subject to Dekulin. Speaking of that character, he's really a mid-boss. Players can kill him early if they're lucky. In reply, Ara had to nod and admit, that's the hook of this game. The deeper Dekulin goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices, increasing the difficulty along the way. You know what? This character was actually designed based on you. When they were shaping him, didn't you notice? Both of you have that cheesy, fake look. Ara said with amused laughter while Woojin turned and complained, but how many times have I even met the scriptwriter? So every time I play, I kill him first, Ara chuckled. Revealing this made Woojin glance sideways and ask coldly, what's that supposed to mean? Well, you two have the same temperament. Ara shrugged while Woojin widened his eyes in thought. Really? I'm the guy whose dying line is you damn bastard. Putting the jokes aside, Ara's tone grew serious as she asked Woojin's opinion. Okay, don't worry so much. What do you think of the demo? In response, Woojin honestly shared, the game itself is fun, but I'm worried. The company's survival depends on it. Behind him, Ara heard this and shook her head slightly. You don't need to worry about that. The gameplay trailer got people around the world excited. It definitely won't fail. Back to Woojin's view, he looked down and noticed something. He called out to remind her, hey, is your boyfriend standing down there? See, the person leaning against that car. Hearing this, Ara also glanced out the window, where a blonde guy was standing. Then she scolded him a bit, you're so late. Before she could finish, our protagonist urged, what are you still standing here for? Don't make him wait, go to him. Hearing that, Ara fell silent for 2 seconds before answering. You're right. All right, I'm off. Good job today, Woojin. Yeah, bye. Woojin replied, but he didn't even bother to look back. And so, after his ex left the office, Woojin went back to his work. Sai back to checking Dekulin. But is that scriptwriter serious? Is he me? He has 6 attributes, a prodigy and yet a mediocre mage. When he was young, Dekulin was praised as a genius and hailed as a magic prodigy. But in reality, he's much more average than that. So his mix of pride and arrogance produced the worst possible personality. At this point, can we even call him a genius? They say the deeper into the story he goes, the stronger he gets. But overall, he's surrounded by people who despise him, no exceptions. What else can I add to his personality? Something subtle. After all, I'm his inspiration. As he spoke, Woojin typed and clicked like a machine, and very quickly a trait called empathy appeared on the screen. Let's see. This trait is empathy. Will this make him sympathetic or just pitiable? Fine, add it. At least someone should feel more sorry for him than me. While I'm at it, might as well play it all the way. This one's good, I like this. And that one too, add this one. And so Woojin began adding a total of 5 new traits to Dekulin, including empathy, wealthy big shot, golden touch, keen insight, sturdy physique. A quick glance shows these are all excellent traits. After finishing, Woojin even felt a little embarrassed for giving so many good traits to a character modeled on himself. Oh no, I accidentally added too many good things. Thinking back, I shouldn't have done that. I should revert him to his original state before anything happens. Return you to normal. Woojin muttered and quickly worked the keyboard. But at that moment, a message suddenly arrived, startling him. Holy crap, nearly had a heart attack. Who's messaging at this hour? He glanced at the message and was even more shocked. Wait, is that the scriptwriter? Woojin hurriedly texted back. Oh yes, what do you want to change in the template? Tell me and I'll fix it right away. The scriptwriter replied, no, I'm just here to watch. This message puzzled Woojin, unsure what the other meant, so he texted. Wait, what do you mean? You mean to test bugs together? To that question, the scriptwriter sent an even stranger message. Haha, no. Look out the window. Curious, Woojin looked toward the window and wondered. The window? What is there to see? That was what he thought. However, the moment he looked out, his face froze. Above, black clouds swirled and lightning crackled within them. Most notably, at the center of the clouds was a large hollow, like a deep hole. This made Woojin's eyes widen as he wondered, what is that? Why is there a hole in the sky? Then, from inside that hole, a massive bolt of lightning shot down, as if trying to split the ground in two. Woojin's vision shifted. Countless chaotic images flooded his mind, making him wonder what's happening. Hey, where am I? Who is this? A voice spoke. Remember this, always stay vigilant. Dekulin isn't one to be taken lightly. He may be down now, but he can rise again at any moment. He's simply recalibrating the scale of his talent. Besides, he's a despicable villain after all. Cut to an opulent room where a loud shout rings out. Wake up! Get up, wake up right now, Dekulin. The irritated voice made the young man lying in bed snap his eyes open. The speaker was a black-haired girl glaring at him as if she wanted to devour him on the spot. How long are you going to lie there? You still call yourself human. Not answering her scolding, the youth rubbed his face and sighed heavily. Ah, so that's it. It's been a few days since I possessed this body, but it still feels like a dream, Woojin whispered in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, seeing Woojin ignore her, the black-haired girl's lips tightened. Then she screamed, "How long will you lose yourself over a woman? Are you trying to disgrace the family name? I left your files here. If you don't want to be fired from the professorship you supposedly love, get up and work." With that, she stormed out in anger. On his side, Woojin was still piecing everything together. A week ago, the night sky flashed, and I woke up somewhere unfamiliar, inside a stranger's body. I can say I'm in the world of the game I'm programming. The familiar scenery only strengthened my suspicion. On top of that, I'm in the body of someone who can't escape death, regardless of how the plot of this world unfolds. The worst character of all, I've become the villain, Dekulin. Pausing the story for a moment, I want to standardize names. His real name is Kim Woojin, and the in-game name he inhabits is Dekulin, so I'll refer to him as Dekulin. Back to the story, Dekulin carefully gathered the documents the black-haired girl had thrown to the floor and arranged them neatly. Meanwhile, he lay dazed on the bed, rubbing his face and thinking things over. A week has passed since I arrived here. At first, I thought it was all a dream, but as days passed, the feeling of being a living entity forced me to accept this as reality. After dying like that, could I be experiencing some kind of afterlife? But anyway, one thing I'm sure of is, I am the antagonist of the game in development, Dekulin von Grahen-Uklein. Dekulin is the mid-boss in the game, whom players will face regardless of which route they choose. He is the enemy of many characters' parents and lovers, and the source of numerous events. I've become such a villain. The biggest problem is, I don't know which stage of the game I have appeared in. The only thing I know is the total mana I have, but I don't know how to use it. I can't defend myself in this state. I'm not joking. Among all the characters, including Dekulin, I tested playthroughs over 1,000 times during development, and Dekulin survived in only one scenario. He truly is a villain created solely to fulfill his role as a mid-boss. Thinking that over, Dekulin glanced at the stack of documents beside him. These were the papers the girl had left behind. They contained basic knowledge of magic and mana-related theory. Next, information about the black-haired girl quickly appeared in Dekulin's mind. Her name was Uriel von Dellen-Uklein. The papers she left while I was asleep belonged to Dekulin's half-sister, and she effectively served as the true lord of the Uklein family in Dekulin's stead. Also, she didn't have a good relationship with Dekulin. The woman Uriel mentioned is probably Yuli. It seems there's something going on between Dekulin and Yuli. If I recall, she mentioned a professor position. There's even a lecture today. I should go. Since I never taught in my previous life, I need to gather any information I can, and most importantly, these lines keep appearing. At that moment, a system screen appeared before Dekulin. Main objective, survive by becoming a necessary character for the game. Side quest, teach at the academy. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Whether he wanted to or not, Dekulin had to haul his tired body out of bed. As he moved, he reassured himself, whether it's for it or for Yuli, I have to act. She was one of the factors that caused Dekulin's death, and the shop money is fairly important too. So how should I lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it'll be fine. After all, this body has a special skill, understanding. Understanding, an innate skill that grants the user the ability to comprehend everything, can be activated by consuming mana. Before Dekulin existed, I added this skill to him, hoping he might become more empathetic. This is an innate special skill that appears in the latter half of the game, so it surely has some hidden uses. Lavish bath and wardrobe, but I can use them more naturally than I expected. It's as if I've always lived as Dekulin. At first I thought these clothes were too ostentatious. Now they feel strangely elegant and comfortable. This must be the influence of Dekulin's dignity trait. Everything seems to be telling me that. This is your body. Honestly, I can't act against the manners this body expects. Things that Kim Woojin once found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. Even if it's just to gather information, attending my first lecture seems perfectly normal. I am an outstanding and worthy noble. Thinking that made Dekulin break out in a cold sweat. He reminded himself, what the hell, Kim Woojin? A healthy Korean youth, rather educated and handsome. Borrowing someone's final words before parting. A lazy, boring bastard. That's who I really am. Yes, I won't forget myself, no slacking. Scene change. Dekulin silently reminded himself once more, then strode out. Outside, a driver and a very luxurious car had been waiting for him. When the driver saw Dekulin, he bowed at a 90-degree angle in greeting. Seeing that, Dekulin coldly and briskly climbed into the car. In his head, he couldn't help but exclaim, "God damn, this expensive car. I don't think I ever rode in such an expensive car in my previous life." Damn, it reminded me of that time again. So frustrating. Dekulin gritted his teeth, thinking of the image of Ara's new boyfriend waiting for her at the company below. Then, when Dekulin glanced to the side, he noticed a brown-haired youth whose hair shadowed his eyes. Curious, Dekulin wondered inwardly, who is this kid? Beside him, the youth, startled to see Dekulin looking his way, quickly greeted him. "Good morning, Professor," he said, handing a stack of papers to the protagonist. This made Dekulin quickly use his mind to deduce the boy's identity. It seemed he was Dekulin's secretary or assistant. Probably. Thinking that, Dekulin took the papers and asked, "Are you a mage?" Dekulin's unexpected question made the brown-haired boy exclaim in surprise. "What? Huh, you've been teaching me for nearly 3 years." "Ah, no, I'm just kidding," Dekulin shook his head. After that, while heading to the academy, the protagonist checked the stack of documents. These materials. I thought they were lecture notes, but they turned out to be a script I only needed to read. The lecture content had been prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way this incompetent, arrogant Dekulin would prepare a lecture himself. This kid must have done it for him. Thinking that, Dekulin felt a bit flustered and said, "Well done." However, the moment Dekulin said that, the student startled and cried, "What?" Dekulin didn't speak much and only instructed, "Rest until we arrive." "Yes, I understand," the student replied hurriedly, while the driver inwardly wondered in surprise he praised someone just now. Back to Dekulin, his face wrinkled and he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of absurd personality is this? My stomach twists just from one compliment. So this is Dekulin's nature. I had sensed it before leaving the mansion, but it feels like my mind is being influenced by Dekulin's personality. The protagonist murmured, and not long after, the sleek black car stopped, accompanied by the driver's reminder. "We've arrived, master." From the back, Dekulin said little and quickly opened the door to step out. Before him stood an expansive architectural complex with towering buildings. Within the campus, countless students walked about, a sight that left Dekulin overwhelmed. So this is Dekulin's workplace, the Royal Academy. The lecture hall to go to is Rodeo Auditorium. Time passed quickly. Cut to Rodeo Auditorium. Inside, the hall was packed with students. They chatted excitedly. "Finally, I can attend Senior Professor Dekulin's lecture." Hearing that, another asked, "Is he the genius who analyzes incantations?" In response, someone more informed added, "Not only that, I heard he's a prodigy." Before the students could discuss further, a voice rang out. A figure appeared in the room and called for attention. "All eyes on me." Immediately, the students fell silent. "I am Dekulin von Grahen-Uklein. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower." With a cold, aristocratic demeanor, Dekulin calmly said, "Then, let us begin." His handsome bearing began to make the female students in the class swoon. "Wow, he's so handsome, and smart too, so cool." In another corner of the auditorium, a girl hearing those words gripped the paper on her desk. Her hand trembled with excitement. "Cool. Haha, we finally meet." Her eyes filled with hatred. "That filthy scoundrel Dekulin, my father's enemy," she said, staring at the protagonist with a piercing gaze. Returning to the strange girl's thoughts, memories of the past surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, my father committed suicide. After years devoted to researching exegetical scriptures, he took his own life from the shock of having his thesis stolen. The person who took my father's thesis was celebrated by the public as a genius of scripture interpretation. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Dekulin, but there was nothing I could do. After my father died, I lost everything. Once a noble, I lost not only my family, but also our lands and all the assets we own. In the end, I had nowhere to go. It was then that I swore to myself, I will take revenge on that scum. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally admitted to the Royal Academy, where Dekulin teaches. I know something the other students don't. His skill at interpreting the scriptures is just a facade. All the glory was stolen from my father. After destroying my family, how can he be so calm about it? The one who should be standing in that position is my father. I want to expose his lies and kill him immediately. But now, if I want to overthrow him, I need to prepare much more for a perfect revenge plan. The young woman thought this, her whole body trembling with rage. Still, she tried to calm herself, unaware that while she was overwhelmed by those emotions, our protagonist was calmly introducing himself to the students in the class. "Attention, everyone, I will begin the lecture. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Mage Tower, a grand mage class wizard, the one who can command the elements. I have been assigned as your special instructor. Wizards are divided into 11 ranks, with Grand Mage being 4th from the top. By now, you must already know this. but magic is mainly divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. The attributes include origin, the foundation of magic, element, the makeup of matter, and material, the medium that conducts mana. As for classification, there are summoning, spirit forms, destruction, support, control, durability, enchantment, harmony, and finally specialization. That's why a wizard must, blah blah, returning to Deculin's perspective. While lecturing the students, he thought inwardly, things are going more smoothly than I expected. Not only is this my first lecture, I'm also teaching magical theory, a subject I'm unfamiliar with. Even though I'm only reading from a prepared script, it seems I grasp the entire content thoroughly. The dignity and dominance traits draw every gaze to me, while the elegance trait keeps me from feeling awkward under that attention. Instead of feeling pressured, it becomes natural. Deculin's traits truly make him a fitting lecturer. With that thought, Deculin focused on his lecture. He explained, mana has different uses depending on the body part that stores it. Usually wizards store mana in the brain, the place where spells are easiest to visualize. On the other hand, swordsmen store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. And finally, the dantian is the most suitable mana reservoir for everyone, as it has a strong connection between internal and external forces. What I'm saying is simple. Effort is important, but if talent isn't enough, careful choice and focus are also essential. Saying this, even Deculin reminded himself. That is indeed sound advice for Deculin. In reality, Deculin is not an overly talented figure. Although he currently has 3,375 mana points, there's still a character whose name starts with over 30,000 starting mana. The one who should heed this advice most is him. It's laughable. Anyway, this is just a pre-written lecture. With that in mind, he announced the end of the lesson. That concludes today's lecture. One last thing. As he said this, the protagonist's voice suddenly stopped. He hesitated inwardly. I'm hesitating over this line. Do I have to read it? If I were the real Deculin, I wouldn't read it. Deculin wants to be himself, not be influenced by the game's body's personality. So he asked the students, any questions? Hearing this, the students glanced at each other and shrugged. It seemed no one had any questions, which relieved Deculin a little. Good, it seems no one has questions. He murmured and prepared to end the lecture. However, at that moment, a gray-haired girl suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor Deculin, a strange spell was discovered in the mage dormitory last night. Some call it the work of a demon. As a genius of scripture interpretation, what do you think about this? In response, Deculin glanced at her and asked, are you really affiliated with the Mage Tower? Across from him, the gray-haired girl was a bit startled, not fully understanding Deculin's question. Excuse me, why are you asking that? Deculin explained. If you are truly from the Mage Tower, you should have introduced yourself first. I will not answer questions from an impolite child like you. Deculin's reply made the strange girl stare wide-eyed, but our protagonist seemed unconcerned and immediately turned toward the door he had entered. He even thought, sorry, but there was no other choice. I just realized how much mana the knowledge trait consumes. It cost 1,300 mana just to understand this lecture script. Who knows how much mana a spell I've never seen before would require? Inside the auditorium, those nearby who watched the girl scolded by Deculin whispered and laughed among themselves. Heh heh. She tried to get attention but failed. These mocking words seemed to anger her further. Then, as if not ready to give up, she continued. Wait. The mages refused to explain it, saying it's just a false rumor, but I believe you, Professor, can identify the type of spell. I formally request an explanation of this spell. Having said that, she immediately used the mana in her body to create a crooked green magic circle that floated above the classroom. And with just one glance at it, Deculin's mana dropped, leaving him with only 360 points. Above, the gray-haired girl continued. Some apprentice mages stayed in the dorm to analyze it but have made no progress. If you could give us a hint. Before she could finish, Deculin interrupted. This is a barrier magic. No need to give you a hint. This is barrier magic of the enchantment school. Someone tried to imprison you within it. That's all. Saying that, Deculin coldly left the room, leaving the gray-haired girl stunned. And for completing his teaching task, Deculin also received 0.5 shop points from the system. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the Mage Academy's dining hall. At this moment, the gray-haired girl was still irritated, recalling Deculin's earlier lecture. What an annoying man. I wanted to expose his fraudulent exegetical skill with that unknown spell, and instead he called me rude just because I forgot to give my name. I thought I would die of embarrassment, but he must have been surprised trying to wriggle out of the situation. He called it enchantment magic. Enchantment magic is very complex, so it usually requires an intermediary object. How could it be enchantment magic without an intermediary? What I showed him was an exact copy of the anonymous standard magic drawn on the main door of the dorm last night. Although people were initially quite confused, it became reference material for the newcomers. "I know he's lying," she muttered. Then from the back a red-haired friend came running up out of breath, calling, "Eferen, Eferen." The magic formation from last night, we figured it out. When we restructured the incantation into a barrier, I was truly astonished. We were too scared of the professor to ask anything. "But you're really brave." On hearing this, Eferen looked dazed. "Huh, wait, you mean it really was a barrier spell?" To confirm, the red-haired girl nodded brightly. "Yes, Professor Deculin is amazing, isn't he? How could he know it's enchantment magic without an intermediary?" "Thank you, Eferen. We'll file a report about this. We'll definitely put your name on it." Thanks," Eferen replied awkwardly. Even so, she still seemed unable to accept that Deculin had really identified the magic. "No way, that's impossible. It must have been a lucky guess. In the end, I only boosted his reputation." Thinking that, she took a paper out of her bag. Knowledge of Elemental Magic, Advanced Class, 5 credits, Instructor. Deculin von Grahen-Uklein. Looking at the paper, Eferen pressed her lips together. She thought, a lecture by Deculin this term. They say that if you know your enemy and yourself, you will never lose. I'll have to steel myself if I have to face that bastard every day. Just wait, Deculin, I'll expose you soon. Eferen told herself this, and a blazing anger began to rise within her. Back with Deculin. Although he had left the classroom, he couldn't help feeling shaken inside. That was almost a disaster. The moment I looked at that magic, my understanding trait accidentally activated, and just looking at the interwoven lines of the magic circle was enough to drain all the mana from me. I still don't know what kind of magic it is. Even if I had twice my current mana, I couldn't comprehend its rules. But at least nothing bad happened. As Deculin was thinking this, a voice called out ahead. "Long time no see." The voice caught Deculin's attention, and he quickly recognized who it was. The person had white hair and bright eyes, a face he'd seen many times on his computer screen. Yuli von Dea Freyden. She is Deculin's fiancée and a renowned figure destined to reach the peak of the night profession. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Up ahead, Yuli greeted him. "How have you been lately?" Deculin replied with an icy expression. "I'm not sure, let's say I'm fine." For some reason, Deculin's answer seemed to anger Yuli. Her brows tightened as she demanded, "You say you're fine, even though you broke the promise we made just a week ago." Back to Deculin's perspective, he had no idea what promise she meant. "What promise? I don't know what you're talking about." It's best to dodge this. Thinking that, to avoid more trouble with someone as dangerous as her, Deculin coldly walked past. "I don't remember now." Before he could finish, the knight stepped in front of Deculin and said coldly, "Are you planning to run away?" Like before, Deculin sensed that Yuli was determined not to let him go. So he had to stop and speak. "It seems I forgot because of my fever. Could you remind me what we promised each other?" At Deculin's question, images from last week began to form in Yuli's mind. At that time, she had said to Deculin, "Promise me. If you are honest with yourself and confess your pride and arrogance, I'll marry you, even if this world falls apart." Thinking that her trust had been betrayed, veins stood out on Yuli's face. She gritted her teeth and said to the man before her, "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You may go on." Hearing that, Deculin glanced back at his fiancée for a moment, then immediately walked away. "Then I'll be going." Meanwhile, behind him, Yuli's teeth were grinding so hard they made a sound. She recalled her betrothal to Deculin. "My engagement to Deculin is for the sake of advantage. Deculin is a talented mage, and I am a talented knight. The union of the two would certainly be beneficial for politics and lineage," her brother had said. Because both the Uklein and Freyden houses have royal blood, no one opposed this marriage. Even Yuli accepted it at the time. "It's fine for the family's sake. Even if I don't love him, I'll accept it." That was what Yuli thought then. However, the two houses soon discovered a truth. Deculin's talent never actually existed. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it, but he had deceived everyone by claiming to be a genius at analyzing magic and became a professor. But what must happen eventually did. Over time, many began to doubt whether Deculin's talent truly existed. The prodigy of magic, the youngest senior professor in the history of the Tower of Magic, Deculin had shown no progress since the exam 3 years ago. After several incidents, he no longer boasted of his achievements. Yet, despite discovering this, the Uklein and Freyden houses still tried to hide the truth, probably because they didn't want to become the subject of gossip. They didn't want their flaws exposed, but I could not let it go. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I cannot forgive deceit. That is my creed as a knight. That's all, he had agreed to it. But now, he doesn't even remember that promise. Yuli whispered. Her hand began to clench until it trembled. The Royal Academy, the Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy is the best institution in the game, and the Department of Magic is the top faculty. You could liken it to the medical school of Seoul National University, and the Tower of Magic as its affiliated hospital. Scanning the surroundings, even Dekulin nodded in admiration. It looks nice. A large campus and meticulously tended gardens. It reminded me of one of the universities in America. How many nights must the game design team have spent creating this atmosphere? I could have enjoyed it more if I were in a different body to experience this campus. At that moment, suddenly someone was sprinting toward the protagonist. Dekulin sensed it immediately. His face darkened, and he reflexively swung his elbow back, hitting the person who had rushed up and sending the papers he was carrying flying everywhere. And the one who had run up was none other than Dekulin's assistant. I'm sorry, I'm rushing to see the professor here. Dekulin recognized his identity too. This is that kid from before. I thought it was an ambush. He murmured inwardly, then asked, Oh, are you Zoro? No, it's Alan, the assistant replied. The exchange made the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. A few seconds later, Dekulin hesitated and continued, Must have been my mistake. Ah, yes, Alan answered, a little puzzled as to who Zoro was. Next, the scene cut to Dekulin's office. He was reviewing the documents Alan had brought and asked, So this is the reason you rushed to see me? Alan nodded and explained, Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's new mages. His words made Dekulin quickly understand the situation. The Tower of Magic is equivalent to a research institution in the real world, so money is essential for developing magic. Professors at the tower sponsor new mages they deem worthy. Then, while scanning the applicant's information, Dekulin suddenly noticed someone's entry glowing. This name is glowing. I think it's because of Dekulin's attributes. He possesses the wealthy magnate trait, rare, described as a born tycoon and exceptional financier with an unparalleled instinct for things of value. The more information provided, the more accurate your intuition becomes. The sharp vision trait, rare, describes the ability to perceive visually with acute insight. Mana points and similar elemental attributes are mainly used to link with other traits, rather than alone. Back in Dekulin's perspective, he quickly inferred, with this phenomenon, it's surely the combination of wealthy magnate and sharp vision. I think the factor behind this name will bring in wealth. There were a few like that, but she was the brightest. At that moment, standing before Dekulin was the gray-haired girl, Eferen. Oh, that's another familiar face, Eferen Luna. That's a well-known name in the game. According to the developer who designed her, Dekulin had taken her father away. However, why does Eferen Luna have no sponsors at all? Dekulin asked involuntarily. To this question, his assistant Alan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, Ah, Eferen Luna. I think people are afraid. Not letting him continue, Dekulin nodded. I understand. After saying this, Dekulin thought to himself, it seems people worry about what she might do if they sponsor her. Let's see, she has enough talent to enter the Tower of Magic without the Academy. However, this Eferen Luna is Dekulin's enemy. No, rather, Dekulin is her enemy. If I let things play out just like in the game, I'll meet the same end, death. A system notification appeared. Skill, villain's destiny, description, everyone wishes for his death. However, what doesn't kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Dekulin dies in many ways. Stabbed in the heart, stabbed in the head, poisoned in wine, blown up to death, whatever the method. The fact of his death does not change. If I want to live, I must choose differently. A choice the original Dekulin would not make. With that in mind, after about 2 seconds of thought, Dekulin began to sign the paper, then handed it back to his assistant Alan. Alan, submit these and borrow some books. I plan to write a few things before going home. Ah, yes, Professor, goodbye. His assistant Alan replied and hurried off to borrow the books. Once he saw him leave his office, Dekulin fell into thought again. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can prevent many deaths. Investing in a mage is one way to make money. However, that's still not enough. Countless names in this world hate me. They will kill me whenever they get the chance. To survive, what I really need is an escape. I need to become stronger. However, Dekulin's talent is only average. In this situation, I can't properly deal with the threats to come. I can't survive the countless deaths still waiting ahead. Although I have one advantage, my attribute. Dekulin can't control all 4 elements as he boasted, but he certainly has potential in manipulating earth and fire, along with his talent for manipulating magic. And from combining earth and fire to form metal, Dekulin developed a special trait called the Midas Hand. The Midas Hand, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Thus, Deculin's talent for controlling metal allows him to manipulate swords that float by energy. Thus, Deculin's metal control talent lets him command energy-suspended swords. However, this is certainly uncommon in this world. What I lack in raw power can be compensated by manipulating the properties of metal. But to accomplish all that, first I must learn how to control things. I have to learn to manipulate objects. Let's test it. No sooner thought than done, Deculin placed his hand on the basic manipulation magic guidebook before him. At the same time, he activated his understanding attribute to learn faster. At that moment, a fierce energy poured out from him and formed an extremely complex magic circle in the air. Next, a storm of information began pouring straight into Deculin's head, causing sweat to run continuously down his face. The contents and incantations of the mental ritual flowed directly into his mind, but quickly the process ended. To test what he had just learned, Deculin glanced at the pen beside him and tried to focus his mind. Sure enough, shortly after, he was able to make the pen float in midair. Our protagonist was quite pleased with this result. Now I've memorized the basic mental ritual and no longer need an incantation to cast it. Seeing something I only saw in the game realized like this. Even if it's only basic, if the result after first learning the skill is this good, once I learn advanced remote control magic, I'll reach nearly the power I want. But now what should I do next? Can I inscribe magic circuits across my entire body? In this world, the larger a magic circuit is, the more powerful it is. Then, if I understand my body well with the understanding attribute, not just the brain but the heart, I can enhance my object control ability by engraving magic circuits over my whole body. Of course, there is a chance my body could be overloaded or suffer side effects. But this body has an attribute called Iron Man, granting its owner top-tier physical capacity and innate bodily potential, allowing me to withstand those side effects. This can only happen to me in this world. My remaining mana is currently 800, which should be enough to try a bit. With that thought, Deculin began to experiment directly on his body. The book in his hands erupted with a violent light, and then countless strange characters began flowing inside Deculin's body. Immediately, Deculin felt a terrifying pain surge through him, an incomparable agony, as if every bone in his body were shattering and each muscle being torn apart. However, Deculin did not flinch. He would not utter even a groan, for that was the refined composure a noble must possess. Time passed quickly, and finally the process completed, leaving Deculin with exactly 1 mana point. His whole body trembled from the pain. I feel utterly exhausted. I failed due to lack of mana, but I gained something. Now I have a magic circuit on my shoulder. At this rate, it will take about 2 weeks to inscribe them across my entire body. Time passed swiftly. 1 month after Deculin's lecture, today was the first day of class. The scene shifts to the Tower of Mages, where the students had gathered and were intently reading the wooden notice board posted by Deculin. I, Professor Deculin, want to assess your abilities. Bring me any results you obtain from this area. This place is saturated with elements suitable for your experiments. After reading it, the students were surprised, turning to each other and whispering, "This is different from what the upperclassmen told us. Are all his classes like this? Think about it. He just expects us to self-study using the guideboard. So we have to do something with the elements? Is that why we're here? Where is Professor Deculin?" the group asked anxiously. Elsewhere, Ephraim frowned in annoyance and blamed Deculin inwardly. What an irresponsible man, telling us to self-study on the first day. What kind of bastard is he? No sooner had she finished speaking than a blonde girl came up from behind and bumped into her. The girl hurried on without offering any apology. This irritated Ephraim, and she was about to snap at her. However, the moment she saw the blonde girl's face, Ephraim fell silent as she recognized who it was. It was Sylvia von Josefina Ley. Across from her, Sylvia tilted her head slightly toward Ephraim, but then turned away and walked off. This left Ephraim staring blankly, wondering, "She doesn't recognize me." Time passed quickly. At that moment, Ephraim was building a small castle with her magic, like a child playing in the sand. Yet Sylvia's earlier dismissal still nagged at her. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that girl is definitely a member of the Alade family. 10 years ago, the Alade family, fearing my fathers and my potential, used their soldiers to surround our manor and threaten my family. So why doesn't she remember me? Before she could find an answer, her little castle suddenly began to collapse under a strong gust of wind. What's happening? It feels like mana is being drawn away somewhere. Ephraim frowned, looking around to investigate. Sure enough, Sylvia was using her magic to construct a huge castle. Ephraim's small castle was being sucked toward it by Sylvia's spell. This made Ephraim angry and she demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize you're taking everything I gathered? Hey, are you even listening to me?" Ephraim shouted, but the other girl remained silent. This made the gray-haired girl so furious that she trembled. What the hell is wrong with that brat? Why isn't she responding to anything I'm saying? However, Ephraim was perceptive. A normal person, even a stranger, would at least react. But Sylvia showed no response to any words. Ephraim quickly concluded that Sylvia was doing it on purpose. With that thought, she smirked and said, "Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia?" In front, Sylvia's shoulder twitched slightly at the remark, and of course Ephraim saw it. Just from that, the gray-haired girl was certain Sylvia recognized her. She continued, "I thought so. There's no way you don't remember me. After threatening my family and forcing me to abandon magic, are you afraid I've come to steal all your attention?" Across from her, Sylvia coldly denied it. "I don't know you." Hearing that, Ephraim angrily shouted, "How dare you look down on me now?" In response, Sylvia turned and stared at Ephraim with a sharp gaze. "I don't know you, but I know your father. That arrogant noble, I heard he's dead." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ephraim clenched her teeth. Her eyes filled with extreme fury, like a bomb ready to detonate at any moment. And as expected, the surrounding students began sensing a massive magical fluctuation and turned to look. "Huh, look!" a male student exclaimed. At that, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes and discovered. Ephraim had focused energy into her fist and lunged straight at Sylvia without thinking. She shouted, "What did you just say? Say that again." Ahead, Sylvia quickly used her magic to form a barrier to protect herself. Ephraim's attack struck the barrier directly, producing a deafening explosion in the air. The group of onlooking students were pushed back by its force. Only when the blast subsided did panicked voices begin to rise. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" someone asked anxiously. By their gazes, Ephraim was now gripping Sylvia by the hair and demanding, "I told you to repeat that. How dare you insult my father?" Before she finished, a student in the crowd sensed a strange magical vibration and shouted, "What is that? What light is that?" Hearing this, Ephraim paused. She looked behind and discovered that, somehow, a spatial rift had appeared, emitting red-black energy. The entire group of freshmen panicked and screamed. Even Ephraim, who had been so fierce moments before, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. "It's a rift!" "Yeah, it's where my mana and Sylvia's mana collided earlier. It's sucking everything around it in." On the side, a student who realized the urgency shouted, "Hey, it's about to explode. Run now." Hearing this, Ephraim felt her heart drop. "No, if it explodes, metal shards will fly like stray bullets and everyone here will die," she thought. However, she had no way to stop the rift. A few seconds later, the black hole detonated, releasing an extremely powerful shockwave. The ground around it was ripped into fragments. Seeing this, Ephraim gritted her teeth and used magic to raise a protective shield for everyone. But then she suddenly felt an unusual silence. What's happening? Why is it so quiet? Has it stopped? Ephraim wondered as she looked ahead. What she saw was the cold, cool figure of Deculin standing there. All the fragments hurled outward by the explosion were suspended in midair, motionless. This made Ephraim startle and wonder, when did he get here? And why did the explosion debris stop midair like that? Unaware of these thoughts among the students, Deculin began to command all the fragments to converge. They swirled like a flowing stream, emitting brilliant colors that left the students in awe. The moment they saw Deculin use telekinesis, everyone around gasped in admiration. Because they were all trainees studying magic, they couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of the spell. It was an enchanting magic whose beauty no one could deny. Returning to Deculin, after he tossed the entire pile of fragments aside like rubbish, our protagonist grew cold and said to the assembled students, "Attention, today's lesson ends here. Everyone except those who caused this incident leave." Seeing Deculin's icy expression, Ephraim swallowed nervously. "It's over. I'm done for," she thought. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the interrogation room. Because the disturbance caused by Ephraim and Sylvia nearly got the whole student body into serious trouble, the academy immediately launched an emergency investigation. And as the professor responsible for that class, Deculin, was present. Outside the entrance, a portly man saw Deculin and greeted him cheerfully. "Professor Deculin, you arrived early. As expected, your seriousness sets an example for all mages." That man was Ritlan, professor of spirit studies. The man behind him was Relin, professor of auxiliary arts. In response, a girl wearing a mage's hat tilted her head and said, "Welcome, Professor Ritlan, Professor Relin. Sorry for summoning you without notice, and thank you for coming so quickly." This girl was Adeline Segelian, president of the Royal Academy of the Magic Tower. Hearing this, the two professors nodded and took their seats. Then a woman entered the room and snapped acidly, "So, who is it? Who dared lay hands on the Allied family's young lady?" In answer, the portly old Professor Ritland chuckled. "From what I've heard, it's just a lowly brat, not even enrolled in the academy. Truly a person of dubious background. But I also heard Professor de Kulin handled what could have become a major disturbance satisfactorily." "I've heard the same. Quite impressive," Professor Relin chimed in. From de Kulin's perspective, with his ability he could read Ritland's true intentions with a single glance. He was flattering on the surface, but all the professors here were skilled at swaying outcomes, so the result of the disciplinary hearing was essentially already decided. On one side was Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Elaid clan, while on the other was a fallen noble, in reality a commoner Epheren. It was obvious which side they'd take, so I must change the outcome of this disciplinary meeting. Earlier, I had seen a swelling crimson aura emanating from Epheren. Only I could see it because of my sharp sight trait. It signaled the emergence of a villain's fate. If I can't change the outcome, my death will draw nearer. Returning to the interrogation, after waiting for everyone to assemble, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing between novice mages Epheren and Sylvia will begin now." On this side, the portly Ritland, not waiting for anyone, boomed, "How dare you two brawl within the academy? If not for Professor de Kulin, someone would have been hurt. Why did you two fight?" In response to his question, Epheren could only lower her head and say bitterly, "I can't speak." "What?" Ritland frowned and asked curiously. Meanwhile, Epheren glanced up at the professors seated above and pondered. "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I couldn't say anything. Sylvia looked down on my father and had been driving me mad in a cunning way. But I couldn't possibly say that in front of that enemy." Thinking this, Epheren's tears kept falling. She felt as if the whole world was against her. Unaware of Epheren's inner thoughts, Ritland saw her crying and not only showed no pity but shouted even louder. "What are you playing at? Inferiority complex or what? You should know the clear gap in status between you and Sylvia, and yet you dare to brazenly ignore that." Below, Epheren only clenched her hands tightly upon hearing this and said nothing. Seeing this, Ritland turned to Sylvia and urged, "So, Sylvia, speak." In reply, Sylvia recounted the whole incident. "During class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to the dispute." After hearing this, the professors grew angry and began to murmur among themselves. "What? Then Sylvia didn't do it on purpose, and Epheren used that as an excuse to cause a scene? How dare that lowly, unknown brat? Can't she control her temper? Chairwoman, we should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior." Below, Epheren's teeth began to grit at the continuous remarks from the professors directed at her. "So cold. I have to endure these crude insults at a simple disciplinary hearing in the academy. All the criticism is aimed at me, and I can't give any explanation. No one will stand up to defend me anymore. Everything feels so cold. De Kulin. It's all because of that name." The more she thought, the more hateful her gaze became. On the other side, Chairwoman Adeline, seeing that everyone had reached consensus, made an announcement. "If that's the case, it seems everyone has decided. Professor de Kulin was present at the scene. Let's hear his opinion before reaching any conclusion." Hearing this, de Kulin spoke up. "I, de Kulin, ask you as a senior tower professor and a member of the disciplinary committee. Do you think you are not at fault in this matter? Sylvia von Josephine Elaid." Upon hearing this, both Epheren and Sylvia were startled. Then Sylvia blankly asked back, "Pardon." De Kulin's voice rang out again. "Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you're not at fault in this incident?" Hearing this, Epheren genuinely didn't understand what was happening. Not only her, portly Ritland also stammered in confusion. "What are you saying, Professor de Kulin?" Ignoring his words, the protagonist kept his icy gaze fixed on Sylvia and made it clear to everyone in the room. "You surely could have prevented that incident, but you did not. Or perhaps the ability everyone has such high expectations for you was actually insufficient to do so." De Kulin's resolute words left Sylvia stunned, but then she reacted very quickly. She immediately bowed her head and took responsibility. "I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble." Beside her, Epheren widened her eyes and thought, "What? Why did he not ask me but ask Sylvia? No matter how you look at it, this is my fault." She then cast a suspicious glance upward. Meanwhile, portly Ritland thought similarly and advised, "But even so, Professor de Kulin, the fault isn't with the defender. The attacker is to blame, isn't she?" In response, de Kulin turned to him with a cold look. "If you consider the context, the fault lies with me, the one who taught the class. Professor Ritland, do you want me to take the blame?" "Of course not. I only thought that would be inappropriate," Ritland hesitantly replied. To Eferen, Deculin's words made her even more astonished. He had even dismissed the professor who sided with Sylvia. Why did he have to go that far? Could it be to protect me? Eferen wondered inwardly. Then, to break the tension, Chairwoman Adeline clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, they're children. Friction is how they grow. These kids are just novice mages, so instead of arguing over who's to blame and belittling them, let's let this one slide. This time, no one will be disciplined. You both may go. The chairwoman's declaration made Eferen's hands clench and tremble. Instead of feeling relieved at not being expelled, she felt anger. What? I was fully prepared to be expelled. The Deculin I know certainly wouldn't do this. But then why? Eferen wondered. The scene cut to the professors. With the inquiry over, they drifted out of the room. Meanwhile, portly Professor Ritland took the chance to flatter the protagonist. Exactly as expected from Professor Deculin, you have a special way of analyzing things. It's all for the students. However, before he could finish his sentence, Eferen below, unable to contain her curiosity, stood and said, Professor, I have a question. Countless thoughts ran through Eferen's mind. If he remembers the Luna name, and if he knows my father, and if he knows that he suffered his whole life before ending his own life. After saying that, she bowed her head anxiously to ponder. But, supposing Deculin does remember, what if he withdraws his decision to protect himself? Even so, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that be even more painful? The more she thought, the more anxious Eferen became awaiting Deculin's reply. But Deculin did not disappoint her in his answer. You don't need to ask. Don't waste your talent on things from the past. Having said that, our protagonist immediately left, leaving the gray-haired girl standing dazed alone. I knew it. Deculin knows about me and my father. If not for that, he would have no reason to help me. Surely Deculin felt some responsibility and decided to assist. So he helped me out of pity, thank goodness. It turned out he had not forgotten, and if he still remembered me, I'm satisfied with that. At least for now, that's enough. As she thought this, tears streamed down her small face. Eferen moved, wiping her tears away. Thanks to the shift in her feelings, Deculin also overcame the variable death and received 2 shop coins. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Sylvia. She was picked up by a blond man in a convertible. His name was Gilthian von Ludwig Alade, Sylvia's father, a telepathic mage and head of the Alade family. Having heard the whole story, he turned to comfort his daughter. Well, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. Eferen Luna truly has talent, but she missed her chance. Behind them, Sylvia stared blankly at the surroundings, thinking back to a memory. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day to enter the academy, it was the first time Eferen and Sylvia met. After the test with the magic orb, the old mage was stunned by the light it emitted. Impossible, both of you have the talent to become archmages. Around them, others who heard the result whispered to each other, What? Those 2 kids from our territory? What's going on? The reason everyone was so surprised was because of that archmage level, the pinnacle of the magical world, the immortal, eternal level, an existence at a degree even an emperor cannot reach. Those who attain that level are called archmages and are recorded in the continent's history. However, normally only 3 people can become archmages in an era. It doesn't matter what kind of mage they are or what they specialize in. That's an unchanging law of mages. At that time, aside from Demakin, the first to reach the eternal level in this era, there were 2 spots remaining. However, one of those 2 positions was essentially reserved for Adeline, the chairwoman of the Magic Tower, the strongest candidate for Archmage. In other words, Sylvia, the heir of the Alade family, and Eferen, the daughter of the Luna family, a branch house, must compete for the remaining slot. I could understand that without anyone explaining. That day, I learned the real reason the Alade family was oppressing the Luna family was because of me. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Eferen. Becoming an archmage is my wish, and my destiny, Sylvia told herself. Yet when she thought of Eferen's earlier words, Are you afraid I'll surpass you? Sylvia felt a bit annoyed, but quickly reassured herself. No, I'm just overthinking. Ahead, Uncle Gilthian seemed to sense his daughter's worry and smiled. You don't need to worry about that child. You should be wary of Deculin. He's not a simple man. He may be struggling now, but he was called a prodigy in his youth. He could rise to the top. No one knows. Sylvia clearly absorbed her father's admonition. I know. Professor Deculin saw through my trap. At that moment, I had clearly caused Eferen's mana to vanish. I set a trap so that when it touched Eferen's mana it would detonate. The bigger the explosion, the more trouble she'd be in. But Deculin immediately saw through my plan, even though I had checked for signs of observational magic in the area. At that time, he forced me to compromise. Instead of saying it was my doing, I know everything, do as I say. That was a threat, but I still had to accept it. I thought he was just someone with above-average talent, but unexpectedly, he's so deep. What kind of person is he, really? The more she thought, the more sweat broke out on the young girl's face. Her hands trembled uncontrollably from stress. Time passed quickly. A few days later, the scene shifted to Dekuling's mansion. At that time, our protagonist wore an elegant outfit that highlighted his nobility. It seemed Dekuling was preparing to attend a party. Outside the room, a man's voice reminded him, "It's Roy. Are you ready?" Dekuling replied he'd be out shortly. After that, the driver drove Dekuling to the party in his expensive car. Inside the car, the protagonist quietly thought about Eferen. I was right to support Eferen. Because of that, I eliminated a variable death and received shop money. I didn't expect the new mage who questioned me to be Eferen, but she has the highest hostility toward Dekuling. Of course, Sylvia may still resent me regardless, but I had no other choice if I wanted to save myself. With that thought, he paused briefly and steered the conversation to today's trip. Social events, I want to avoid them. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more shop money. With that in mind, he glanced at the system screen beside him. Side quest, attend the New Year's Flower event. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Seeing the quest, Dekuling reminded himself, I need at least 5 more shop coins to access the shop, so I must check if any notable figures are at this event. Soon after, the carriage stopped at a grand castle. When Dekuling stepped inside, 2 valets at the door bowed to greet him. "Welcome, Professor Dekuling." Without paying it much mind, as he entered the great hall, Dekuling didn't forget his purpose and glanced around to see if anyone could help him earn shop coins. They all looked like high nobility, and I also recognized many famous people I knew, especially Ihelm, the one I personally designed. Coming here was definitely the right choice, Dekuling murmured inwardly. At the same time, an older man behind him quickly noticed Dekuling's arrival and hurried over to greet him. "Look who's here. Isn't this Professor Dekuling? My daughter is in your class." Around them, other guests who heard this also turned and surged forward, like sharks spotting prey. "Oh, Professor Dekuling, I've always wanted to meet you." Facing a crowd crowding toward him, Dekuling had to retract his earlier thought that coming here was the right choice. Before Dekuling could greet the nobles in front of him, a voice grabbed his attention. "Ganesha, I read about your deeds in Continental magazine." Beside him, the older man was about to invite Dekuling to dinner, but Dekuling raised a hand to stop him and scanned the area as if searching for someone. "I just heard someone say, Ganesha. Get to know her. She'll have an important turning point in the plot. This is the best thing I can do today. But where is she? I heard her name somewhere nearby. I need to seize this chance to meet her." Thinking that, Dekuling looked around. At the same time, on the second floor, a girl dressed like a captain was also staring at him. She was Ganesha, the 5th strongest character at the story's start. Back to the protagonist's viewpoint. After a moment, he spotted Ganesha's figure. She must be nearby. There she is, the woman with a red ponytail, wearing a mock explorer's outfit. "I need to hurry," Dekuling told himself and quickened his pace. However, it seemed fate wanted to block him one step. At that moment, some random blonde guy came to bother him, stopping him in his tracks. Professor Dekuling. The one approaching was the blonde Ihelm. His full name was Ihelm von Girion Rewind, a commander-level mage of the royal family. Ihelm slowly approached Dekuling and spoke nonchalantly as if they were old friends. "Ho ho, impressive. Senior Professor Dekuling remembers me. What an honor. It's been a while. How's your research going?" "Suddenly, but I've heard some rumors." Dekuling frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ihelm replied with amusement, "Oh, nothing. It's just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years and some people doubt your abilities. If you need help, I'm willing to offer it." Back in Dekuling's perspective, as the creator of these characters, he immediately guessed why this blonde had approached him. So he's here to provoke me. This guy was Dekuling's rival at school. They were close once, but after losing the senior professor post to Dekuling, he became envious. Dekuling would have been bothered at first, but such provocation meant nothing to him. In fact, Ihelm wasn't entirely wrong. The rumor had truth to it. Thinking that, Dekuling glanced up to the second floor and realized Ganesha's figure had vanished. "She's gone. Ganesha's disappeared. I lost track of her because I stood here listening to that idiot." Behind him, unaware that Dekuling was furious, Ihelm kept talking like a machine. "If you stay so arrogant, no one will like you." Back to Dekuling, by now he could no longer restrain his anger. He slowly moved closer to Ihelm and warned coldly, "Hey, Ihelm, enough of your nonsense. Get lost, bastard." With that, Dekuling left, ignoring the stunned Ihelm behind him. "Damn it, I have to find Ganesha before she leaves the party and get to know her. Otherwise, my plan will collapse," Dekuling muttered inwardly. Time passed quickly. At this point, the protagonist still hadn't found the strong woman. Instead, he had to spend time shaking off the crowd that wanted to talk to him. Phew. Even though I lost Ihelm's tail, there are still many idiots blocking the way. That's why I hate these parties, Dekulin sighed in annoyance. But then, suddenly a voice called from beside him, Professor Dekulin. Hearing the familiar sound, Dekulin looked toward the caller, and to his surprise, the one calling was Ganesha herself. In front of him, Ganesha looked at Dekulin with a teasing glint and said, "Did we just run into each other by chance, or were you looking for me?" Dekulin didn't answer immediately, still taken aback by Ganesha's attitude. Of all times to run into her while hiding from those lunatics. More importantly, are Ganesha and Dekulin acquainted? Thinking that, he gave a wry smile and replied, "I'm just lost." That answer made the redhead burst out laughing. "How funny, I knew you were looking for me, you have something to tell me. I'm sorry about that mission, but I returned the mission fee and supplies. Can you let it go this once?" From that remark, Dekulin immediately deduced. It seems Dekulin and Ganesha are connected through some mission. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the adventurer continued. "I'm sorry I didn't bring the magically gifted children you mentioned." "No, it's not that I didn't bring them. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't give them to you," she said with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, our protagonist still didn't understand the full story. "I don't know what she's talking about. But it seems Dekulin has done this many times, trying to make up for his shortcomings with talented children." Turning back to Ganesha, her tone shifted slightly and she asked, "Let me ask you something. How long do you intend to live like this?" Her voice was full of sarcasm, and the question made Dekulin thoughtful, bringing back many memories. "Until when?" Before I entered Dekulin's body, he had listened to the temptations of useless people, destroyed the trust around him, and hurt many people for his own benefit. However, I'm different. Saying that, Dekulin rested his hands on the balcony, looked into the distance, and said calmly, "From now on I'll live differently." To Ganesha, her earlier remark was pure sarcasm at Dekulin. Yet she received a completely unexpected reply, leaving her staring at the protagonist in astonishment. "I didn't expect that. I thought you'd kill me for opposing that secret mission and running off. You're worrying too much." The male lead waved his hand, secretly admiring Dekulin's foolishness. He actually seriously tried to kill Ganesha, the top fighter right now. He must have wanted to die. I knew nothing about Dekulin at first, but Ganesha could kill anyone with a single hair. Her attributes were an immortal body and mastery of martial arts. She was a warrior who had reached the pinnacle of combat. Because I'm him now, Dekulin couldn't send an assassin to kill Ganesha. If he had, he'd probably be in a coffin by now. It's a bit different from what I expected, but I still achieved my goal at this networking party. There's no reason to stay here. Thinking that, Dekulin no longer wanted to linger at social events like this. So he told Ganesha, "I'll come back, so don't worry." Ganesha, curious as he started to leave, asked, "Are you really leaving like that? Is that okay? No assassins or killings involved." "I'm not free," Dekulin replied coldly. That remark left the redhead momentarily stunned. Back to Dekulin. As he walked, he was mulling over a few things. With the Ukline family's influence, as Ganesha said, I could use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her. However, doing so would increase the variables surrounding my death. Just as Dekulin thought this, almost as if rewarded for the right decision, the system issued a reminder, "Villain Fate avoided cause of death. Store money +1. The notification left Dekulin's face blank. What? Before it was overcome, and now it's avoid. I didn't realize it, but was that conversation one of the causes of death? I can't be careless here. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Dekulin became, and he wanted to leave the party immediately. A slip of the tongue leading to a painful end. Cut to another corner of the party where a brown-haired girl complained to her friend, "Hey, how much longer are you going to sit here?" Her name was Rayleigh. She was a relative of Yuli, an adventurer. In front of her, Yuli grumbled, "I never wanted to come here in the first place." "Oh, come on, that's enough, let's go," Rayleigh urged, yet Yuli remained stubbornly seated. Seeing that, her friend seemed to pick up on something and suddenly asked, "So what's going on with that guy?" "Professor Dekulin. I'm a bit worried. There are too many rumors." From Yuli's perspective, of course, there were no pleasant memories with the protagonist. So she replied bluntly, "Of course, what's good about him?" Her frank words made Rayleigh uneasy. She glanced around and warned, "Hey, if you say that out loud." At the same moment, footsteps sounded nearby, catching Yuli's attention. She lifted her gaze slightly and spotted Dekulin, slowly descending from the stairs below. Dekulin met her eyes as well, but then, not wanting to entangle himself with one of the causes of his death, Dekulin turned and left immediately. His reaction surprised the surrounding guests, who murmured, "What? Professor Dekulin is leaving. The guy who loves parties. Wow, he's leaving without even glancing at his fiancée once. Maybe he doesn't like her that much. If so, were the earlier rumors true? Because Dekulin left the party earlier than usual, rumors spread that he had a falling out with Yuli. But there's no way Kim Woojin would write that. In short, after Dekulin left the party, he completed his New Year's flower task and received an additional zero point 0.5 store coins. Time passed quickly. It had been a week since I attended the New Year flower party. During that time, besides daily memory training and introductory kinetic mantra practice, I felt my physical strength was lacking, so I began physical training. The main reason was that I nearly died after doing something reckless. Rewinding to a few days earlier, as usual, Dekulin inscribed a standard spell onto his body. However, the strain it placed on his body was greater than he expected, nearly killing our protagonist. If he were an ordinary mage, he might have died. Is my endurance due to the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganesha the other day, I craved greater power and inscribed the kinetic fire control mantra alongside the object control mantra to enhance metal manipulating techniques. The purpose was to upgrade by implanting a magic core into the kinetic mantra. This method shortens the time needed to learn spells, but is extremely dangerous. After realizing the tremendous pressure it put on my body, I decided to train my physique. As a result, I established a morning routine. With that thought, Dekulin finished his training. Whether it was due to the Iron Man trait or not, after only a short period of training, his muscles had become highly defined, indistinguishable from those of long-time athletes. Phew, time to head to work. Dekulin exhaled softly. Time passed quickly. Cut to Dekulin's office, where his assistant Alan arrived and handed him a document satchel, explaining, "This is a declaration recently sent from the Mage Tower. The sender is the Tower's Professor Qualification Review Committee." Upon hearing this, Dekulin's expression changed, and he quickly inspected the letter. The letter read, "We hereby notify you of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding developments in the research you are conducting, Professor Dekulin. Please prepare all relevant materials until then." For Dekulin, such an unexpected inquiry was difficult to handle. If an audit hearing is held, it would mean Dekulin's research had been stalled long ago, even before I entered this body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. In the game, Dekulin was always a genuine professor. Perhaps the prerequisite of this task is to retain the title of professor. If I lose it, all hope of returning will vanish. Therefore, I must find something, anything, in Dekulin's laboratory to save myself. Dekulin stood before the lab door. However, after opening the door and stepping inside, the scene before him left him speechless. It was utterly messy. Books, papers, and furniture were strewn everywhere, a chaotic jumble, and it looked like no one had set foot here for a long time. If Dekulin had truly been using this lab, it would never have been this disordered. Thinking that, Dekulin glanced at a pile of debris not far away. He sensed something from it. That pile looked very unusual. Was it hiding something? I don't know who to blame, but this was surely the most effective way to hinder Dekulin. Luckily, I had learned the kinetic mantra in time. With that in mind, Dekulin used his object control ability and pulled a notebook from inside the rubbish heap. Opening the book, Dekulin saw that it was a notebook recording research data. It seemed someone had encrypted all the research results to prevent theft, but it was futile. As Dekulin thought this, he used his understanding trait to scan through all the information. Immediately, a stream of brilliant golden light began to emanate from within the notebook. This made even Dekulin admire it. This dazzling golden light, it's blinding. It seems his research truly is extraordinary. Thanks to combining the prosperity magnet and sharp vision, I can perceive this splendor. However, the research is still incomplete. It's torn and has many gaps. Even the logic in parts of it is completely skewed. Nevertheless, the work is grand enough to trigger the prosperity magnet. Next, he discovered a pendant clipped inside the notebook. Inside was a photo of the girl Epheren with a man, seemingly her father. That child is Epheren Luna, right? So that's it. It seems that when Epheren's father worked as a researcher for Dekulin, he desperately tried to hide this. The grudge the Luna family mages hold against Dekulin. Clearly, Epheren's tragic life was caused by him. But don't worry, I will complete this research using the understanding trait. If I can complete the thesis that way, I'll list that person as a co-author. Of course, I also need achievements of my own, so I can't put only your name. In another development, cut to the cafe on the academy grounds, where Epheren and a group of classmates were discussing. Inside the group, an orange-haired girl shouted, "Got it! Us commoners must unite. There are only 30 students from common backgrounds in this class. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later. You think the same, right, Epheren?" she said, turning to look at Epheren, startling her into thought. I used to be nobility. Sigh. Whatever. Don't talk about fulfilling noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I? Thinking that, Epheren sighed heavily. Unaware of these thoughts, the orange-haired friend continued to urge, Understand, Epheren? You must be here. You're the representative of the commoners. Yes, you were also a victim of Sylvia. The group chimed in and turned to Epheren with expectant looks. This made Epheren force a strained laugh inside. Ha ha, so they think I'm some kind of representative for the commoners. In another corner, a male student stammered. Actually, if we want to form a club, we need permission from a supervising professor, right? I don't think the professors will like us gathering like this. His reminder made the orange-haired girl rub her chin and admit, that's the biggest obstacle. How about asking Professor Relin? She suggested that, but the male student opposite shook his head and explained, He's famous for currying favor with nobles, that fat noble guy. What about Professor Carmel? She asked next, but was immediately rejected. Don't even mention that name. As soon as he sees commoners, that professor turns his back. And of course, Professor de Kulin is out of the question. Returning to Epheren's perspective, unlike the others who were focused on plans to form a club, her head was fixed on the pile of food, drooling. Don't they like eating that? I hope they don't eat it. She silently prayed inwardly. But before her wish could come true, the orange-haired girl suddenly banged the table and proposed. Right. Epheren, try asking Professor de Kulin. You'll ask for us, won't you? The friend's words turned Epheren's face pale, while the others seemed to think the suggestion wasn't a bad one. The male student sitting next to Epheren said, On second thought, he's pretty fair. He despises everyone equally, nobles and commoners alike. Across from them, the orange-haired girl continued excitedly. You avoided punishment because of him. Doesn't that mean you caught his attention? Hearing that, Epheren began to reply with an embarrassed face. That's not true. Do you think he's that kind? As she said this, her face kept breaking into a sweat from anxiety. Why did the atmosphere shift so oddly? I don't want anything to do with de Kulin. Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on de Kulin falling to her, Epheren immediately dashed off. I can't do it anyway. Don't say that, keep thinking. Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on de Kulin falling to her, Epheren immediately dashed off. I can't do it anyway. Don't say that, keep thinking. So the two of them began chasing each other for a while. However, just as the orange-haired girl caught Epheren's arm, her face suddenly went blank. This made Epheren unable to help but ask in surprise, What's wrong, Julia? Before Julia could answer, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Epheren, step aside. Those words came from none other than our protagonist, de Kulin. Seeing de Kulin appear, Epheren's face stiffened, unable to react. And when she turned around, she realized that her close friend Julia had silently slipped into the cafe sometime earlier and was giving her an encouraging look. Good luck, Epheren. Julia, when did you sneak in there? Coward, Epheren screamed inwardly. On our protagonist's side, he had no time to watch Epheren and Julia exchange looks, so he simply walked away. Seeing that, although a little fearful, Epheren had to force herself to calm down. She carefully extended the form and said, Professor de Kulin, I want to start a club and I need your signature. I don't mean to bother you. I'm just worried you might not approve a club that includes commoners. Back from de Kulin's perspective, Epheren's words caused him to pause briefly and consider the matter. I don't want to be involved with Epheren, but she's right. The truth is that the other professors wouldn't cooperate with us. So rather than waste time on those pretenders, why not just try? With that thought, de Kulin reached out to take the form and quickly signed it, adding, Send the details to my office. Here, take it. De Kulin returned the form to Epheren. While Epheren herself still couldn't believe her eyes, he actually signed. He just agreed, de Kulin. Epheren said this as she watched de Kulin's retreating figure with suspicion. Meanwhile, Julia rushed over and hugged her to celebrate. Wow, you actually got his signature. I didn't expect that. Ignoring those words, Epheren kept her gaze fixed on de Kulin. She truly couldn't understand why he acted that way. Why? Like at the disciplinary council. Why is he being nice to me? Time passed quickly, cut to de Kulin's lecture hall. His class had begun. Today's lesson is understanding the pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still don't understand the difference between classified magic and pure elements. Blah, blah. Below, Epheren was still lost in a jumble of thoughts over de Kulin's sudden kindness. She began to speculate inwardly. Is it because of guilt or sympathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's nice to me, it feels fake. If he truly knows he's done wrong, he should reveal his true nature and repent. The more she thought, Epheren's hands clenched and trembled. Julia beside her noticed this and worriedly asked, Are you okay, Epheren? Don't worry about those kids, they do nothing but gossip. Julia said this while glancing irritably to the side, which made Eferen somewhat puzzled. What the hell is she talking about? Following both their gazes, a short distance away a few noble students were staring at them with looks full of disdain. This made Eferen force a smile. Ha ha, I've made myself an enemy of the nobles after that incident. Although, I'm a noble too. Thinking that, accustomed to others' scorn, Eferen sighed softly and said, "It's fine, Julia. They're always like that. Focus on the lesson." After saying that, she paid attention to the lecture. She'd heard rumors that de Kuelin's class was unusual. Unaware of her thoughts, de Kuelin continued teaching. The magic circles you use have meaning in each stroke. At that point, de Kuelin immediately used his magic, creating a magic circle above his palm, and a small flame rose from it. Then de Kuelin continued. This spell can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle, because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. This is what we'll learn today, the flame flow. As he spoke, he used his telekinesis to make the book hover above his hand. Next, 2 orbs of energy began to gather in de Kuelin's left and right hands. One was green and the other blue. Eferen's assumption was wrong. In fact, de Kuelin's lesson wasn't mere showmanship. As a professor, Kim Woojin was demonstrating beautifully, using magic to explain with deep understanding. This was shocking to the new students in the lecture hall, and the same went for Sylvia, who had lost interest in study because of her talent. Paying no mind to the astonished looks below, de Kuelin continued to explain each point carefully. As you know, this magic circle summons water. However, if you combine this with glyph magic, it becomes like this. Saying that, he performed the demonstration for his students. At that moment, the magic circle turned a deep purple, and the flame produced by the circle wound and flowed like a river in midair. The students in the class were dumbstruck. It actually became a stream. The fire is flowing like water. Opposite them, the most astonished was none other than Sylvia. Impossible. I didn't expect his class to be so theoretical. Most so-called genius mages use intuition in their magic, so their theories act like molds. If every mage prioritized theory, all magic would conform to the same mold. If you focus too much on theory, you won't have time to practice magic. Trying to understand every spell purely through theory is inefficient and makes training difficult. This is the paradox of magic. To become a high-level mage, you must have strong intuition. But high-level mages cannot explain their intuition with theory. For someone whose genius is being questioned by others, dedicating a lesson to theory like this is unthinkable. The more she thought, the more curious Sylvia became. Time passed quickly. Cut to the dormitories of the Magic Tower. Eferen had just finished de Kuelin's class and returned to her room. As she walked, she sighed. Huh, it's really different from the rumors. I've never concentrated this much in a class. She spoke, her gaze troubled, as she noticed the door covered in countless insulting graffiti. However, Eferen wasn't angry. She just found it annoying. How long are these people going to keep playing this joke? It's gotten worse since my clash with Sylvia. As she said this, Eferen paused when she noticed a paper bag wedged in the door crack. Reading what was written on it, confusion crossed Eferen's face. A sponsorship certificate. Wow, I almost believed it was real. There's no way this is real. Who would sponsor me when both the Alade family and de Kuelin hate me? Actually, it's a good thing. I can report it and claim the reward. Eferen chuckled and quickly went to the Magic Administration office to inquire. But after receiving confirmation from the staff, Eferen's face went blank. It's real. Eferen recalled the moment the staff member said, "It's not a joke, the seal is genuine." She couldn't help but shout, "What? Are you kidding?" Just the thought of suddenly having a sum of money fall into her lap made her face blossom with joy. She even doubted if this was a dream and pinched her cheek to check. This will wake me up. Come on, wake up. Then suddenly Eferen's expression turned anxious. Wait, no one saw me, right? What if people find out I have 100,000 elni? I should pack my things in case something happens. I shouldn't go to the Magic Administration. That staff member had a strange look. She might be coveting my money. Oh no, I should have been more careful, Eferen shouted. The moment she stood up, her small head collided hard with the front of the table, making her clutch her head and tremble in pain. Pausing for a beat, a wave of emotion began to spread through Eferen's body. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. I'm not dreaming yet. Someone noticed my talent. There are still kind people in this world. Keep going, just a little more, Eferen urged herself. In another development, Uriel had just been told some bad news by the butler, prompting her to ask, "Are you serious?" The butler in front of her nodded in confirmation. Yes, he went to the Schatzen Jewel auction. He should have arrived by now. This made Uriel frantic with irritation. He lost 10 million elni last year. What disaster is he going to cause this year? If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him. She shouted, then the scene cut to Luton City, Shatsenjewel. At that moment, Deculin's carriage had just arrived at the auction house. Here, of course, Deculin wasn't someone idle doing frivolous things. He came with a purpose. Finally, I can buy what I want, using psychokinesis as his primary magic for the first time. He realized he needed more metal to compensate for his limited talent. The items I always carry are made of steelwood, but that's only a temporary solution. What I really need will be at today's auction. With that thought, Deculin opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. However, upon entering, he immediately saw an unexpected figure. His fiancée, Yuli, was also sitting inside. Ah, damn, why is she here? I didn't expect to run into Yuli in a place like this, Deculin complained inwardly. At the same time, Yuli noticed his presence. She frowned and stepped lightly toward Deculin with an unhappy expression. I hope you're well. I heard you handed 2 young mages over to the disciplinary council this time. Hearing that, Deculin calmly replied with a cold face. That news is old. Is there a problem? Are you going to blame me? Yuli was silent for a few seconds, then continued. They're all newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? Someday you'll feel remorse. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. This is my final advice to you. Across from her, Deculin inwardly rejoiced at those words. Final advice. Those are Yuli's last words to me. Perhaps she's planning to cut ties. Fine, I think that's for the best. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. There's no reason to bind myself in this world to something I've never experienced in real life. Besides, there are too many deadly variables around her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die at my own wedding. But Yuli isn't the type to attend auctions, so why is she here? Deculin, curious, bluntly asked. Did you come all the way to the auction just to tell me this? The suspicion in his voice made Yuli startled. Then she fluffed up like an angry cat and shouted, Stop being delusional. I'm not here to find you. I'm here because there's something I need. I told you I'm really here to bid. Seeing her flustered, Deculin raised a hand to reassure her. All right, calm down. Say it once and I get it. Yuli pouted, still seeming annoyed, then turned and walked away decisively. Meanwhile, Deculin watched her retreating figure and gave a slight smile. She's truly adorable. It's the first time I've seen her like that. Then Deculin suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, what was that feeling? I just thought about how dangerous it would be to be with her. Could I have been influenced by Deculin's emotions? I was careful to keep my personality from merging. Some things, off, this heart, suddenly raced when I saw her. Right. I must be overthinking, he stroked his chin in thought. At the same time, an announcement sounded. Notice to all guests of Shatsenjewel, the auction is about to begin. Time passed quickly. Cut to the auction hall. On stage sat a large table with an item covered by a cloth. The host signaled an attendant to pull the cloth away, revealing a porcelain vase. Seeing it, the host enthusiastically advertised. Introducing the first item, the Oriental vase. Behold these graceful curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan. From Deculin's perspective, he began to see fierce streams of golden aura emanating from the vase. The radiance was so intense it nearly blinded him. This is the light I saw when I checked Yuli's documents. That light kept growing stronger. If that's the case, above, the host started calling out bidders. Number 993 bids 700,000. Number 1038 bids 750,000. Number 1413 bids 1,500,000. Oh, guest number 777 bids 2,500,000. Congratulations to guest 777 on winning the item. Back in Deculin's view, thanks to his wealthy magnate instincts, he could easily gauge the value of the auctioned items and spared no expense buying them. This vase never lost its glow despite the rising price, meaning it could go even higher. I have enough in my account to invest the rest. Deculin's current balance is 205,238,039 elni. Thus, Deculin began acquiring a series of items for his collection. Rulrin's ring was sold to guest 777 for 3 million. Luxu's scepter was sold for 2.1 million to guest 777. The NG letter 1 EEF necklace was also sold for 4.3 million to guest 777. This time, guest 777 secured the item for 5.5 million. Around them, other guests, seeing how boldly number 777 was spending, looked on curiously. Wow, number 777 bought them all. Isn't that Professor Deculin? Elsewhere, the knight Yuli sighed at Deculin's lavish, wasteful spending and scoffed inwardly. That pathetic name. He wants attention even in a place like this. He's so different from me. Unbelievable. How can he spend a fortune for a fleeting vanity? I don't understand why he lacks modesty, but fine, whatever. I just need to win the winter flame. Yuli reminded herself and quickly refocused on the auction. Soon the auction neared its end. Now the final item of today's auction was officially revealed. Many desired it, but it was nearly impossible to find. It was a stone used to forge countless great swords in history, a naturally magical stone, the winter flame snowstone. The host's voice rang out as the covering cloth was pulled aside. Before everyone's eyes lay a bluish mineral outcrop, shimmering with light. The moment they saw this item, both Dekylin and Yuli widened their eyes, because it was the very reason they had come today. It is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords or other weapons. As its name suggests, it is a rare, strange item that carries both cold and fire energies. Only items of legendary tier like dragon bone surpass it for sword-making. Therefore, snowstone is undoubtedly the best material I could obtain. I absolutely must get it. This is what I need, both of them thought silently. But it wasn't just Dekylin and Yuli. Naturally, many attendees at the auction also had their sights set on this ultra-rare item. Bids quickly climbed at a dizzying pace. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. Number 1089 bids 30 million. Any more? If not, the item will belong to. At that point, Yuli's face lit up with joy because bidder number 1089 was her. Great, I'm about to get it, she thought. However, at that moment, Dekylin thwarted her by bidding higher. Number 777 bids 31 million. Hearing that number, her expression went blank. Then she turned angrily to look at Dekylin. Number 777. How many times have I heard that number today? I can't just let him have it. Why would you do that, Dekylin? Then the back-and-forth bidding escalated, driving the price up even faster. Elsewhere, the other bidders gave up contesting the snowstone. Meanwhile, a man who recognized Dekylin turned to him and said, "You want to buy snowstone to make a sword? Surely it's to gift your fiancée, right? But if you want to gift it, you could just let her buy it herself. You must love your fiancée very much." The man's words made Dekylin's gaze falter slightly. He looked toward Yuli ahead. Only then did he realize, am I competing with my fiancée? Am I bidding against Yuli? She must also be interested in snowstone. If I take it, she'll definitely hate me. But I need it too. This is its first appearance in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? I might be in danger, but for my item, I absolutely must win the snowstone. So it was obvious who would end up with the snowstone. Final, 42 million Elni, the owner of the snowstone, is bidder number 777. Hearing this, the surrounding guests applauded and congratulated Dekylin, marveling at his extravagance. How exciting. Professor Dekylin bought them, right? At that price, this might be the most dramatic auction I've ever seen. Oh, Yuli is going to be so pleased. Professor Dekylin worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved, and he obtained what he wanted. From Yuli's perspective, an intense anger swelled inside her with nowhere to vent. Once again, this is happening just like last year. I don't want this. Images of Dekylin laying out countless gems and jewelry on a table and proudly saying, "I can give you all of this, and if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you," began to form in Yuli's mind. For her, that engagement day was the worst day of her life. This will win me her heart. Look how magnificent I am. That is what Yuli heard Dekylin say amid the wealth he flaunted. She felt only humiliation. Do you know what I truly wanted from you? So I left, destroyed my own engagement with my own hands. However, that was not all. After that day, countless rumors surfaced. She tried to act strong but ended up in Dekylin's arms anyway. I heard she only got promoted to captain of the knights because of that. They say she begged him. At such slanderous talk, Yuli's hand tightened. It was obvious who had spread the rumors that ruined her reputation back then. Does he expect me to take revenge? That man is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. Then, just as she stood up, preparing to leave the auction in fury, is someone I can never love. No matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. The protagonist's words angered Yuli, and her expression darkened. She asked herself silently, how long will Dekylin keep insulting me? Right now, please forgive me. After saying this, the protagonist turned and left immediately, leaving behind his fiancée standing there stunned. Yuli wasn't sure if she had misheard. What? Why is he apologizing? Is it because he bought the snowstone? With that question in her heart, Yuli slowly exited the auction hall. And just as she stepped outside, someone called out, "Hey, Yuli, get in the carriage." The voice belonged to a beautiful young woman. She was the eldest daughter of the FATED family and Yuli's older sister. Time passed quickly into evening. By then, Dekylin's fancy carriage had escorted him back to his manor. Inside the carriage, Dekylin was still troubled, thinking about Yuli. It seemed Yuli planned to craft a weapon for herself with the snowstone, but I outbid her, so she must be angry. I'm a bit surprised the death variable hasn't occurred yet. After all, how dreadful would I have to be for her to kill me herself? Dekulin asked himself quietly and hurried into the manor. Seeing him return, the servants all bowed. However, their faces looked troubled. This caught Dekulin's attention, and he asked, "Did something happen?" The butler awkwardly answered, "Miss Uriel has returned home." Without needing more words, Dekulin guessed he was about to be berated by his sister. What must happen will happen. So he calmly climbed to the second floor. There, his sister Uriel was already waiting. As Dekulin passed by, as always, Uriel called out, "That's my money. You said you'd hold it for a while. And this is what you do." Hearing her, Dekulin understood why so much money was in his account. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt. I didn't realize she had that much. Have I always been so thoughtless? He then reassured her, "Don't worry, I only buy things that yield profit." In response, Uriel's scream echoed through the manor. "You treat me like a garbage bin. Do you think I'm here to clean up your mess?" Dekulin felt a sinking dread. He slowly turned and saw the hatred-filled, tear-blurred look Uriel gave him. Uriel went on to recount the hardships she had endured caring for that wretched Dekulin. "Our family's finances are in trouble. The workers and I have worked non-stop to hold this house together. And you wasted all that money. How rotten must he be to gamble away the family's money like that?" From Dekulin's perspective, he now saw a black-red aura rising from Uriel, sending a chill down his spine. This signaled that his fated death was drawing near. Dekulin's face tightened in discomfort. Damn it, has the villain's fate been triggered? There's a golden glint in her red aura. The prosperity magnet has been activated too. Its meaning is simple. If I don't get through this, I'm done for. But if I survive it, I'll end up with a pile of money. I know how to handle this. Then, to save his miserable life, Dekulin lowered his voice and pleaded, "Don't worry, Uriel." Before he could finish, his sister shouted, "Shut up! Do I look like I'm worried? Have I worked hard for you just so you'd throw it out the window? You think I wanted this? Do you know I dropped out of college and can't find a lover because of you?" "I didn't have to do that," Dekulin said calmly, but his words only made Uriel angrier. Her hands clenched as if ready to teach her brother a lesson. "What the hell are you talking about? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you blew 150 million elni in a single day, you." Not letting her finish, our protagonist cut her off with an appealing offer. "I'll hand the headship back to you." The remark left Uriel stunned, forgetting her anger and dumbly asking, "What did you just say?" In response, Dekulin reiterated, "I'll give you the headship of the family." Hearing this, Uriel's face flushed. She let out an adorably loud shriek and cried, "Ridiculous." Dekulin across from her glanced at her with a judging look. "That's not how a noble or a head of a family speaks." "Don't try to fool me," Uriel said, turning aside. Dekulin insisted he wasn't lying and, if necessary, could swear an oath if Uriel didn't believe him. This immediately startled his sister, who asked, "What? Swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'd die if you broke that oath. Are you serious?" "Yes," Dekulin answered calmly. From Uriel's point of view, she couldn't tell whether Dekulin had eaten spoiled food to make him say this. But it made no sense. Why would he suddenly say that? Did he hit his head? Dekulin nonchalantly, "You don't have to believe me." Hearing this, though astonished, Uriel provisionally believed him. Still, she warned Dekulin, "If you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Dekulin replied, "Will you leave the house?" "Of course I will. Someone spent all the family's money, so I have to do something." After saying that, Uriel left happily. As for Dekulin, thanks to his quick thinking, he survived this death variable and gained 2 shop coins. Once he saw Uriel go, Dekulin finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, the storm has passed. Luckily, I'm unscathed. Letting her take the position isn't so bad. If I change things bit by bit like this, I can avoid death." Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly called from the window. "Have you really changed?" The sudden voice startled Dekulin. He glanced toward the sound and saw the person who was speaking was the adventurer Ganesha, an uninvited guest, Dekulin said coldly. Meanwhile, Ganesha swung herself into the room and explained, "Sorry, I was passing by and dropped in. I was quite surprised to see you like this." In response, Dekulin folded his arms and sighed. "Why be surprised? She's the one who handles the work better than I do." Answering, Ganesha began to relay some deeply troubling news. But Uriel von Grahen Euclin does not carry the bloodline of the Euclin family. This made Dekulin, who normally wore a calm expression, startle and turn around. What is she saying? I don't remember that being in the game. From Dekulin's viewpoint, he hurriedly tried to recall all the information he knew about Uriel. Uriel was said to be a half-sister. I knew she wasn't Dekulin's biological sister. However, she has no blood relation to the Euclin family at all. I had no idea about that. For reasons Dekulin couldn't determine, Ganesha asked on, "Is this really okay?" You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood-related. We already agreed to this, remember. Hearing that, Dekulin quickly understood. So that's the context. Thinking it over, he shook his head slightly and replied, "Even so, Uriel is still Uriel." This answer made Ganesha so surprised she broke out in a sweat. "Wow, you're astonishing me today. I didn't expect you to say something like that." Not only her, even Dekulin felt surprised at his own words. "I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a scenario to exist." Back in Ganesha's perspective, she had only intended to drop by and say a few words, so she now prepared to leave. "All right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Oh, one more thing before I go. I heard the six-headed serpent has begun to move." Behind him, Dekulin's mind quickly ran through information about that organization. The six-headed serpent. They are the leaders of a notorious criminal syndicate on this continent. They're so infamous that the bounties on their heads are worth millions. At the window, the adventurer continued. They're targeting items at the auction house. Even though the auction house tries to transport them safely, you should be on high alert when any items are delivered to your home. It seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now. After saying that, Ganesha flashed and immediately vanished. Before Dekulin, and for Dekulin, our protagonist's head ached nonstop. He put a hand to his forehead and thought, "That's something I don't need to know. Knowing won't change anything. From the start, I was never Dekulin. Whether Uriel is my biological sister or not, I'll still treat her the same. Uriel will always be Dekulin's sister, so it's better to hide the truth." Scene change. Elsewhere, Ganesha was recounting Dekulin's behavioral changes to her teammates. "I told you so. Professor Dekulin has changed a lot. It's like someone else is inhabiting his body. Now he's completely different. That bastard speaking sweet words like that is really strange," Ganesha said with some amusement. However, a man across from her shook his head and scoffed. "Captain, you're just into handsome men. Whatever he says, you like it." Hearing that, Ganesha immediately bristled and shouted, "So should I punish you for being ugly?" The teammate sneered in reply, "My grandmother says I'm very handsome. It's just that there was a handsome guy standing behind you at the time, you idiot." Ganesha shouted loudly. Then the two of them lunged at each other and brawled, making Rayleigh next to them only sigh and ask, "You say Dekulin really has good character." Hearing this, Ganesha temporarily stopped bullying her teammate, adjusted the tilted hat on her head, and said, "Well, we don't need to keep following Dekulin. I wanted to ask whether he's still looking for magic slaves, but probably not. Shall we head back now?" Saying that, Ganesha's expression grew serious as she warned, "By the way, what everyone heard today is a secret. You should all keep this to yourselves." After saying that, the five of them clasped hands at the same time. Then a sphere of light enveloped the group and shot up into the sky. Time passed. The next day, scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Dekulin had finally saved enough to access the system shop. Yet he hesitated as he looked at the system screen. Level 1 System Shop, Enhance Magic Quality Level 1. Your character's magic quality will be improved. Magic output and effectiveness increase slightly. Price, 10 coins. Seeing that number, our protagonist could only groan miserably. Finally, I can use the system shop, but I still don't have enough to buy what I need. This system lets you spend shop coins to boost your character. You can enhance not only your player character, but also notable characters. However, opportunities to use the system shop are scarce. You only have 6 uses before the end of the second half. That's because you can only use the shop once per level, and each time you level up the cost doubles. I can't rush and miss this precious opportunity. I continuously train my memory, condition my body, and practice controlling the sword with my mind by integrating them into daily life. But I'm still lacking combat power compared to those notorious criminals. To progress, what I need is to raise my magic quality. I must quickly collect the 4 more shop coins I need. Dekulin reminded himself just before a knock at the door outside pulled him from his reverie. Dekulin nodded and said, "Come in." Outside, his assistant Alan poked his head in and greeted, "Hello, Professor. Look, I just received this." Alan then grew serious. "I think you should be careful. This was just posted in today's Witch Gazette." Opposite him, Dekulin reached out and took the paper. On the front page, a long-haired criminal's photo appeared with a bold headline, "WANTED, LOCKHARK. Witnesses report the murderer of the witch Lockhart is in the outskirts. Be careful when going out." For someone like Dekulin, who'd played this storyline thousands of times, he was all too familiar with this figure. The murderer of the witch Lockhart. He's the greatest threat to mage players in the early game, so he's shown up already. Of course, if I were a regular mage, he'd be a genuine threat. But now I don't need to worry. Maybe this will help me earn a few shop coins. Hopefully I'll encounter him. Thinking that, Dekulin reassured Alan, "Don't worry about the witch murderer. I'm heading to the library, you can go on back." Having said that, as if remembering something, Dekulin paused in his tracks. He turned and asked Alan, "Hey Alan, would you like to become the professor's assistant?" The sudden offer from the protagonist made Alan's eyes widen like a bull's. He shouted loudly, "You want me to be the professor's assistant? But you always say I'm incompetent. Now that I see you're serious, I'm asking." Dekulin shrugged in response. But honestly, he didn't come up with this out of nowhere. He'd been reminded earlier that he should choose an assistant, since every professor has one and Dekulin was the only one without a pick. He'd also been a senior professor for several years. Beside him, Alan stammered as if wanting to explain something. But our protagonist didn't want to waste time on it and cut him off. "That's enough. Take this." After saying that, Dekulin produced a bracelet engraved with the Euclid family crest. "Keep working hard." Alan looked at the bracelet before him in astonishment. By this time, our friend Alan no longer foolishly refused. He hurriedly accepted the bracelet and bowed in thanks. "Thank you very much, Professor." "A bracelet engraved with the Euclid crest?" he said, looking at the bracelet with teary eyes. Watching Alan so happy he might cry, Dekulin thought to himself, "Alan is excellent at managing documents and running errands. He's very useful. I can't let him leave." Everyone who was disgusted by Dekulin's cruelty had left because they couldn't stand it. But Alan still handled all those tasks alone. Who knows when he might go? Thinking that, Dekulin took out some money and gave it to Alan as a staff benefit, adding, "Take the rest of the day off. Use this money to buy dinner." From Alan's perspective, being handed money so suddenly made him a bit anxious as he said, "Professor, this is too much." Ignoring Alan's words, Dekulin quickly headed to the library, leaving Alan standing there dazed, watching his retreating back. Scene changed to the staff library. As he walked, Dekulin thought, "The reason I'm coming to the library is because of Luna's papers. The papers I found in the lab were an invention about pure elements. However, it has many errors and gaps, so I need to fix it. If I can find any useful magical tomes related to manipulation, all the better." With that thought, Dekulin quickened his pace slightly. However, as he passed a bookshelf, his gaze was drawn to a small figure. "What are you doing in the staff library?" "New student Sylvia." Across from him, when Sylvia met Dekulin's gaze, she froze in surprise. To explain this, we must go back about 10 minutes. Sylvia had gone to the librarian to request access to this library. The librarian then contacted some professor. "Yes, Professor, Sylvia is looking for study materials, but this is a reading room exclusive to senior staff." In response, the plump Professor Ritland smiled and agreed. "It's fine. There's no need to ban the heir of the Alade family or this new student. Let her use it freely for her studies." Seeing that, the librarian didn't stop her and nodded, telling Sylvia. He said, "It's fine, Sylvia. Feel free to search." So Sylvia began wandering through the library to find the books she needed. Sylvia's hobby is literature and languages. She came to the exclusive library to find materials that meet her criteria. The novel she sought was ethanol, but with the disappearance of the Fae, its value rose and ethanol became rare. That's why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she didn't usually visit. And of course, she didn't expect to run into Dekulin here. "Dekulin, why is he here?" "I was told he doesn't come near the library." Sylvia worriedly thought, but quickly explained, "I'm here to look for materials. Professor Ritlan allowed me." In front of her, Dekulin still wore a stern face as he said, "So that means that Professor ignored Academy rules and the librarian let you in anyway. If that's the case, they deserve discipline." Dekulin's words made Sylvia stammer, at a loss for what to say. Then, before she could explain further, Dekulin used his telekinesis to retrieve the book from Sylvia's hands. "Let's check it out. This is the novel Ethanol. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in ethanol." Dekulin's voice was teasing, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She hurriedly said, "Huh? How can you read ethanol's language? Wait, that's not important. I just like literature and languages." Then, for some reason, Dekulin tossed the book back to Sylvia and admonished, "I'll let this slide this time. However, if you come here again without proper permission, I'll discipline you. So if your purpose isn't to flaunt your family's influence, have someone else borrow the books for you." Having said that, Dekulin left immediately, leaving Sylvia standing dazed. She hugged the book to her chest and thought, "Did he insult me? I just wanted to learn about the Fae through the novel Ethanol." But how could Professor Dekulin possibly read ethanol? The ethanol language lacks consistency, which makes it hard to read. The more she thought about it, the more perplexed this prodigy became. Scene shifts to some pine forest. At this time, there was an outdoor lesson for new students. They chased small beasts, then gathered herbs. To ensure safety for this lesson, 3 professors, including Dekulin, were supervising. On one side, the portly Professor Ritlan wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth and said, "This is their first field experience. They seem too calm. I expected them to be afraid of Black Mountain. Training must stop at dusk, but I'm proud of them." Dekulin looked around and thought, Black Mountain, it's far from the academy. Black Mountain holds great significance and is heavily guarded by the Magic Tower. Its forest is considered a training ground for students and also a rich repository of magical materials. Therefore, the risk of attacks by monsters and poisonous creatures is high. Thus, the Magic Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure patrols by on-duty professors. Returning to Ritlan, as if remembering something, he scratched his head and said to the protagonist, "Oh right, Professor Dekulin. The appointment for this week's duty hasn't been decided. We need to assign someone new. Who do you think is suitable?" In response, Dekulin volunteered himself. "Let me do it." Hearing that, the fat Ritlan's eyes showed a flash of surprise. But he quickly agreed and didn't forget to praise Dekulin, just as I expected from a professor. "The way you lead is a model example of an academy instructor." Back to Dekulin, faced with such flattery, he kept a cold expression. And of course, he's not stupid enough to take on heavy work for noble reasons. "I'm not doing this for any lofty cause." As he thought that, Dekulin glanced at the mission screen that had been sent to him. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower reward, shop coin +1, additional title reward. Returning to Dekulin, he began to sense something pulling at his mind. Something was drawing him over there. That's probably why I received the side quest. Something was about to happen on this mountain that could turn the game into a horror story at night. Dekulin frowned in thought, while the 2 other professors began to gather everyone and announced, "Now start packing up. Goodbye, Professor." One student called out, "All right, see you later." They nodded. Time passed quickly. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, the mage Epheren, after receiving sponsorship funds, decided to treat her friends to sundaes. Seeing the sparkling treats before them, the group exclaimed, "Wow, they look amazing, too pretty to eat. They look delicious, too. You really bought these for us, Epheren." In return, Epheren gave a bright smile. "Of course. Dig in because I now have 100,000 coins." Epheren murmured to herself, and the friends stopped being polite. While eating, her close friend Ritlan said, "I've submitted the club formation plan. It will be approved soon. This is our first gathering." Hearing that, the blue-haired guy opposite grew a little anxious about forming the club. "I just hope others won't hesitate too much. There aren't many sign-ups. Don't worry. As long as we run the club well, people will join." Julia replied confidently, "By the way, I heard there's training at Black Mountain today." Epheren, still gazing at her sundae with sparkling eyes, answered, "That's right. 50 volunteers signed up, though there have been many accidents there." As soon as those words ended, a tremendous noise suddenly rang out, making the whole group jump. "Did you hear that?" "You heard it too. Where did it come from? We need to check it out." Saying that, the young friends hurriedly ran toward where the sound came from. From afar, an urgent voice rang out, "Help me." Hearing this, Epheren immediately grew anxious and sped up. However, at the same time, Julia seemed to sense something wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her. "Something's not right, Epheren. Stop," she cried, reaching forward as if to pull Epheren back. But it was already too late. From Epheren's point of view, when she heard the call, she turned and asked, "What did you just say, Julia?" No sooner had the words left her than Epheren realized something strange. She was no longer standing on the street. She was in a deeply unfamiliar forest. "Where is this?" "I was just on the street." Before she could figure out why she was there, the cry for help sounded again. "Help me." The voice startled Epheren. "Right, someone's calling for help. Where are you?" "I'm coming to help. I'm here," the voice replied. Seeing that, Epheren immediately dashed toward the source. In front of her stood a young woman with long hair covering her face. "Are you all right?" Epheren asked anxiously. But at that moment, the strange woman suddenly began to spew blood incessantly, her anguished cries echoing in all directions. Seeing this, Epheren instantly became on guard. She quickly gathered mana into her fist, thinking, "What the hell is this? Is someone attacking her?" But before the girl could wonder long, a cold figure appeared in her sight, Dekulin. Around him, sharp wood and metal fragments hovered and spun. Immediately, Epheren guessed that Dekulin had attacked the woman and demanded, "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you strike a civilian?" Dekulin merely stared at the strange woman, then said coldly, "Open your eyes and look again. She's not human." "What?" Epheren cried out in astonishment. When she turned to look, everything was as Dekulin said. The strange woman had vanished. In her place stood a humanoid monster. Its skin and eyes were blood-red, white smoke poured constantly from its mouth, and it looked extremely ferocious. The sight made Epheren recoil a step in fear. She stammered, "That? What is it?" In response, Dekulin only glanced back and said coldly, "It seems you've been charmed. This is the work of demons, don't interfere and leave." Having said that, Dekulin immediately used his manipulation magic, hurling Ephraim's small body out of the area. After seeing Ephraim vanish from view, he coldly turned to observe the demon before him and whispered, "Now, it's time to hunt." The red demon roared in fury at losing its prey. Without being told, both Dekulin and the demon lunged at each other at wind-ripping speed. Attacks came in a relentless barrage, clashing violently in the night. The red demon let out an enraged cry and shot forward like a bullet toward Dekulin. As it closed in on him, it swung an arm bristling with razor claws. But Dekulin swiftly manipulated the wood and metal fragments into a barrier across his chest, stopping the attack, while he himself retreated to maintain distance and analyze. Looking at the core on the demon's forehead, Dekulin thought, its trait must be illusion. But thanks to my resolve, my resistance to mental attacks, it has no effect on me. My blood is boiling. The Euclid bloodline makes me furious. Euclid attribute, unique rank. Description: a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or in areas heavy with dark mana, you can purify surrounding mana with your own and use it to enhance your strength. At full activation, combat ability rises to a new level, but in return you become more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. The heirs of the Euclid legacy were famed demon hunters since ancient times. Now that blood boils within Dekulin. He will never let the demon before him survive. Rage erupted. Dekulin clenched his fist, his gaze colder than ever. However, the red demon had no idea of the horror awaiting it. Like a crazed beast, it charged to attack. "Die," Dekulin grunted. The sharp wood and metal fragments shot forward, slicing through the air. Time quickly passed. Now the massive body of the demon lay collapsed in a pool of blood. There was no life left in it. At the same time, Dekulin received a system notification. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, completed. Shop coin +1, additional title reward, first demon slain, Euclid attribute unlocked. Dekulin narrowed his eyes, looked at the corpse before him and sneered, "Filthy creature. Even in death it only spews filth." He slightly frowned. A twinge of concern stirred in Dekulin. The appearance of this demon is not normal. This is a sign heralding the beginning, the start of a game more difficult than ever. Time quickly passed until morning. Scene shifts to the Academy Hospital, where the prodigy Ephraim suddenly awoke from her stupor. Beside her, a nurse saw this and said, "You're awake, Luna." Hearing her name, Ephraim blinked, looked around in confusion, and asked, "What happened?" "I was in the forest," and before she could finish, the nurse, understanding what she meant, answered immediately, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything from last night. A demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were struck by its dark charm and lost consciousness. Afterward, you were found and brought to the infirmary. Black Mountain has been sealed off due to that demon's appearance, and the Magic Tower is investigating." Pausing, the nurse continued, "Ah, and Professor Dekulin was the one who saved you." Hearing that, Ephraim's face turned sour as she muttered inwardly, "Damn it." Him again. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked the nurse, "Wait, what day is it today?" The nurse thought for a moment and replied, "Let's see. It's been 36 hours since you were brought here, so today is Wednesday." Back in Ephraim's perspective. Hearing this, the girl widened her eyes and screamed in panic, "Wait! If today is Wednesday, then I'm going to be late." Next, she bolted out of the hospital in a mad dash toward the lecture hall. When she arrived, she was panting like an ox. Huff, huff. That was close. Inside the lecture hall, her friend Julia saw Ephraim and waved excitedly. "Ephraim, over here. Are you okay? I came to the infirmary to visit you, but you weren't awake then." Ephraim nodded in reply, "I'm fine. Actually, I'm in the best shape right now because I overslept." After speaking, she glanced around and noticed some strange ingredients on the table. She frowned and asked, "But, what are these? Is there a new announcement for today's class that I missed?" Julia looked too and shook her head. "I don't know. It's been like this since I arrived. There must be a special class today." Not keeping them in suspense long, Dekulin entered the classroom shortly after, accompanied by his teaching assistant Alan. Dekulin's steady voice sounded, "Before we begin, I have an announcement. This is Alan. He is my teaching assistant." The class gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. "What? I thought Professor Dekulin preferred to teach alone." "That's right. I heard he never had an assistant before. But to become a teaching assistant, one must be evaluated and nominated by the professor. No way would Dekulin allow that to happen." "Right." Whispers and murmurs began to spread. Ephraim's face grew tense. She was one of the few who knew how difficult it was to become Dekulin's assistant. What does this mean? Many questions crowded her mind. That's also why her father, despite being a 30-year-old researcher, never had a chance to be an assistant. So why did Dekulin bring in a maid she'd never seen before? Thinking that, she glanced at Alan with a complicated look. However, Dekulin made no effort to explain. He simply declared, "Today's lesson will be based on practical experience. Try to solve this exercise within 3 hours." After he spoke, Alan quickly went to each desk and handed everyone a watch. "This is your watch, and this." Back in Ephraim's thoughts, Dekulin's sudden announcement of an assistant left her unsettled, making it hard for her to focus on the test. My father's legacy. This bracelet, I always ask myself. When will I become stronger? When will I prove myself? Instinctively, she looked down at her wrist, a habit she'd kept for a long time. To Dekulin, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance? And why is he doing these good deeds now? Ephraim shook her head and told herself, "No, I can't lose focus. I must finish this task. I need to come up with a spell quickly." But her mind remained clouded with too many thoughts. At that moment, the clear voice of the prodigy Sylvia suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. "I'm done." Hearing this, everyone turned to Sylvia in amazement. Flowers began to bloom before her, radiating a splendid aura. What? Not even 30 minutes? Of course, that's Sylvia. Turning to Dekulin, he stared intently at Sylvia, making the small girl feel pressured and break into a sweat. But then Dekulin simply nodded. "Perfect, you may go." Hearing that, Sylvia's eyes lit up with joy. She unconsciously glanced at Ephraim beside her, and noticed she was still struggling with the pile of ingredients. Sylvia sighed in relief. Ephraim noticed this too. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought, "Damn it, I have to finish this too." As time passed, the other students finished their tests one by one. Dekulin's voice continued across the classroom. "Julia, you may go. Lehin, you may go as well. Potten, you may go. Kane, you may go. Ehan, you may go." Students left the room in turn. On this side, Ephraim still hadn't completed her task, perhaps influenced by Dekulin, but even after all the students had left and night had fallen, she still hadn't accomplished anything. Ephraim's face went blank as she berated herself. "I'm finished. Please come up with something. Please think of something," she muttered to herself, forcing her mind to think. "Can't I do better than that damned Sylvia? I'm even the only one who couldn't accomplish anything the whole class. Why? Am I really so stupid that I can't finish a simple exercise like this?" She clenched her fist in anger. "Yes, I'm just ignorant. Revenge my ass. I haven't even studied properly. How can I compete with them?" Thinking that, she ground her teeth in frustration. Still, sitting in the classroom wouldn't solve anything. Finally, Ephraim slowly stood up, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Dekulin's cold voice rang out. 5 hours and 47 minutes. "How long do you intend to keep me waiting?" Ephraim's eyes widened in surprise. "Dekulin, he's still here." She was filled with astonishment. Dekulin looked at her, his tone icy. "You had trouble with an easy exercise and failed to complete it on time, even though others finished before you, even when someone you despise finished right in front of you. You must keep a cool, clear head at all times. With such a weak mindset, you'll never reach my level. I'm disappointed, Ephraim. I thought you would do better." With that, Dekulin quickly left the room, leaving Ephraim standing motionless there. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed. Ephraim slowly sat back down at the desk, replaying Dekulin's disappointed words before he left. Her hand curled into a fist, shaking uncontrollably from agitation. She clenched her teeth, bit her lip, and ground out, "So what? I can do it, even if someone like him is disappointed in me. I can still do it, no matter the consequences." Ephraim shouted, then began focusing her magic, determined to finish the exercise at all costs. Back at Dekulin's position. In truth, he hadn't left. He was standing just outside the door, quietly sensing the mana fluctuations inside the room and feeling a little relieved. "This shouldn't be a problem. I've spent over 6 hours on Ephraim, but it was necessary. I need Ephraim to be stronger to prepare for future events." Because of the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, Dekulin knew the main quest was about to begin. When an era of evil runs rampant, those who follow the path of good will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Ephraim. Right now, she still lacks the mental strength and sensitivity of a mage. But once Ephraim overcomes this obstacle, she will progress very quickly. Of course, that power will threaten me, but I will not allow it to happen. Fate is just an idea for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. With Dekulin's personality, he would hardly allow anyone to catch up to him. As he thought this, he sensed the mana fluctuations in the room had ceased. Then the classroom door was flung open forcefully, and Ephraim stormed out, scowling. She didn't even notice that Dekulin was standing there. After watching the young girl leave, Dekulin calmly entered the classroom to check Ephraim's test results. As no surprise to him, The flowers had bloomed brilliantly. Seeing this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the protagonist's cold face. He whispered, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. After speaking, he took out a sheet of paper with Ephraim's picture on it and wrote something down. As he wrote, he muttered, "The girl has revealed the innate weakness of an academy student. Still, this result is worthy of contesting for first place." At the same time, the system issued a notification. "Congratulations. Side quest completed. Your path, shop XP +1. After finishing everything, Deculin dragged his tired body out of the room. However, while he was still walking across the campus, a cheerful voice called from ahead. "Oh, Professor Deculin. Haha, long time no see." Hearing the call, Deculin immediately looked toward the speaker. Then the protagonist's expression tensed and sweat began to run. "It's Zeit. What is he doing here?" A few pieces of information about the burly man flashed through Deculin's mind. Zeit von Bruggen Freyden, currently the head of the Freyden family, and also Yuli's older brother. He was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Deculin and Yuli. But more importantly, his early-game combat power even surpasses Ganesha. In terms of strength, he ranks third at this stage, a figure notorious for terrifying combat ability. But why would someone like him seek me out? Could it be because of Yuli's snowstone? Thinking this, the biological alarm in Deculin's head kept ringing. He swallowed hard, unsure what to do. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. Ahead, Zeit didn't know the protagonist was so worried he was about to piss his pants, so he cheerfully called out, "Great to see you. I've heard you and Yuli haven't been getting along lately, so I've been worried. So I decided to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free?" After hearing Zeit's upbeat tone, Deculin breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness, for now he still seems friendly. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zeit's large hand slapped his shoulder. "Haha, decisive, I like that. I've prepared the dishes you like, so come. I arranged it, so I'll take care of everything. Then see you later, Professor Deculin." Zeit's tone sounded more like an order than an invitation. Watching his large back leave, Deculin felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't been given a chance to refuse. No. Rather, Zeit made it impossible to refuse. Zeit always puts his family above all. Who knows what would happen if I broke his plans? It seems I can't cancel this appointment. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene shifts to the Freyden family. At this time, Yuli had been informed about the meeting with Deculin. Naturally, she would not agree easily. "I don't want to meet him. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, so I don't have time to meet." In response to his sister's objection, Zeit's face showed some vexation. "You're angry because someone stole a snowstone from you, right?" Hearing that, Yuli immediately retorted, pouting, "Listen, no way." Zeit continued, "Why would he want a metal that's only useful for forging weapons? If not for you, then?" Before the burly brother could finish, Yuli shouted, "If he plans to give me a sword, I'll break off the engagement immediately." She said it with a face full of anger. However, Zeit opposite her was equally irritated. Thick blue veins like worms began to bulge on his neck and face. The burly man even began to radiate a terrifying pressure and growled, "Yuli, think carefully. The other day I told you that doing that was very foolish. I'm certain I warned you. In politics, there is no room for personal feelings. And as far as I know, there's no man who loves you. Or do you have someone who likes you?" Opposite him, Yuli ground her teeth and replied, "No." Seeing her somewhat resigned face, Zeit's tone softened a little as he asked, "Are you that concerned about Deculin's past?" Yuli answered immediately, "It's none of my business." "Then why?" Zeit asked further. For that question, she stood silent and did not answer. Seeing that, the head of the Freyden family had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he turned and left, but not before admonishing, "Be on time. If there's a problem, handle it." Behind him, Yuli remained standing silently. A mix of anger and helplessness began to swell inside her, making her hand clench tight. Then, as if to vent that anger, she frantically threw herself into sword training. The sound of wind-splitting strikes rang out continuously, and the ground around her suffered from her techniques. At that moment, a man in black approached from behind and warned, "Your sword path is chaotic, my lady." This black-haired man was Veron, Yuli's subordinate. Seeing him appear, Yuli calmed down somewhat and replied, "Veron, I'm sorry. You've seen my ugly side." Veron answered with a composed face, "It's nothing, my lady. I still can't believe that scoundrel suits you so much that the family head forced you to marry him." Turning to Yuli's perspective, not allowing his subordinate to speak further, she immediately cut him off. "Enough. As a knight, it's unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. Don't dirty your hands for me, I'm fine," Yuli said with emotion, then quickly spun and left. "I'm going home, prepare yourself." "Yes, my lady." Veron replied from behind. Watching the small figure walking away step by step, the subordinate seemed to reach a decision. He thought, "My lady, I have finally found the answer to this suffering. I have found a way to prove my loyalty. As her subordinate, this is something only I can do. I will make you happy, my lady." Thinking that, he unconsciously grabbed the sword at his hip. His voice carried a hint of killing intent. In another development, because a demon had appeared on Black Mountain, Elder Birch of the council was convening a meeting. Inside the room, an elderly man spoke. "They say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. At first, mages had to use secret arts to suppress its malice, but with the demon's reappearance, we must act immediately. Send letters to the 12 great families, tell them to gather." According to Birch's wishes, time quickly passed to the next day. At this time, Deculin was checking the items he had won at auction. Finally, he finished sorting the items he'd won. "I can use Rupararin's ring. It will help me recover mana faster. This amulet can also store mana. I'll put the remaining items in the cellar as Ganesha suggested. No need to worry about anyone stealing them." However, there was still a problem. The most important item couldn't be used right now. Deculin's gaze turned to the precious snowstone he had arduously won at auction. It was currently locked away in a cabinet. "I know I can't use this snowstone immediately, but it still remains unmoved, no matter how much spirit power I use. Is it resisting my mana? In the game it's very expensive. I could only admire it, so I don't know how to use it. If I melt it down, could I control it with spirit power?" Thinking that, Deculin suddenly had an idea. "I can look up its properties in the library. A sword can be tamed through communication, so I have to communicate with and understand this stone. If that's the case, then don't hesitate another moment." He reached out and lightly touched the slab before him. Immediately, the snowstone erupted with a fierce light. Not long after, Deculin reluctantly withdrew his hand. A message appeared on the screen. "Insight plus 0.1%, mana 1,357, 3357 plus 300. Seeing how much mana he had spent to tame the stone, Deculin could only shake his head in dismay. 2,000 mana just to increase 0.1%? It'll take me a year to tame this. Could I do better? Well, I should get out for a bit." Thinking that, Deculin glanced at the calendar beside him and whispered, "Tonight I have a dinner with Zeit, and there's also some event. Before I occupied this body, the plan was made 3 days before the day I died." Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Von Meschel restaurant. This is where that burly Zeit held the meeting. Deculin was already there. As soon as he appeared, the Freyden head cheerfully said, "Thanks for coming. Yuli went ahead. She's waiting inside." Saying that, the two quickly stepped into the room, followed by murmurs of admiration from the guests. "You look beautiful dressed like that, Yuli." From everyone's gaze, inside the room, Yuli wore an extremely alluring outfit, completely different from the armor she normally wore. Her radiant appearance even caused the cold young man Deculin to change expression slightly. He thought, "She usually only wears armor. I didn't expect she'd look so beautiful dressed up. No wonder Deculin likes her." Beside her, Yuli complained in response, "Of course, do you know how much effort I put in?" Not paying much attention to that remark, after Zeit sat down, he turned to speak with another person at the party. "You came too." The woman replied that she came along to look after Yuli. Back to Deculin's perspective, the appearance of the unfamiliar woman at the party made him a bit uneasy. "I didn't know she'd come. I was too focused on Yuli. But I don't want to meet her here. Josephine. Even if she came as my fiancé's sister, it can't be that simple. She is the person I must be wary of above all others. She is someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. She's like a madwoman. Josephine is the head of Black Shadow, a covert intelligence organization. She is also very powerful, comparable to Zeit. The only person she respects is Yuli. So if anyone harms Yuli, she will be furious. I don't know why Josephine hasn't dealt with Deculin yet, but she's bound to do it. When I first stepped into this room, she radiated a huge, murderous intent toward me. Perhaps it's the fate of the antagonist. I can clearly feel her killing intent. This variable will be very dangerous. In the end, I must show reverence to Yuli to survive this death." Deculin quietly reminded himself. Beside him, the burly Zeit, unaware his future brother-in-law was nervous, enthusiastically said, "Let's get straight to the point, Professor Deculin. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, hasn't it?" Not giving Deculin a chance to answer, Yuli, sitting to one side, fumbled as if to speak. However, Zeit didn't let her voice her thoughts and put up a hand to stop her. "This is adult business." Hearing that, Yuli's gaze fell in sadness. Her lips pressed together tightly, speechless. Back to Deculin before voicing his thoughts. He cast a glance to observe the dangerous figure, Josephine, for a moment. From the protagonist's view, Josephine tilted her head slightly as if unconcerned. Yet her eyes, seemingly casual, were fixed on Dekulin, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. To keep his own life safe, Dekulin began to prepare the lines he'd rehearsed. "I'll let Yuli handle this. If she doesn't trust this marriage, I'm willing to give it up." Dekulin's seemingly caring words made Yuli so angry she ground her teeth, while the burly family head Zeit gently chided. "Good heavens, marriage is a serious matter. How can you take it lightly? Haven't you two been apart too long? If so, just rekindle the feelings. Marriage isn't something you can just drop. The elders of the family won't accept that either." Hearing this, Yuli could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Family head, please allow us to speak privately, please." From Yuli's tone, Zeit immediately guessed his sister was somewhat unset. After about 2 seconds' thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go, Josephine." So the two of them stood and left the room. Before walking out, Josephine even waved cheerfully. "Have a nice chat, Tilda." Once the room door was closed, Yuli's cold voice rang out. "What are you planning to do this time? What do you want after all?" she asked, looking at Dekulin with eyes full of hatred. At the same time, outside, Josephine stood silently in the corridor, secretly eavesdropping on the young couple's conversation inside the room. Back to Dekulin, he didn't dare to risk answering the question immediately and instead glanced toward the door, worry clearly visible in his eyes. "She's eavesdropping behind that door. Josephine is listening." She acted as if she had left, but it was certainly only to hide her listening device. There's no way she actually left. However, this was also an opportunity. Josephine didn't know that she had been discovered. Dekulin truly loved Yuli. If he could make her believe that, he could avoid the deadly variable. With that thought, he switched on his superb acting skills to fool his little wife. He put on an emotional face and said, "Yuli, I'll tell you the truth. As you can see, I cannot cancel the betrothal as I wish. No, more precisely, there's nothing we can do. Things have gone too far." Hearing that, Yuli across from him clenched her hands and demanded, "So this time, what dirty method will you use to torment me? Before we were betrothed, you used your connections to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the elder of my family. Do you remember what you said to convince me? You said fighting is too dangerous. Because of that line, you forced me to give up pursuing the Empire's cause, then suggested I take over as captain of REINCARNATED, the unit managed by the Yuklin family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. What are you trying to do?" As she spoke, tears welled in Yuli's eyes. She stared at Dekulin, waiting for an answer. But looking at her face now, Dekulin was also silenced. He told himself, "I know all of this." He had mistaken obsessive insistence on keeping her by his side for love, and he sabotaged everything around Yuli, so she had no choice but to stay. Dekulin had committed unforgivable acts. Therefore, I understand Yuli's resentment better than anyone. Thinking this, Dekulin could only say, "I will not do that anymore." "I don't believe you," Yuli shouted. Yet the protagonist's next words truly surprised her. "I know I pushed you too hard. I realize what I did was wrong, but I didn't do it alone. Your sister and brother also went too far. If it weren't for that, they would have no reason to oppose canceling the betrothal, simply for family honor. Besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guard? A guard is a knight not affiliated with any family, sworn to protect only the emperor. Yuli, I am neither honest nor loyal. I am completely the opposite of your ideal. I am not suitable for you. The only thing I can do for you is to maintain our betrothal, but not to marry you. I truly want you to be free, but given this tangled web of interests, I cannot. You can use my name to protect yourself as long as you need until you can pursue your dream. I will wait, and I will keep our betrothal." Across from him, Yuli's face had lost all anger. Instead, she sounded skeptical. "What are you planning? Why are you saying all this now?" In response, Dekulin kept his tone. "I'm not expecting anything by saying all this. However, if I could ask for one thing, I want to see your smile once a month. That's what I wish for," he said with a sorrowful look. When Yuli heard this, her face blushed like a ripe fruit. Her voice became stammering and inarticulate. "What? Why would you suddenly want something like that?" Not only her, even Josephine, eavesdropping outside, was startled and blushed, leaving Zeit beside her a bit puzzled. Back to Dekulin, he had been lost in thought. To avoid the deadly variable, I said what she wanted to hear. However, seeing how flustered Yuli was after his words, she looked truly adorable. I must admit, even the love Dekulin felt for Yuli is mine now. Opposite him, Yuli's face grew redder. She said shamefully, "Are you trying to trick me with such embarrassing words? Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll never trust your plan." Seeing her reaction, Dekulin couldn't help but laugh out loud. But that made Yuli even more embarrassed. "Why are you laughing? I told you I wouldn't believe it." Outside, at Dekulin's acting, even Josephine was completely convinced and felt reassured. Although slightly embarrassed, are his feelings real? If so, Should I watch a little longer? In short, Dekulin avoided another deadly variable and earned 2 more shop coins. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, he was in his fancy car, heading somewhere. Inside the car, Dekulin glanced at the surroundings and thought, 3 days went by so fast. The Memorial Day has arrived. The protagonist's destination this time was a cemetery. After instructing the driver to wait outside, Dekulin entered the cemetery alone. As he walked, Dekulin's mood was full of emotion. Only the sound of footsteps in a graveyard can stir a person's feelings, simply because of the atmosphere. Sunlight threaded through the blades of grass and the cracks on the tombstones. My heart dissolved into this place before my body had a chance to. This is where my memories are kept, not Dekulin's but Kim Woo-jin's. Thinking that, Dekulin looked toward a particular gravestone. Images of his ex-girlfriend, Yu Ah-ra, began to surface in his mind. Her beautiful smile was still imprinted in Dekulin's memory. To clarify this, let's go back to a time in the past. It happened late one night. While Dekulin was taking a short break, his girlfriend suddenly suggested, "I'm going to hide an Easter egg inside." I was thinking it would be great if we added something to Dekulin's profile. He's the game's main boss, so I thought that would be enough. I also have the author's permission, she said excitedly. But faced with that attitude, Dekulin was only slightly annoyed. He tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash and shook his head in complaint. "That will only add to our workload. We've been working all night. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to increase our workload, team leader." Hearing that, Ah-ra crossed her arms and protested. "Why not? This is important too. We have to put our hearts into the game." In response came the protagonist's sigh. "You're babbling again. Fine, do whatever you want. You didn't bring this up to ask my opinion anyway." From Ah-ra's perspective, she looked at her boyfriend and said with delight, "I think it's a pretty good idea. It won't be useless. Dekulin also has a deceased fiancé, after all." At that time, Ah-ra always spoke cheerfully about the interesting ideas she came up with. I couldn't understand what she found amusing about those stories. I didn't know what her joke meant. After she placed an Easter egg in, what made her smile so happily? To recall Kim Woo-jin's memories, I must find those clues. Did I call the idea great, or did I ruthlessly dismiss her? Thinking that, Dekulin studied the gravestone before him. Inscribed on it were the words, "Yu Ah-ra von Ferges Mahanisht, always grateful to you." Reading that inscription, Dekulin seemed stunned. He stood there, dazed, thinking, why did she carve my name on this gravestone? Dekulin was created based on Kim Woo-jin. Why did Ah-ra use her own name for the deceased fiancé of Dekulin? And why did she thank me? Thinking that, Dekulin reached out and lightly touched the cold gravestone. A wave of emotion began to flood Dekulin's body, causing him to be unable to hold back his tears. A single word could fill his entire being with feeling. It was as if he could hear Ah-ra's whispers. Memories of earlier days returned in succession. The way she gushed praise for his drawings, the way she put a coat on him whenever he shivered from the cold, the way she held his hand and told him she loved him, the way she always helped him up when he was tired. 7 years together, always by my side. Memories of her. The more he thought, the more Dekulin's tears flowed. However, there was one thing he did not know. Not far away, a strange man was watching him, grinding his teeth. He whispered, "I've found you, filthy mage." Time passed quickly. By now, Dekulin's tear-streaked face had gone, replaced by his usual cold expression. Done with what he came to do, he wanted to leave the cemetery. As he walked, he thought, now I'm calm like this, as if I never cried just now. Dekulin's personality is truly puzzling at times like this. With that in mind, the strange man stepped forward and blocked Dekulin's path. Looking at his silhouette, the protagonist murmured, "A familiar face. Lockhart, isn't it?" From Dekulin's view, the long-haired stranger held a sharp dagger. A murderous aura radiated from him, enough to make an ordinary person shudder in fear. He was Lockhart, the mage killer who had been wanted and publicized earlier. Seeing Dekulin recognize him, Lockhart grew furious, like a mad dog about to bite. "You know of me? Unbelievable. How dare an arrogant, trivial mage like you say that?" Not answering the taunt, Dekulin quickly reviewed what he knew about Lockhart. The mage killer Lockhart. This guy was a lieutenant villain who targeted only mages. What made him a natural enemy of mages was his ability to nullify magic. As in other games, nullification is often seen as cheating. Moreover, Lockhart's ability had no limits and wasn't even affected by physical force. Thinking that, as Lockhart lunged to get close to Dekulin to taste some blood, he quickly used his telekinesis, sending fragments of stone flying forward like bullets. However, when the stones were only a few centimeters from Lockhart, they suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. This made Dekulin narrow his eyes. Although he had known beforehand, it still bothered him. Magic couldn't be used within his range. He muttered while on the other side Lockhart opened his mouth in a loud laugh. "Ha ha, stupid mage. Magic doesn't work on me." After saying that, he swung the dagger toward Deculin. Deculin nimbly jumped back to dodge. Next, Lockhart kept charging. His arm swung like a machine, attacking frantically. But with his observational skills, Deculin easily read his attack angles and gently evaded without difficulty. Most mages would tremble before Lockhart because of his special ability. However, Deculin was different. At that moment, Lockhart leapt into the air, aiming the dagger at Deculin and shouted, "Die!" In response to his words, came a powerful punch from Deculin, striking his face. The force of the blow immediately sent Lockhart's nose bleeding profusely. After all, Deculin's daily physical training was not for nothing. Lockhart's body was flung away like a torn sack. Seeing his pathetic state, Deculin said coldly, "It's meaningless to me." Lockhart roared in anger, "You bastard!" But before he could utter more, he took a full-force kick to the face from Deculin. A few days earlier, I had managed to get 10 shop coins and buy mana quality enhancement. This helps improve my mana control efficiency. After enhancing mana quality, Deculin tried using telekinesis to manipulate a chair. Immediately, the chair shot up onto the roof and got stuck there. It seems I need to recalibrate this entirely. I only wanted to lift it a little. But now I realize I can unleash more mana than before. It seems this ability applies over a wider range than I thought. Now let's just carry on with daily life as usual. Saying that, Deculin quickly took off his shirt and tossed it aside, then began his usual pull-up exercise. However, the moment he grabbed the bar, Deculin suddenly noticed something strange. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and saw deep, distinct indentations where he'd gripped. This surprised Deculin. "What is this? I thought it would be only a mild enhancement, but in reality, it significantly increased my bodily strength quality." Back in the present, Lockhart had been kicked flat on the ground like a dead dog by Deculin. At the same time, the system announced, "Villain's fate, surpassed uncertain death." Shop coins +2, not paying much attention to the notification. Deculin simply stared at Lockhart, the man he had been beating like a dog, and thought, "I know that mana quality enhancement also applies as an attribute. I could beat Lockhart with the Iron Man attribute, but since that characteristic has become stronger, everything is easier than I expected." In front of him, Lockhart's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he tried to get up. He kept cursing under his breath, "Damn it. I could have wiped out those damn mages, traitorous mages. The ones who betrayed God, Vissam, the Brecks, the shameless brats. You're all madmen. You're just a useless insect without magic." Deculin, with his noble dignity, did not get angry at Lockhart's meaningless curses. He began to consider this man's power, a skill so strong it could be considered cheating. A rage directed squarely at mages, and within that expression was betrayal. Deculin suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lockhart, are you of the Scarlet Clan?" This unexpected question left Lockhart looking stunned. He stared at Deculin, then hesitantly asked, "You, how did you know?" "The Scarlet Clan is named so because they are all born within a curtain of blood. Their bloodline descends from demons of ancient times. They conceal their identities and live scattered across the continent, the race opposed to mages. Just as magic was created to fight demons, the conflict between mages and the Scarlet Clan is a core element in shaping the world view, and is also one of the main storylines of the game. However, the Scarlet Clan constantly faces mortal danger, simply because of their ancestors. A purge is very likely happening somewhere right now. Thinking of that, Deculin's face showed some sympathy. He said, "Lockhart, I understand you very well. The oppression you've endured for so long has truly been harsh. But if you kill an innocent mage, you'll become a monster like them." In response to this, Lockhart's face twisted with extreme rage. He shouted as if he couldn't accept that such words could come from a mage, "Shut up, what do you know? Stop preaching and just kill me." But Deculin calmly explained, "I know that because the Scarlet Clan is innocent too." This statement left Lockhart momentarily stunned. But quickly he countered, "What? You little mage, what did you just say?" Deculin remained calm and replied, "I am Deculin of the Euclin family. It is a family of high nobility, one that has never lost its dignity." Hearing Deculin introduce himself, Lockhart truly could not understand. He shouted, "Are you going to preach to me before you kill me?" But Deculin continued, "The only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. The Euclin line has hunted demons since ancient times. We start to go mad as if we're just waiting to see a demon. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. But did I lose my dignity and composure when standing before you? Did I waver when you provoked me? Did I go mad as if I'd been waiting for it for a long time? You are human, you can trust me. Ahead, Lockhart's face truly became dazed. An unusual thought suddenly arose in his mind. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true noble. At that moment, a shout came from the distance. Over here, hurry up. Hearing the call, Deculin quickly delivered a kick to Lockhart's chin, causing him to spit blood and faint on the spot. So stay there and surrender, he murmured, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Shortly after, one of two people who had run up stood at attention and introduced himself. I am Inspector Robar. That was quite a kick. You must be Professor Deculin. As for this murderer, should I give him a few more kicks? He said, turning to glare angrily at Lockhart. Fortunately, Deculin stepped in to stop him. It's fine, leave him be. With that said, he began to use his telekinesis. A pile of sand not far away slowly changed, gradually forming a sturdy rope. Seeing this, Inspector Robar was stunned. I didn't expect magic to be this wondrous. Deculin handed him the rope he had made and instructed. This one can nullify magic so spells won't work on him. Instead, tie him with this rope. So miraculous. No wonder he's so good at fleeing and why the magic radar didn't work, Robar said in amazement. Then Deculin asked, why did you arrive early? Weren't you on patrol? Inspector Robar shook his head slightly and explained. We came after receiving a report. Didn't you report it, Professor? Not me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called it in. Then I'll go ahead, you get to work. Understood, Robar replied quickly. Back to Deculin, the encounter with Lockhart here was a minor matter for him. Luckily, he could resolve it without bloodshed. There are still traces of that person here. I don't want to hurt anyone, Deculin thought to himself. Time passed quickly, scene change. The next day at the Euclid Manor, Deculin's training room. At that time, his sister Uriel was also present to deliver a summons from the Berkt Council. She said, it's the first meeting in 15 years at Berkt. Hearing that, Deculin paused his training. He took the letter and casually asked, you came all the way here just to give me this scroll? Uriel replied with a bored expression. Because you don't care, so I had to come in person. Isn't it the head of the family's role to look after this household? And when will you put some clothes on? Meanwhile, Deculin quickly opened the scroll and grasped the letter's contents. It read, recently, demons have appeared on Black Mountain. Therefore, the Berkt Council wishes to assemble the families to discuss this matter. At the same time, the system issued a main quest for him. Main quest, Berkt Summons. After reading it, Deculin said to Uriel, it will take place in a week. I can bring someone with me like a guard. Hearing this, Uriel was a bit surprised, then probed. You need a guard? Then I'll ask Jeff. He used to be with the mercenary company. Deculin shook his head. No need for that. Someone like Jeff is even less necessary. He's more used to holding a helm than a weapon. Opposite him, Uriel let out a soft snort, but then her expression grew worried as she warned, you can't go without a guard. I've been there. The journey to Berkt can be life-threatening. I've been there. The journey to Berkt can be life-threatening. Her words made Deculin pause slightly. He asked, you're worried about me? Dream on, don't say such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you. Uriel shouted, before she awkwardly cleared her throat and added, leave the guard matter to me. I'll hire someone trustworthy. Scene change, Freyden military camp. At this time, Yuli was training a group of soldiers. Good, that's the attitude, keep your focus. Not far away, the deputy commander looked ahead with a face full of anxiety. What should I do? In response, someone behind spoke up. What do you mean? The sudden voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted, at least walk so you make some noise, Veron. We just landed a big contract, but there's something that worries me. I'm not sure we should accept. Veron raised an eyebrow. Don't speculate. Tell me your concern, deputy. Hearing that, the man could only bitterly speak his worry. This matter is awkward to bring up with her. The mission is to protect Deculin. More precisely, to protect the entire convoy. But plainly, they know if they asked us to guard the whole convoy, we wouldn't agree. That's why they downplayed it, the deputy said calmly. What he didn't know was that when Veron heard the name Deculin, his hand trembled with excitement. However, Veron quickly hid his earlier manner and advised, take that mission. Guarding an entire convoy isn't something just anyone can do. If we succeed, our army's reputation will rise immediately. Money worries will ease too. After all, we are a private army. The deputy still hesitated. But the commander, about Deculin, however, Veron cut in coldly. It's fine. Our commander isn't the kind to let personal feelings interfere with a mission. Hearing this, the deputy nodded in agreement. That's true, I'll report back to the commander then. With that said, the man quickly departed. Behind him, Veron stood there with a cold expression. Berkt is the name of the Highland mountain range in the northern part of the continent, rising to 3,500 meters. It is also home to the mages known as the Elders of Berk. This place is the center of all magical schools across the continent, where every thought and research on magic converges. Magical towers are to be expected, but even the floating isles of wizards cannot disobey orders issued from here. Berk's influence is so vast that it can be considered the pillar of the magical world. And because the Summoning Congress is held so rarely, only once every few decades, being summoned to Berkt for this event is both an honor and a recognition of one's standing in the magical community. However, a summons from Berkt is also known as a grave for mages. Scene change, Berkt Station. Currently, Yuli's group is present at the station. She spoke up to instruct her vice captain. "Have you prepared thoroughly?" "Of course, don't worry," the vice captain replied, then added, "He's coming." Hearing that, the night Yuli turned her face back and saw Dekulin approaching with his assistant Alan. On this side, Alan looked around with delight and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's April but the snow's falling thick, Professor. We really are up in the far north." Returning to Yuli, upon seeing them, she stepped forward to greet them. "Thank you for making the trip. From this transfer station, the Freyden Association will be responsible for protecting half the train. We will do everything we can to protect you and make sure you have a comfortable journey," she said with a flushed face. The meeting party from the other night still seemed to linger in her mind, thinking back to Dekulin's words the other day. "I hope you'll give me your smile once a month." Yuli began trembling again. She kept asking herself, "What should I do now? Should I smile? If I smile, how? A big beaming grin or just a small smile? Why do I have to suffer this?" Behind her, the vice captain, seeing Yuli's trembling, secretly cried inside. Even though she hates him to the bone, she still gives her all for him. "She truly deserves respect, Captain." Thinking that, he also spoke up. "Captain, I'll take care of." But before he could finish, the subordinate Veron stepped forward and introduced himself. "My name is Veron. This time I've been assigned as an escort. These two only came to show their respects after giving me this duty." In response, the vice captain smiled, patted Veron on the back a few times, and introduced, "This kid is truly talented, recognized by our association. So you needn't worry, Professor." Main character's viewpoint, Dekulin. Seeing the vice captain praise Veron like that in front of him, Dekulin quietly frowned and observed, "Talented, huh? To be sure, I should test him with keen sight, but I can't sense any special energy from him. Am I overthinking this?" Across from them, Veron was unaware that Dekulin was secretly inspecting him. He casually spoke, "Most mages travel with guards, so each train car is assigned a person. I'll take charge of the car where you are, Professor." Dekulin nodded. "Then I'll be relying on you." On this side, after finishing the greetings, Yuli was also about to leave. "All right, I'm done. Have a safe trip." After saying this, she quickly left together with the vice captain. However, as if suddenly remembering something, she abruptly turned back. She forced a painfully awkward smile, her face flushed. Across from them, Dekulin chuckled. "So she kept her word," he murmured. Time passed quickly. A few hours later, inside the train carriage, Dekulin noticed his assistant Alan looking exhausted, so he advised, "If you're tired, just sleep. We still have a few hours to go." In response, Alan, his eyes already drooping, didn't refuse. "All right, I'll catch a nap then." He leaned back slightly and dozed off, while Dekulin remained lost in thought about the meeting at Berkt. A summons from Berkt is called a mage's grave for a reason. Berkt is seen as the pillar of the magical world, but it also has a second, utterly opposite face. That's because unexpected incidents always occur whenever the Summoning Congress at Berkt convenes. One of the greatest dangers is attacks on the trains. Surviving such an event isn't easy. One of the reasons the original Dekulin died was a mind game that required guessing which train route would be safe among those heading to Berkt. If you wanted the less risky option, you could buy information from underground forces about which train would be attacked. If it were the original Dekulin, he certainly would have done that. However, that's impossible now. After I took over Dekulin, I cut off all ties with the underworld. Therefore, before coming here, I prepared many measures to protect myself. For example, that's why I used insight to learn the legendary martial art Estran combat. And credit where it's due, Alan is really sleeping deeply. He was causing a fuss with excitement earlier, and now he's out like a light. Back a few days when Dekulin made the offer to his assistant. "Alan, do you want to go to Berkt with me? Be my assistant. Of course, it's dangerous, so you can refuse if you want." On the other side, Alan was so excited he almost cried. "Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me to get this chance is such an honor." He spoke with tears and snot all over, which made cleanliness-obsessed Dekulin angry. "If your nose starts running, I'm not taking you." Back to the present. Honestly, Alan agreeing to come along surprised Dekulin a bit. Really surprised. I didn't think he'd accept given how dangerous it is. Is he more ambitious than I thought? Time flew. The train paused briefly to drop off passengers at some station. Dekulin glanced outside and thought to himself, only the final stop remains, Berkt. So far nothing has happened. Did I pick the right train after all? I prepared extremely thoroughly, but it seems it was all for nothing. Before leaving, I used the Midas hand on the outfit of a famed master to boost its defense. I also reinforced various wooden and steel pieces and installed them inside the carriage. I even cast enchantments on Alan's clothes. Thinking this, Dekulin's face grew a bit solemn. Lately, I've used Midas hand so much that my mana is nearly depleted. Should I save it for something else? What a waste. Preparations are preparations, but it's best if nothing happens. Hopefully everything will stay peaceful like this, Dekulin whispered to himself. But of course, things never go the way he plans. As the train crossed a large stone bridge, suddenly a carriage exploded with a tremendous bang. Rewinding to a few days earlier, before Dekulin boarded the train to Berkt, Gilthian and his son Sylvia had already begun their journey. Inside the carriage, Uncle Gilthian complained to his daughter, "Not even on the train are you going to put the book down?" Across from them, Sylvia kept her head bent over the exercise sheets in front of her. The professor assigned a lot of homework. Hearing this, Gilthian chuckled and advised, "Haha, you'll be an archmage someday, yet you're more diligent than anyone." Sylvia replied calmly, "If I can't even do this, how could I possibly become an archmage?" She looked a little displeased, her eyes thoughtful as she thought, "Honestly, I'm not worried about Epheren at all, but I still want to hear more of Dekulin's lectures." Curious, Sylvia asked her father, "Father, why did we leave early to attend the summoning congress at Berkt? Couldn't we have gone in a few days?" Across from them, upon hearing the question, Gilthian suddenly fell silent. He was quiet for a long moment, then in a steady voice he said, "Have you ever heard that the trip to Berkt is a mage's grave?" Sylvia, surprised, asked, "I thought that was just a ghost story." Her father shook his head and slowly explained, "It's no joke. Whenever there's a summons to Berkt, a few mages always die. 15 years ago, 11 people were killed. For a long time, being summoned to Berkt has been a sign of a prestigious family. If you're chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family's name will be engraved in history. However, families that are summoned but cannot attend the Congress are permanently erased from the rolls. And there's an important rule. A new family will take that vacant spot. So what's the easiest way to pull a prestigious family down? Sylvia began to understand. Surely families not in the top 20 would try to assassinate attendees to take their place. Still, it was hard to fully believe. No, this. Before she could finish, Gilthian admitted, "That's exactly it. The trip to Berkt is like thin ice. Those who crave fame as renowned mages will die for what they're trying to achieve. That's why we must hurry. We received word that a group is plotting to attack the train departing after hours. I brought you along to be as cautious as possible. However, if this leaks, there will definitely be trouble." Gilthian paused, then thought, "Should I explain this to Sylvia? After all, she'll have to face the world's cruelty." He continued, "Among the 12 traditional families, do you think any family always keeps its position? If someone must be punished for this, it would be all the mages. The deaths on the way to the Congress are essentially magical natural deaths." Back to the present, the explosion from the carriage immediately put Dekulin and Veron on alert. Dekulin narrowed his eyes and began to use his mental force. The nearby window instantly blew out. Because of the blast, Alan slowly woke up. Seeing the scene before him, he was astonished. What is happening?" Alan panicked. "Professor, look, the entire train is floating in midair." Back with Dekulin, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. What a relief. Estran's martial art is part of it. But memorizing the basic kinetic incantation before departure is what saved us. At the same time, on the roof of the carriage, the attacking assassin group was equally stunned. "This is ridiculous. The whole train is floating in midair. Are the high-level professors all like this?" In reply to the assassin who spoke, another in the group growled, "This is a bit unexpected, but we're just getting started. Everyone focus. If we succeed, we'll get a handsome reward." With that, they dropped a rope down and used it to swing into the carriage, where Dekulin was sitting. They kicked through the window glass and climbed in, sending shards of glass scattering everywhere. However, Dekulin had long since prepared for this attack. Seeing them appear, he said coldly, "What a bunch of idiots. Too bad for you that I anticipated this." No sooner had he finished speaking than he used his mental force to hurl broken steel and splintered wood at the assassins like bullets. They'd barely swung into the carriage and hadn't had time to steady themselves before they were riddled like beehives. Beside him, his assistant Alan, witnessing the scene, shouted in shock, "Professor, this is an attack. What's going on?" Hearing this, Dekulin glanced at him, then delivered a sharp chop to Alan's neck, knocking him out on the spot. Take a rest, Alan, Deculin whispered, then turned to Veron. Veron, right. Take this kid to safety. If there are other passengers in other carriages, evacuate them. Obeying Deculin's request, Veron quickly lifted Alan and carried him out of the carriage. Watching their backs recede, Deculin felt a twinge of thought. Alan's neck felt too soft. I can sense the difference thanks to the steel body trait that has enhanced my senses. Could it be? He suspected for a moment, but very quickly. Deculin pushed the thought aside. He turned inward to face the remaining assassins. Let me finish this first, then I'll think about it. Staring them down, he said coldly, You started this, so you should know what's right. Yes, your deaths here will also be natural deaths. As the words rang out, Deculin's body erupted with violent mana. That made the assassin's hair stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger began to engulf them. Back with Veron. After setting Alan safely to sit against a rock below, Veron looked up at the carriage floating in midair. He frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. Back with Deculin. Now inside the carriage, the assassins' bodies lay scattered everywhere. Puddles of blood stained the floor, none of them still breath. Deculin sat wearily against the seat, trying to steady his breathing. More tiring than I thought, mitigating the blast damage and fighting at the same time. Drained my mana dry. As he thinks this, he looks at his trembling hand. His mana now is down to exactly 10 points. Soon after, the swordsman Veron returns to the carriage and reports. I've taken all the remaining passengers to safety. Hearing this, Deculin nods in praise. Well done. Then we should, before he finishes, Deculin's eyes flash with surprise. He studies Veron's expression intently, then thinks, this guy. His gaze is different than before. Well, I was stunned by the attack too. He must be surprised as well, right? That's what Deculin thinks. But immediately after, he sees red auras continuously rising from Veron. This is the sign of death, a sign tied to the fate of a villain. Sweat immediately beads on Deculin's face. He's been moving with me all this time while hiding his true nature. I let my guard down. Ahead, the swordsman Veron no longer hides his intent. He draws his sword, points it at Deculin, and says coldly, Fortunately, you survived. I must kill you with my own hands. Deculin, already exhausted, tries to buy time and asks, one last question. Are you doing this on someone's orders? Is it Yuli? At that, Veron across from him screams like a mad dog. Stop. If you mention my master's name one more time, I won't forgive you. She is a courageous warrior. She would never think of such things. Erase that imagination from your mind. You will die by my hand for my master. From Deculin's point of view, seeing Veron's determined face, he quickly pieces things together. It seems this has nothing to do with Yuli, judging by his expression. But the problem now is, I only have 10 mana points left. Can I defeat someone talented enough to be rated an excellent warrior of Team Freyden in this state? Deculin asks himself. However, Veron offers him no time to think. He suddenly launches his attack. Then my duty as a guard ends here. With that, he rushes at Deculin, swinging his sword down at lightning speed. Seeing this, Deculin forces himself to control a shard of wood and steel, quickly blocking the blow. At the same time, he cancels the spell that had kept the train suspended in the air. So, the train begins to fall straight downward. Cut to Sylvia's private room. Outside, a knight carrying 2 ice creams cheerfully offers. Would you like to try some, milady? This is Burke's specialty, eternal snow ice cream. Sylvia, the genius, merely sighs and declines, I'm fine. You can have more, Sirio, I'm tired of them. I've eaten plenty. Is everyone here? Hearing this, Sirio the knight asks, whom do you mean? Except for Euclid and Rewind, everyone is here. Milady, are you waiting for someone? Ah, no. Sylvia shakes her head. Her expression is thoughtful, which seems to make Sirio realize something. He quickly leaves the room, saying, then, I'll take my leave. If anything happens, call me, milady. Back to Sylvia's perspective. Sitting alone in the room, she begins to recall an old memory. A day in the cemetery. It was just a normal day. A day she visited her mother and spoke to her. She gently placed a bouquet on the cold gravestone and said, How have you been lately, mother? Professor Deculin is terrible. He gives too much homework as if I only attend his class. Today. But at that moment, she suddenly hears a sobbing sound coming from somewhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sylvia quietly follows the sound. And then, she witnesses an unexpected scene. Up ahead, a figure is kneeling before a grave. It is Deculin. Even seen from behind, she immediately recognizes her teacher, even just his hunched back. One look and she is certain it is Deculin. Why is he in a place like this? I don't think he's the type to be sorrowful over someone else's loss. Sylvia wonders to herself. At the same time, ahead, Deculin stands up. At the corners of his eyes, 2 lines of tears still remain. This leaves Sylvia dazed. Is he crying? Deculin, the man always cold and stern, had shed tears. That's wonderful. I always thought he was an annoying, self-righteous professor, but he himself once lost someone he loved. Those tears like shooting stars, they weave through my mind. At that thought, her heart seems to beat a little faster. She remembers her father's words from before. I received word that a group is plotting to attack the train. Gilthian's remark made Sylvia a bit worried. How bothersome. After hearing Deculin's lecture that day, I felt there was something I wanted to try. If I try using this mana stone, could it work? Among the 3 attributes of primal magic, all are formed by using root spells and their variations. Sylvia's magic is a combination of the 3 basic attributes. She uses the mana stone as a medium and reshapes it as she wishes. Now Sylvia begins to channel the magic within her, making the stone in her hand glow with a sparkling radiance. Then streams of energy pour from the stone, starting to converge. Finally, a small dove gradually appears. I did it. Sylvia exclaims joyfully, then begins to name the bird. From now on, your name will be Swift. As she says it, she gently presses her forehead to the little bird's head, as if conveying something to it. After finishing, Sylvia softly flicks the dove into the air, then whispers, "Fly, go and show me what you see." Back at Deculin's location, the train is not entirely plunging into the ravine. Instead, part of it remains snagged on the mountainside. Inside the carriage, Deculin's face contorts in pain. The train luckily held fast and did not fall. But I think I broke a few bones. I'll recover soon thanks to the iron body trait. As he thinks this, before Deculin can do much, a sword hurtles straight toward him. Fortunately, with his enhanced senses, Deculin notices in time and tilts his head to dodge. Next, he swings his arm to control a shard of wood and steel, striking Veron on the head. But the blow is repelled by a pale red aura. A protective force field, Deculin wonders to himself. Across from him, Veron can't help but praise Deculin's durability. "You're stubbornly persistent, Deculin." Saying that, he coats his sword in an aura, then dashes forward to deliver a horizontal slash. Deculin strains to manipulate the floating wood and steel shards around him to block the attack. Veron's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculin's face. "He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him." But Deculin will never fall in situations like this. Veron's strikes are extremely fast and powerful. Sweat begins to fall from Deculin's face. "He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't beat him." But Deculin will never fall in situations like this. Opposite him, Veron keeps rushing in, attacking relentlessly. But Deculin's wood and steel shards also have a limit. After taking countless blows, they begin to splinter. Seeing this, Deculin lets out a faint smile. "Damn it, if this sword cuts me, will the game end? Or will nothing have ever happened? Will I open my eyes back in the office? If not, then what will happen?" A spray of fresh blood spurts into the air. Looking at the sword nearly at his throat, Deculin tells himself, "It's all over." However, suddenly an unexpected anomaly occurs. The space inside the carriage begins to warp, as if being distorted. This leaves Deculin staring in bewilderment. What is this? Is the space fluctuating? Next, a streak of blood suddenly appears on Veron's wrist. Before anyone knows what happened, his hand has been severed and falls backward. The pain is so intense that even a knight like Veron cannot help but clutch his arm and scream. Seeing this, Deculin immediately realizes his chance. "I don't know what happened, but this is my opportunity." Saying that, he uses his remaining mana to drive a rusted shard of steel straight into Veron's right ankle, startling him. But that is not all. Immediately after that attack, Deculin hooks his leg and kicks Veron's left leg. The powerful kick makes Veron stagger, lose momentum, and fall backward. He crashes into a few seats and tumbles out through the large hole in the carriage. However, Veron reacts very quickly. At that moment, he manages to draw a dagger and drive it hard into the floor, keeping himself from falling below. Seeing this, Deculin calmly steps forward toward him, looking at him with cold eyes. This enjures Veron. His face contorts as he asks, "What did you just do?" Deculin shakes his head slightly in reply, "I don't know either. More importantly, why did you try to kill me? I don't remember anything between us." "What? I remember clearly the crimes you committed against my master." Veron responds. By now, Deculin sees Veron's nature clearly. He is blindly loyal. "You really say this is for Yuli's benefit, even though Yuli didn't ask you to do this? What is Yuli to you that you'd do something like this?" To this, Veron only replies coldly, "You will never understand, Deculin." Then memories begin to stir within Veron. The scene shows Knight Yuli speaking with a group of people. The woman opposite says, thank you so much. If not for you, things would have been terrible." Yuli bows in response. "Of course, I only did my duty as a knight." Elsewhere, the boy Veron struggles and protests loudly. "Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. That guy started it." Hearing this, the woman immediately turns to him and says venomously, Do you know how good my Jason is? Surely you've done something wrong. Behind her, a kid with a bruised eye smirks. Hee, that's right. His expression only enjures Veron more. Want to die? Veron snarls. To that, the woman just sneers threateningly. Haven't you learned your lesson? I'm about to hand you over to the police. Let's see what happens to you. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You beat my child. You'll be charged with assault and unlawful entry. Back in Yuli's view, she stands aside, seeming to realize something. She interjects hurriedly. Wait a moment, you're saying that boy trespassed? That's right. Its behavior matches its social status exactly. The woman says coldly, admitting it. This surprises Yuli. She looks at Veron more closely. Did that boy climb over those high walls, such a scrawny boy? Thinking that, as if having made up her mind, the knight says, I'll take the child to the police station myself. Please rest here, ma'am. So Yuli takes Veron and leads him away. Along the way, the kid Veron keeps shouting, let me go. I told you to let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why take me to the police? Hearing that, Yuli's steps halt. She murmurs, the Phrygia family is notorious for their behavior. I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least partly. This gives Veron a glimmer of hope, and he continues to explain, not just partly, I really didn't do anything wrong. But before Veron can finish, Yuli cuts him off loudly. You still shouldn't hit people. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What will you choose to do? Yuli's words make Veron visibly surprised. Then he asks, will you feed me? For Veron, that's how my master and I first met. After that, I joined the knights. However, because of my childhood and temperament, I couldn't get along with others. The only one who cared for me was Yuli. Yes, everything really was fine, as long as I can stay by the captain's side. My master is always ahead of me. She always helps others, and she never compromises with injustice. My respect and admiration for her continue to grow, and so does my love for her. I know my feelings only hinder her. I know my emotions are a burden to her. However, I must kill him. One day he will bring destruction to my master. Veron says with eyes full of hatred. And at those words, even de Kulin must admit inwardly. He's right. All the terrible things in this world are butterfly effects from what de Kulin did. However, I will change what de Kulin did. I'm certain de Kulin's fate is not destruction. Thinking that de Kulin reaches out to Veron. Take my hand, Veron. No matter what happens, I won't harm Yuli. Trust me. His words make Veron's face slightly pensive. Unfortunately for our protagonist, his words fall on deaf ears. Veron doesn't hear a single one. Moreover, the red aura covering him flares even more intensely. This makes even a patient person, like de Kulin, lose his composure. He snaps angrily. Do you really have no intention of changing your mind? Below, Veron replies with an expressionless face. Yes, I will not change my decision. No matter what, I will kill you. Back to de Kulin, toward this kind of fool, he has no intention of holding back. Idiot, your stupid choice today will torment Yuli forever. Then, de Kulin tightens the rusted shard in his hand and strikes straight at Veron. At the same time, elsewhere, the knight Yuli suddenly flinches. This makes the vice-captain ask with slight concern, Captain, are you feeling unwell? Worried about Veron again? He can take care of himself. Haha, right. Yuli smiles in response, unaware that. Far away, her loyal subordinate is falling free through the air. Master, I hope you will be happy. He whispers one last line. At the same time, the pigeon created by the genius, Sylvia, is hovering directly above the carriage. Through its sight, Sylvia witnessed the entire incident. De Kulin had fought with his master's bodyguard, and the bodyguard fell off the cliff. No, more precisely, that knight tried to kill Master de Kulin first, and de Kulin killed him in self-defense. Sylvia quickly concluded. However, at that moment, the voice of the knight Sirio called from behind her. Miss Sylvia, here you are. Let's go back. The break is about to start. All right. Sylvia replies and hurries after her knight. Still, she feels some worry. She wonders if de Kulin will arrive on time. Time quickly passes. A group of police received a report of a bombing on the train and rushed to the scene. The investigator in charge is Deputy Director of Security, Lilia Fremian. Seeing her arrive, several men run up to greet her. What an honor, Deputy Director. Lilia, not wanting to waste time, asks directly, there was an explosion and an attack. Yes, the experienced-looking man answers. However, such incidents happen often when the Berkt summit is near, so it's not a major issue. As he speaks, he hands Lilia a report book. While reviewing the documents, Lilia asks, I see. Were there any casualties? The man nods and explains, yes. Although no one was injured, 2 people are missing, one bodyguard named Veron and Professor de Kulin. You can hear the details from that survivor over there. As he says this, he points to the assistant Alan, who is still unconscious, leaning against a rock. Lilia continues to question those nearby to confirm the situation. While speaking with a photographer, she receives an interesting piece of information. A knight saved me. The train hovered midair for a while, and when I came to, the train had fallen. I think the assassin tried to attack again. Hearing this, Lilia is puzzled and asks. The train stopped midair. The photographer quickly senses her confusion, produces a photo, and explains. Here's the picture. I was so shocked I had to capture it immediately. In the photo, Dekulin holds the train fixed in midair with his psychic power. This is hard for Lilia to believe, despite the clear evidence before her. He lifted the entire train with magic. Ridiculous. Suddenly a voice rings directly in her head. Knight Veron is dead. I do not know why, but Veron attempted to murder Dekulin and ultimately failed. Senior Professor Dekulin survived. The sudden words startle Lilia. She quickly turns to search for the source of the message, but sees no suspicious person. Where is this signal coming from? Lilia narrows her eyes, scanning everyone around, but still cannot identify who contacted her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd points forward and shouts, "Someone's coming from the other side. Is that Professor Dekulin?" All eyes turn to a figure approaching. Dekulin looks a bit disheveled, but his gaze remains sharp. He is lost in thought about the earlier battle. If that strange phenomenon hadn't occurred then, by luck, I would have been killed by an unnamed knight. Without someone's help, I can't believe I was so helpless. But in the end, who helped me? Dekulin asks himself silently. As for Lilia, seeing Dekulin appear, she introduces herself. Senior Professor Dekulin, I'm glad you're safe. I'm Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident. In response, Dekulin doesn't answer but instead asks, "What time is it?" His question surprises Lilia slightly, but she replies, "It's 3:30 in the afternoon." Hearing that, Dekulin immediately calculates. He has 6 hours left to quickly get to the Berkt conference. Meanwhile, Lilia continues questioning. These questions are official. "I expect you to," before she can finish, Dekulin bluntly interrupts. "Is this train the only way to get to Berkt?" Dekulin's refusal to answer frustrates Lilia, but she forces herself to stay calm and grits out. "No. There's also an overland route and a sea route on the other side. Let me ask again. Please hear me out. Professor, the knight who was with you," Lilia hasn't finished speaking when she suddenly realizes that Dekulin's figure has vanished. She can't help but wonder, turning to the two men nearby. Wasn't Professor Dekulin just here? Maybe he used acceleration magic. Even after stopping the train from derailing with psychic power, then fighting the assassin and Veron, he still has enough strength to use such high-tier magic. How much mana does he have? So he's the Dekulin Lockhart mentioned. Cut to the Berkt assembly. Representatives from the powerful houses are seated safely around a large, round table. On one side, Uncle Gilthian murmurs, "It's almost 9:30, the moment the stars converge." Beside him, the genius Sylvia looks a bit anxious. She glances at the two empty seats and thinks, he still hasn't arrived. Cut to another corner of the assembly. Behind a curtain, a cloaked mage sits. He speaks. "Before the assembly begins, I wish to express my deep gratitude to those who answered the summons." As his voice rings out, a terrifying surge of magic radiates, making Sylvia frown at the pressure it exerts. This magic is extraordinary. He must be Dezekin, the great elder of Berkt. He is the leading candidate to become an archmage, a living legend who has renounced the mundane world. So, at minimum, I must reach that level to attempt to become an archmage. No one knows these thoughts flit through the little girl's mind. Dezekin's voice continues. "After roll call, we will begin the assembly." He pauses, then begins reading the names of each house. Gilthian of Alade, present. Uncle Adeline answers at once. Thus, names are called one by one, and of course everyone replies when their house is named. However, when Dezekin calls the Euclin house, no one responds. Euclin hasn't arrived. Dezekin's voice deepens. "If he does not arrive before I call his name 3 times, I will consider him unresponsive to the summons, and the Euclin house will be disqualified from the mage ranks." These words instantly stir the hall into an uproar. Disqualified from the mage houses. This is a major event. They were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. Someone in the meeting jeers. Wasn't this foretold? Dekulin's abilities pale compared to his ancestors. Indeed, there are many tailies saying his talent is negligible. Ha ha ha, mocking laughter fills the room. Hearing this, Sylvia inexplicably feels annoyed. How has he lived until now? Doesn't anyone worry about him? It's pitiful. It really makes me uncomfortable. Despite the murmured gossip from the mages, Dezekin continues to call. The current head of the Euclin house, Dekulin, still no answer. The current head of the Euclin house, Dekulin. The atmosphere grows heavier. The current head of before Dezekin can call a third time. The door suddenly bursts open. All eyes immediately turn that way. Dekulin's figure appears, stepping slowly into the hall. Before fully entering, he brushes the snow off his coat. He adjusts his slightly messy hair. then speaks in a steady, deep voice. Dekulin von Grahen Euclin present. The entire room falls into a brief silence. The current head of the Euclin house has finally arrived. Seeing Dekulin appear, everyone in the meeting room is momentarily stunned, glancing at one another for an instant. But no one speaks, as if all understand tacitly. The silence hangs with an indescribable tension. Thus, the meeting begins in silence and proceeds swiftly, without a wasted word. The first issue brought up for discussion is the monster that appeared on the Black Mountain. Essential of the Brand House speaks calmly, her tone measured but sharp. The appearance of a dark magic on the map is extremely serious. Therefore, we must issue directives to each magic faction or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, we need to dispatch mages to suspected areas to inspect and monitor. The discussion continues smoothly without a hitch. The first item on the agenda passes easily, like water flowing through a crevice. The head of the Brand House speaks with authority. Since no house objects, the proposal is approved without impediment. Not long after, a female guard enters and announces in a steady voice, "We will take a short recess." At that moment, Dekulin finally exhales, thinking with fatigue laced with irritation. "I'm exhausted. I've run like a madman, not resting for a single minute, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both my physical strength and my mana are depleted." Yet his face remains composed and cold, as if nothing could unsettle him. Dekulin's traits and character are astonishingly resolute, like a rock standing firm in a storm. Shortly after, people begin to stand. The sound of chairs shifting here and there, figures moving toward the door to leave. At the same time, a hurried voice calls out, "Professor Dekulin." Turning, he sees Alan running up, panic on his face, sweat streaming down his brow. He stammers, "Professor, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late, so I wasn't allowed to attend this important meeting." Dekulin, however, simply replies, his tone calm as a still lake, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inwardly he thinks, with a trace of suspicion in his gaze, "Now I can no longer look at this child with the same pure eyes as before, because now I know he is hiding his identity. But why does he do this? For what purpose?" Dekulin broods, his eyes cold as a blade. He recalls a line from a famous movie in his previous world, then says aloud, "Alan, from now on stand by my side, understand?" Hearing this, Alan is astonished. His eyes wide, he can only utter a surprised yes. The line Dekulin had in mind was, "Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer." Keeping him close and watching is the safest choice for now. Someday he will know who Alan truly is. Seen after the short recess, everyone has returned to the meeting table, footsteps echoing through the vast space. The chair's voice rises again, deep and steady. "The next issue we must discuss is how to deal with the Bloodwy mages who have appeared recently." As soon as the declaration ends, the room's atmosphere changes instantly, tenser, heavier, like a storm approaching. Dekulin quickly realizes this, thinking, such a sensitive issue certainly won't be resolved easily. Immediately after, a thump on the table rings out, making the whole room vibrate, as if the ground had cracked. Bedin of the Bayorad house shouts angrily, his voice growling like a beast. "Those Bloodwy are no different from a nest of filthy cockroaches. They proliferate by sneaking into our society and gradually corrode this land in a disgusting way." In response, Essencel's face briefly darkens as she retorts, her tone equally sharp. "What evidence do you have to say that? We have no way to distinguish Bloodwy from other races." Before she can finish, Bedin roars, drowning out all other sounds. "Then we just need to find a way. There must be some clue, some distinguishing trait of their race. We must eliminate them as soon as possible, using the royal magic at the Mage Tower." Essencel shouts angrily, eyes blazing like fire. "Old Bedin, watch your words. Eliminate them all. What the hell are you talking about?" Sitting to the side observing, Dekulin is not surprised, only musing to himself. "I knew their views would clash like this." No one knows his thoughts as Fat Bedin continues to shout, his tone growing more aggressive. "I don't know the reason, but the Bloodwy are recognizing one another and gradually gathering into groups. They must have a leader guiding them. Moreover, we have no idea what they're plotting when they act like this." At this, Essencel can no longer hold back. She slams the table with a thunderous bang, the sound echoing like thunder. "That's just your one-sided speculation." Bedin refuses to yield, growling, "Speculation. The leader of the Bloodwy is hiding and secretly recruiting more followers while we have no idea what they're scheming. Doesn't that disgust you?" On hearing this, the other representatives nod in agreement. Old Bedin continues loudly, triumph in his voice. "Yes, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation." After that remark, the atmosphere falls into an impasse. No one speaks, as if the space has frozen. After a moment of silence, Gilthian suddenly turns his gaze to Dekulin and speaks. In a low, loaded tone, Then Dekulin of the Euclid house, what do you think? Everyone knows your house is a great demon-hunting lineage, long on the front lines of the fight against these demons. Hearing the question, Dekulin falls silent for a moment, thinking, as someone of this era, I understand situations like this. Hatred born from abandoning reason on matters like these always leads to unnecessary misery. However, putting all that aside, suppressing the bloodwhy is a mistake. Even if I cannot stop them, I must delay this as long as possible to accomplish the main mission ahead. Because the true common enemy of this world is not the bloodwhy. He then speaks, calm but weighty. For a long time, the bloodwhy have indeed been our common enemy. However, if you examine the records one by one, they all stem from some mistake. Old Bedin asks irritably, a mistake. He replies without wavering, yes, exactly. 237 years ago, during the Radra witch incident, Radra was falsely accused of witchcraft and burned alive. Since that event, a large-scale persecution erupted, resulting in countless bloodwhy people being killed. In response, they rebelled and the cycle of slaughter continued. However, now things have calmed, and the incident you mentioned 60 years ago was actually a political matter. A magic ore mine was discovered on bloodwhy land. Bedin still grumbles angrily, politics. I think a Euclid who seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered many bloodwhy people has no right to speak like this. I'm certain they're a blood race born with magic aura. Their nature is brutal and warlike. The Euclid house, those who specialize in exterminating demons like you, surely know this better than anyone. Hearing this, Dekulin remains calm, his gaze cold as ice. The tradition of our house is to hunt evil demons, not to massacre the bloodwhy. The old man shouts, the bloodwhy are demons. The atmosphere becomes tenser than ever, like a rope about to snap. Dekulin continues, his voice low but forceful. Do you dare take responsibility for your words? Nearby, Alan remains silent, listening anxiously to the exchange, his hands clenched. Immediately after, Dekulin's expression turns extremely serious as he emphasizes, don't casually label people as demons. Their bloodline is just red blood like ours. And those who utter such words may themselves be monsters even more cruel. Old Bedin is angered, his face flushed, but he cannot muster a rebuttal. Thus, the first meeting ends without any conclusion. The topic is postponed until the next day. Elsewhere, Gilthian speaks to his daughter with lingering affection. It's a pity I must leave you until the next meeting, my beloved daughter. Hearing this, Sylvia replies nonchalantly, it's only until tomorrow, we'll see each other again. He continues, by rule, each member of the Burkt family must stay in a separate room. So are you okay being alone? She answers, slightly annoyed. What are you talking about? Kids my age already have separate rooms. Don't treat me like a child. Hearing that, Gilthian's face shows sorrow as he mutters. My daughter no longer loves her old father. Sylvia is left speechless, unsure what to say, just standing and looking at her father. After a few seconds of silence, he smiles cheerfully and says, then I'll see you tomorrow, my daughter. The Burkt area has a very high mana density, so at night all kinds of magical phenomena can occur. Read the hotel's rules carefully. She sighs and replies, yes, I'll be good, so you don't need to worry. Cut to Sylvia's resting quarters. At that time, she is holding a piece of paper, muttering, it seems these rules only sow fear in the children, so I can just sleep normally. Night falls, and while she is resting, a small yellow bird appears, perching nearby, its eyes sparkling like two gems in the dark. Not long after, Sylvia opens her eyes and rises, struck by a sudden thirst, her throat dry as a desert. She drags herself to the table, takes a glass of water and drinks. Each cool gulp flows down like salvation. Suddenly, her gaze shifts. A sense of danger spreads through the space, cold as a wind from an abyss. From behind, a stream of deathly aura slowly approaches, like a pitch-black curtain, gradually covering everything it passes and carrying the breath of death. Sylvia is startled and immediately takes a defensive stance, her whole body taut as a bowstring. She suddenly remembers the instruction sheet, thinking the space suddenly turned into a corridor. Could I have done something wrong? Her heart pounds, her eyes dart around the room, now warped in a strange way, as if reality is being squeezed by an invisible hand. She hurriedly rereads the lines on the instruction sheet, her eyes scanning each sentence. One passage states, once you lie down and rest in bed, you must not leave it before sunrise. If you violate this, you may be transported to an unexpected place. At that moment, she breaks into a sweat, droplets running cold down her forehead. Sylvia realizes, so if you're in bed, you must wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this situation. A few days earlier, when she was in the second corridor, she didn't encounter this. But now she thinks, it seems this happens because the clan leaders and powerful people are nearby. Therefore, the ambient energy becomes denser and more easily altered. I've been too complacent and careless. I kept thinking that staying in my room would keep me safe. Trying to stay calm, Sylvia tells herself in a trembling voice, "Calm down, I need to calm down." But at that moment, eerie sounds suddenly come from the corridor behind. Low growls mixed with heavy footfalls like a stalking beast. Along with them, a shroud of deathly aura moves closer, thick and chill as the breath of death. Sylvia perceives it. Her pupils immediately contract, fear kindling in her chest like a small flame about to burst into flame. She spins around, thinking something is coming. Instantly, she runs along the corridor in the opposite direction, her small legs straining with all their strength. Very quickly, she saw a staircase glowing a deathly hue ahead, the strange light sparkling like a tempting invitation. But she suddenly remembered. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building. Also, the instructions warned, never follow stairs that appear leading up or down. Her heart pounded, she gritted her teeth and kept running. Passing an open door, the light inside mixed with the faint deathly aura spilling out. The warnings resurfaced in her mind. If you encounter open doors in the corridor, do not enter those rooms. Sylvia shut her eyes, clenched her teeth, and dashed through the doorway, reassuring herself inwardly. Don't panic. I remember a door ahead, and it will surely help me get out of this. She arrived moments later, immediately knocked and called out in a trembling voice from fear. Is anyone in there? Please help me. But terror filled her head as another warning rang out. If someone suddenly knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make any sound. Sylvia feared the person inside would see her as a threat and refuse to help. Desperate, she continued pounding on the door. Is anyone in there? Please, please help me. After several seconds with no response, the girl grew tearful with fear, her hands trembling as if about to collapse. Suddenly, the door swung open, warm light from within illuminating Sylvia's unready face. Along with it came a familiar, gentle voice. Out this late and lost, Sylvia. It was de Kulin standing there calm as a placid lake. Seeing him, Sylvia steadied somewhat, though her eyes still glistened, and her tears had not yet dried. De Kulin said, "All right, come inside quickly." Sylvia hurriedly obeyed, softly replying, "Thank you." Before long, the fireplace was lit, bringing warmth to the girl. Sylvia regained her composure and whispered, "Sorry for troubling you. I carelessly left my bed at midnight and was randomly transposed into the corridor." De Kulin showed no anger, answering calmly, "Chaotic magic incidents happen often in Berkt. Along with that, souls rendered unconscious by magic wander about and cause many hazards." He paused briefly, then added, "You should have read the rules carefully so you wouldn't have gotten into trouble." Sylvia sat behind him, listening and observing, thinking, he always has a calm, composed face and a steady gaze. Has he endured so much loss and pain that he could ignore the rules and open the door to help me? While she was lost in thought, a cold growl suddenly came from behind. From the door crack, something like purple ichor crept through the gaps, slick and terrifying. It then transformed into a gruesome skull that screamed and lunged at her, its sharp teeth flashing in the dark. Sylvia froze in fear, but at that moment de Kulin's composed voice rang out. "Calm down, you don't need to be afraid." Immediately, two flying forms sped past the girl at extreme velocity, racing straight at that dark soul. In no time it was struck and began to disintegrate, turning to ashes before Sylvia's astonished eyes. It turned out those two streaks of light were shards of crystallized ice, hovering like razor-sharp blades. Sylvia exclaimed, "Wonderful, that wandering soul really was shattered." De Kulin replied softly, "No need to be surprised, it's just a specialized killing spell. But still, it's nothing worth mentioning." He paused a moment, then continued, "Because magic should not be created for the purpose of killing." Those words made Sylvia blush slightly, unsure how to respond. She looked at the flames before her and wondered, "Isn't that the flowing flame?" At that moment, de Kulin glanced up from his book and replied softly, "That's right." After that, Sylvia began casting a series of spells of various elements to catch his attention. Brilliant lightning, sturdy earth-shaping, soft wood, and a fiery fey blaze. But de Kulin paid her no mind, his eyes fixed on the book as if she were nothing but a passing breeze. That made Sylvia somewhat angry. She thought to herself, "He didn't even bother to glance at the glow in my hand. Should I do something more spectacular?" But at that moment de Kulin's voice rose. "You're doing very well." Sylvia blinked in surprise, and he continued, "However, there's a slight instability in the wind circle you linked when you cast the fire spell." Those words surprised Sylvia. She hurriedly asked, "Professor, where exactly is that instability?" But de Kulin replied coldly, "You should find that out yourself." That response irritated Sylvia a bit, and she protested, "But you explained those details to Efelin." De Kulin remained focused on his book and said indifferently, "Efelin discovered it on his own. I didn't just teach him." Sylvia bit her lip. While she was still a bit upset, de Kulin's voice rang out again. "Try to rid yourself of impatience and haste, Sylvia." He paused briefly, then continued, You're still young and have much time to develop. As long as you keep striving, you'll soon achieve what you want. Dekulin tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying solid confidence. So, you can advance slowly but steadily. He closed the book and looked at the girl. After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world. Those words surprised Sylvia. Is this Dekulin's assessment of me? She recalled the things people had always attributed to her since she was very young. Oh my, what a genius. This girl will surely become a great archmage. With such power at her age, her future must be bright. Sylvia remembered that those lines were what she had always heard since childhood and still heard now, stale social compliments she was sick of. But why did Dekulin's words feel so different, like a sharp blade piercing her heart? Cut to not long after. Sylvia, exhausted, was given the bed to sleep on, her even breathing echoing in the quiet room. Meanwhile, Dekulin continued reading, his eyes scanning each line by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a faint but strange surge of power caught his attention. He looked toward it outside, thinking, this power, could it be? Not long after, Dekulin entered a forest, walking while pondering. I've received a warning. Aside from the Berked meeting, this secluded mountain path is apparently also a forbidden area. It seems I might find a rarer-than-expected item here. At the same time, a ghost appeared behind him, its form vague but fierce. It lunged with aggressive gestures and a terrifying roar to intimidate him. But Dekulin did not react. He kept moving as if he didn't see it, his steps steady like a machine. Seeing this, the ghost began to sweat in confusion. It continued to follow, repeating its intimidating acts, growling, swinging, howling, but to no effect like water on stone. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Dekulin suddenly stopped. The unexpected action startled the ghost, which stepped back. He turned and casually asked, "Hey, have you seen any item here that holds a lot of magical power?" But instead, the ghost, startled by the question, babbled and emitted meaningless groans, then ran off as if it had encountered something more terrifying than itself. That left Dekulin puzzled too. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued searching, and soon at last found what he wanted. Here it is. Before him lay a log emitting a steady stream of metallic golden power, brilliant like a sun imprisoned. As soon as he picked it up, the system immediately displayed information. Pure mana wood fragment. Details, a piece of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood naturally contains a large amount of mana and has been refined by the lightning, making it an excellent material. Category, special wood. Dekulin read the information and couldn't help exclaiming, "Just as I thought, this is good stuff." He gripped the wood, calculation flashing in his eyes. Since coming to this world, I've trained and researched relentlessly. But this body's abilities aren't what I'd hoped, so I've failed many times. With this wood I can craft a high-quality wand, and my power will surely increase. He stared at the piece in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. With effects like this, it's even better than I expected. Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a night's rest, the clans returned to the conference table to continue the unfinished meeting. However, the atmosphere this time was far tenser, like a string pulled nearly to breaking. Fat old Bedin roared angrily. Their blood flows with demon essence, right? Then aren't they demons themselves? Hearing that, Dekulin did not flinch and immediately retorted in a cold, blade-like tone. That's an absurd viewpoint. If you add salt to water, do you call the water salt? The heated debate between Dekulin and Bedin surprised many at the conference, eyes exchanging doubtful glances. Buzzing talk filled the room like a disturbed hive. Is Dekulin siding with the enemy? It seems so, but I thought he was deliberately acting to bait the opponent into exposing themselves. On another side, Uncle Gilthian pondered with a keen, sword-like gaze, snorting coldly. What exactly is the picture Dekulin is trying to paint? What is he plotting? Across the room, Sylvia looked at her father, reflecting inwardly. She was certain that not only her father, but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Dekulin must have a deep reason for siding with the enemy. But she was different. His words from last night still echoed in her mind like an indelible melody. They're all wrong. He's only stating the obvious truth. While the argument raged on unbearably, a commanding voice rang out, cutting everything off like a decisive stroke. Enough. It was the respected elder, who declared in a deep tone, "An official conclusion cannot be reached in circumstances lacking consensus. The issue concerning the Blood White clan will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. Now focus on discussing other matters." Unlike the Blood White topic, the remaining items were approved quickly, like wind sweeping across an empty field. After a few days, the formal meeting adjourned, and people left the hall one by one, footsteps echoing in the quiet space. Host Bedin, unable to claim the upper hand in the debate, angrily barged into Dekulin to vent. his shoulder slamming into him like a sulking child. Dekulin furrowed his brow, watching that childish display with irritation. He only wants to win this because of important tasks ahead. Yet that inadvertently creates more enemies. Cut to the next day at the Berkt shopping district. Dekulin and his assistant were strolling through a shop specializing in magical instruments, the air tinged with the scent of old wood and thick mana. He held glittering gems in his hand, their light reflecting like tiny stars in his palm. Thoughts crowded his mind. I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy. But which material is best? I've never tried this before, it's hard to choose. Suddenly, Alan's gaze turned to the entrance as if someone had just come in. He immediately called out, "Professor." Dekulin turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's the matter?" Alan excitedly pointed at the newcomer. "That's my hero. Thanks to him, I was able to get here safely." Dekulin was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The newcomer was Lilia Premen, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled softly. "What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Dekulin." Soon after, the two decided to go to a town eatery to talk. Dekulin thought it was also a way to show his gratitude to her for helping Alan arrive safely. Sitting in the restaurant, Lilia smiled warmly. "Thank you for inviting me to this meal, Professor Dekulin. I know discussing this matter over dinner may be inappropriate, but the investigation is nearly concluded." "What happened to my escort, Veron?" Dekulin answered calmly. "He was killed in an enemy ambush. They either died or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia nodded. "I understand." While the servers continued bringing out dishes, only Alan seemed delighted, his eyes shining at the fragrant plates. Seeing Dekulin's calm expression, Lilia couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking, "What I'm seeing is completely different from what I was told, isn't it?" She suddenly recalled her recent conversation with Lockhart. By direct royal order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Low Kodak, the most notorious prison. It was the inevitable sentence for him after murdering innocent mages. In the interrogation room, Lilia crossed her arms, tone somewhat weary. "Do you have anything more to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his eyes lost in thought as if trying to reorder his chaotic mind. Lilia continued, "So you intend to stay silent throughout the interrogation?" Suddenly, she said something that surprised Lockhart. "Activate your power." Her gaze turned icy, her voice low and authoritative. Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Energy filled the room, disabling all recording devices. Now the place was a private space for the two of them. Lilia slammed her hand down on the table, eyes blazing with fury. "Idiot! How many times have I told you not to go out causing trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? Because of people like you, our race is seen as demons." Lockhart only smiled and said nothing. Lilia ground her teeth, full of rage. "If you didn't carry that blood, I would have killed you long ago. If this truth is exposed, not only you but I will suffer pressure from the other clans." Lockhart laughed. "You think you can escape this empire?" Lilia replied, "We can as long as we don't reveal our race's secret." Lockhart's tone grew serious. "No, we were born with the power of demons. The only thing they fear is that power." Lilia shouted, "Shut up. The Blood Y clan isn't the only one with special abilities." Lockhart continued, "Also, why did you provoke Dekulin? We've been watching the Euclid clan for a long time, haven't we?" Lilia replied softly, "You mean you want him dead?" Lockhart was momentarily stunned. Lilia only said, "We're only observing. But if he keeps causing trouble, we will have no choice but to eliminate him." Hearing that, Lockhart's expression suddenly changed. "Don't do that. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Dekulin." His answer shocked Lilia. "A true noble? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you insane? I have stacks of documents proving the crimes he committed." Lockhart replied, "Remember the conversation at the cemetery. Dekulin once asserted that the blessing he received proved the Blood Y clan are not monsters but humans. His eyes then held no hint of deceit. In that gaze there was only one thing, righteousness. If there were more people like Dekulin in this world, things would change. The Blood Y clan could live alongside others without being stigmatized." Lockhart declared decisively, "He didn't kill me, even though Dekulin knew I belonged to the Blood Y." Lilia was briefly surprised, but quickly regained her composure, sneering. "Ha! You don't realize that the ancestors of Euclid were the ones who led the oppression and slaughter of the Blood Y." Lockhart answered, "Of course I know. But if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we admitting we're the monsters?" Lilia frowned. "What are you saying? That family has never stopped intending to eliminate the Blood Y completely. You yourself already said that." Lockhart countered, "How long do you think you can sit in that seat of power before you're caught?" Lilia shrugged, calm. "This is my life. There's no way for them to distinguish a Blood Y from an ordinary person just by appearance or lineage." Lockhart gave a bitter laugh. "But isn't there something we can't touch?" Lilia replied, "Are you stupid? I have no reason to mess with that at all." She absent-mindedly changed the subject. "Anyway, the current emperor's health is failing. Someone will replace him sooner or later. We just need to observe how the successor treats the blood Y, then decide our next move. Until then, it's best to stay silent and wait." She looked at Lockhart and smiled coldly. "As for you, sit quietly in prison." Back in the present, Lilia continued watching de Kulin intently, eyes fixed on him. How could someone like him be a true noble? He looks no different from the others. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. The strong smell of alcohol hit her. Lilia quickly covered her nose, irritated by the pungent scent coming from across. A voice called out, "What's going on? I have nothing to say to you." It was the blond man whom de Kulin had publicly scolded at the previous banquet. He was furious then, but powerless. Perhaps now he's returned for revenge. His tone was arrogant and smug. "Oh, really? I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. Seems like there's something dark in your soul." At the same time, at the Freyden mansion, Julia fell silent, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her voice trembling, "What? Say that again." The captain standing before her looked stunned. He understood this was a truth too hard to accept. Veron had fallen in the recent mission. Every word struck Jully like a thunderbolt. She was shocked by a reality she had never dared imagine. Immediately Jully ordered, voice trembling but resolute, "Get ready. I want a satisfactory explanation from de Kulin the moment he returns." Back with de Kulin's group, at that moment Ihelm entered with an arrogant bearing, prompting Lilia to judge him inwardly. This man must be the head of the Rewind family. She wondered, what on earth is happening here? Unaware of her inner thoughts, Ihelm's voice dragged on, sounding like someone who'd been guzzling too much wine. "You really surprised me with what happened at the meeting. I keep wondering, why did you act that way? Do you really intend to provoke another family? That question keeps nagging me. I can't shake it. What's the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the blood why you come from a demon-hunting family." Faced with those provocative accusations, de Kulin's face remained calm, showing no emotion. By contrast, Julia, seated across, widened her eyes in shock. "What the?" she cried out inwardly. While Ihelm continued speaking in his drunken manner, "Didn't you once want to wipe them out completely? What made you change your mind? Back then you declared that those low, filthy creatures didn't deserve to exist. Even your essays criticizing the blood Y are still kept at that university." Ihelm stepped up close to de Kulin, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or did you find a blood Y to enslave for your research, and now you're defending them?" Hearing those insults, Alan couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you? Stop insulting our lecturer." However, not giving his subordinate more to say, de Kulin slowly wiped his mouth, still calm. "Calm down, Alan, it's fine. His brain has rotted into a lump of stinking cheese, which is why he's spouting nonsense here. I understand." Upon hearing this, at first the blonde grit his teeth in anger, but forced a smile to save face. "All right, let's see how long your arrogance lasts. I heard the deadline for your research presentation is only 6 months, 3 months. I'm really looking forward to seeing your miserable face. It should be entertaining." With that, he turned his back and left, leaving Julia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling slightly. De Kulin is standing up to everyone to side, with the blood Y. Is that really de Kulin? Unbelievable. She suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Lockhart. Was what he said true? A few days later, at a magical supplies shop before leaving the city of Burke, de Kulin visited one of the most renowned wand makers and commissioned the crafting of a staff, a task to make a wand for himself. He inadvertently completed a side quest when crafting Loklok's wand with the following requirements: gain significant fame or infamy, become benevolent or cruel, use high-grade materials to attract Loklok's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. Because Loklok is such a famous smith, it seems de Kulin had visited before, so an unknown side quest was completed without his knowledge. After finishing matters at the high-level conference, de Kulin and his assistant boarded the train back to the academy. On the train back to the Empire, de Kulin and Alan were forced to share a carriage with Vethen. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent and hostility. Fortunately, no serious conflict occurred during the journey. De Kulin pondered everything that had happened. At last, this long trip came to an end. At the station, people streamed by busily. Alan stretched tiredly after the long trip and asked de Kulin, "Professor, there's only one more train left. Will we soon see any scenery other than falling snow?" Before he finished speaking, a squad of swordsmen led by Julia approached. They had come to question de Kulin about several matters. He greeted softly, "Is that you?" Julia answered, but her face was darkened, gloomier than ever. She seemed unable to accept Veron's death. Her voice lowered with a hint of choking. "I heard you were ambushed on the trip. Fortunately, you are safe. Dekulin nodded slightly and replied quickly. Thank you. Perhaps you already know about Veron. For someone who always cares for her subordinates like Julia, this must be hard. Dekulin glanced at the soldiers behind her, wondering what she had heard. They did not look pleased that he was the sole survivor. Julia suppressed her emotions, clenching her hands, voice trembling with pain. I read the news already. I heard you cooperated with him to save other passengers. Is that right? I just want to ask one thing. She gritted her teeth, voice shaking. How did he sacrifice himself? Silence fell over the space. Everyone expected reproach, but instead it was mourning for the deceased, someone Julia once loved and cherished. Her eyes fixed on Dekulin, filled with an irreparable pain and loss. Dekulin met that gaze, bewildered and unsure what to do. Some truths, if spoken, only increased the listener's suffering. They stared at each other in silence as the heavy atmosphere settled. Dekulin wrestled with whether to tell Julia the truth, that Veron had intentionally tried to kill him, that it had all been a prearranged plan. The confrontation ended in an unexpected way. At first he meant to speak, but now, standing before her, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Should I tell Julia the truth about what happened that day? But if I do, it would be too cruel to her. Julia's resolve was not easily shaken, but her heart was not strong enough to bear such a harsh truth. If she knew, she would surely blame herself, carrying guilt and torment forever. Julia was the kind of person who always took responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and punished herself. Some things are perhaps better left unknown. If facing others' anger for hiding the truth is the price, Dekulin was willing to pay it. While he hesitated, the conductor's voice broke the silence. Train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Ticket holders please board immediately. Around them, passengers began moving hurriedly. Dekulin could not prolong the conversation any longer and spoke slowly. That's hard to explain. He was overly emotional. At Dekulin's answer, Julia's expression darkened and she sighed sadly. More than anyone, she knew what Veron was like. Some of her worries seemed to ease. Julia bowed in thanks. I understand. We will set out to search for him now. Please get some rest. The squad of swordsmen quickly departed, leaving Dekulin standing there with a cascade of thoughts and questions. He recalled the moment Veron hung outside the train. Ironically, he was no different from him. Intense emotions can make people lose reason, but after all is said and done, what is truly right? After the swordsmen left, Alan immediately voiced his indignation. They were rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they looked at us with such displeasure. Dekulin replied calmly, It's fine, they're just fools. Suddenly a familiar voice called from behind, Why did you hide that? It was Sylvia, who was also returning to school on the same train as Dekulin. He turned, puzzled. Hide what? Sylvia quickly reached into her bag, took out a book, and handed it to Dekulin. She said softly, This is a gift for you. After saying that, she immediately turned away and hurried off. Seeing this, Alan couldn't hide his surprise. Professor, what is that? Dekulin sighed, voice revealing exhaustion. I don't know either. This journey had been truly long, and even with everything over, he still felt drained. All he wanted now was to return home and rest as quickly as possible. Dekulin signaled to Alan, Let's head back. Yes, Professor. While on the train back to the academy, Julia and her knights arrived at the crime scene, which was a short distance from the 4th stop, less than an hour from Berkt. An officer from the security bureau was there and began explaining the situation. When the first attack occurred, Professor Dekulin had worked to secure the train and helped rescue the survivors along with the knight Veron. He said, then presented photographs taken by the photographer for their review. Look here, the train was attacked a second time, causing the entire convoy to plunge off the cliff. During that, it appears knight Veron fell with the train. But strangely, the VIP carriage where Professor Dekulin stayed the whole trip was mysteriously suspended in midair. Sadly, the area is so remote that only eyewitness accounts from those on the train serve as testimony. You've read the article, I assume? We have, Julia replied. I read it before coming and saw the photo of Professor Dekulin calmly sitting in the carriage suspended in midair. The officer smiled smugly and added, perhaps the head professor subdued the attackers. No exaggeration. He was like a one-man army, ha ha ha. However, the knights could not laugh. The man they respected was gone, while the one they disliked survived. Sensing the tension, the officer quickly concluded, in short, based on what we gathered, both survived the first attack, but knight Veron did not survive the second and fell down the cliff. After hearing that, Julia bowed politely in thanks. Another knight asked, Did you find anything left behind by knight Veron? None, the officer answered. What about whoever was behind the ambush? Sorry, we cannot investigate this. There is an unspoken rule against probing crimes that occurred on the road to birth. While the knights continued trying to ask for more details about the attack, Julia quietly stepped to the cliff's edge and peered down to where Veron and the train had fallen. Below was the bottom of a misty gorge, a white expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Just seeing it, Julia recalled a distant memory. I lost my right arm, she thought. I never expected you to leave like this. Julia thought she had grown used to losing comrades, but memories of Veron's hard life surged back. He was a nobody who rose from the lowest class, steadfastly pursuing his dream from childhood. After countless hardships and ceaseless effort, Veron finally achieved what he sought, yet now he lay here. What exactly happened back then? Cut to the Euclid family manor. Deculin had just returned from the long journey. He was greeted by the piercing shout of his sister, Uriel Vondelun Euclid. She had learned he'd spent money on frivolous items and exploded in anger. I've put up with you for far too long. I thought you changed, but you bought those things with the family check, didn't you? Seeing her mistress enraged, Steward Roy rushed over to soothe her. Mistress, please calm down. Uriel brushed Roy aside and continued scolding. You've already forgotten what I told you, haven't you? Our family isn't overflowing with wealth. At this rate, the Euclid family won't last 2 months, you idiot. Hearing that finances were near rock bottom, Deculin worried, recalling that the cost of the wand making exceeded his estimates by far. So this is the consequence of overspending, he thought. The family's finances will only hold for 2 more months. It seems I need to do something. Deculin spoke to reassure them. Calm down, I have a way to make more money. Uriel asked in surprise how. Deculin did not rush to explain. He led Uriel and Steward Roy to the storage room, containing the items he'd bought at the auction. Uriel, suspicious, asked, why did you bring me here? Are all these things just items you bought to show off your wealth? Knowing she saw him as a spendthrift, Deculin said helplessly, wait and you'll understand. Also, you should speak more like a lady. You'll be the next head of the demon-hunting family. What, you like to nitpick my choice of words? I'm angry because you're the one who's driving the Euclid family to ruin. Steward Roy hurriedly interjected, Mistress, please calm down. At first, Deculin didn't understand why the auction items exuded an air of wealth. He had thought of them as an investment similar to art in the real world. But recently, while preparing the trip to Berkt, he realized a way to use them to generate profit. Thinking that, Deculin activated the Midas hand skill. A beam of light issued from the porcelain vase. Seeing him stand motionless, Uriel, disappointed, said, you brought me here and then just put your hand out. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Mistress, please be calm. Roy hadn't finished speaking. Deculin cut in. I'll take these items back to auction. Go fetch someone who can appraise them. Uriel, shocked, shouted, what? You only just bought them and now you plan to sell? Antiques should be kept. Those items won't even fetch half of what you paid. Silence, Deculin replied. Not wanting to argue further with Uriel, he ordered Roy, go call an appraiser right away and move these items. Although puzzled, Steward Roy had no choice but to comply. Deculin turned back to the porcelain vase he'd used his skill on. Information appeared before his eyes. A flower vase by a master Eastern artisan. The master's heart and soul, along with his talent, went into crafting this vase. Touched by the Midas King's hand, it awakened. Special effect. The flowers in the vase will never wilt, and each petal has a healing effect ranging from mid to high tier. Deculin smiled proudly. A vase once worth 2.5 million LNE had now become a treasure he was reluctant to sell. Seeing 2 servants trembling as they carried the vase, Deculin warned, be careful, it's very precious. Uriel gaped, speechless. Regaining her composure, she asked, are you really going to sell all of that? Do you intend to bankrupt our family? Deculin answered confidently, we'll make money, don't worry. Uriel snapped, don't tell me to calm down. Seeing she didn't believe him, Deculin changed the subject. Oh, it's time for work, I'm off. Uriel helplessly yelled, ah. Cut to the tower of Arcane Magic University. In the Magic Exploration Club room, Epheren was playing cards with classmates. She laid down her hand, 3 high cards and a pair of 8s. Sylvia gasped, no. How can you be that lucky? Another cried. Indeed, Epheren's already won 3 rounds. Haha, I'm excused from cleaning for a week. Hearing Epheren's triumphant laugh, another complained, I was so close to winning. If only I had 1 more card. Epheren smugly grinned, don't make excuses for losing, heh heh heh. Surrounded by the lively atmosphere, Epheren felt as if she were living a dream. I come from the Viscount family, she thought. I never even dared dream of attending the academy before. Since arriving at the Tower of Arcane Magic, people have disliked me for no reason. Not only students, but even some professors treated her unkindly. So much has happened, but now I'm here in this club with friends. I'm really starting to love this simple magic exploration club. Sylvia, surprised, looked at Eferen and said, "We're just a normal magic exploration club. Eferen, watch your words." Eferen nodded. "Sorry, I was wrong." Just then the door flew open. A booming voice shouted, "You foolish kids! What is this? What the hell is this club doing?" Another man appeared looking pleased. "I told you, Professor. These lowborn commoners just take up space in the tower and do pointless things." Eferen fell silent. It was Professors Ritlan and Loklok. Whenever anything involving commoners came up, they made a scene. Glancing at the club's name, Professor Ritlan angrily barked. "The Ordinary Magic Exploration Club? Ridiculous. I'm asking what you all are doing here." "Cat got your tongue?" Eferen didn't know how to respond. Thoughts raced through her head. Though this wasn't a friendly visit, she had anticipated it. "I must handle this properly. We submitted a club formation plan and it was approved." "We are an official club," she replied. Professor Ritlan accused her of lying, angrily pointed at Eferen's face and snarled, "Speak! Who authorized this foolish club to be formed?" "Wait, you're that lowborn kid who was punished before and now you're at it again." Hearing him repeatedly call her lowborn, Eferen's gaze grew cold, and a surge of urge to rush forward and kill him rose within her. "Ha ha, look at this insolent brat. You dare glare at a professor. Look away now," Ritlan barked. Sylvia quickly advised, "Eferen, calm down. We don't need to be afraid." Loklok snickered as Eferen's group was cornered. Professor Ritlan continued to interrogate. "All right, if you are so confident. Then tell me who permitted you to establish this ridiculous club. I don't believe any professor at this academy would allow such a club to be formed." Hearing familiar footsteps, Eferen looked in that direction. Thinking she was startled and couldn't explain, Ritlan grew more smug. "See, I knew it. No professor here would permit this club." Suddenly a cold voice rang out. It was I. Professor Ritlan startled and turned to find Dekulin standing there. He glared at the old man and asked, "I was the one who permitted it. Do you have a complaint?" Feeling the enormous magical power in his words, Ritlan's spine chilled and his legs trembled with fear. Eferen wondered, "Why is Professor Dekulin here?" At that moment, Dekulin stood towering before the two professors who were sneaking around, trying to intimidate and squeeze the common student apprentices. His face was cold, eyes flashing undisguised annoyance. His sharp voice cut through the tense air. "I was the one who approved the formation of this club. Do you have a problem with my decision, Professor Ritlan? I heard you calling my name all the way down the hallway. If there's something, say it straight. Do I need your permission to approve this club, or should I ask you first?" The hallway grew stifling as Dekulin's questions made the nearby students uneasy. Their faces showed obvious anxiety, eyes nervously tracking every move. The protagonist, heavy-hearted, recalled the chain of events since morning. Exhaustion piled up. He was nearly spent. Early this morning, Jiriel had pestered him over petty money matters. By class time, these two professors deliberately caused trouble, and Ritlan even loudly insulted him in front of the students. That made his blood boil, but he kept a calm exterior, not letting emotion override reason. Old Ritlan's face went pale when he saw Dekulin. Sweat poured down like a shower as he stammered, trying to put out the fire. "Professor, senior professor." He pointed toward the room, voice trembling, coming up with a ridiculous excuse of his own. "Isn't this place already far too shabby? I just think the mages of the Royal Grand Magical Tower deserve better equipment and furnishings." Ha ha. I felt extremely upset seeing things like this. I'll take full responsibility and replace everything with better stuff. Hearing that, Dekulin inwardly snorted. This old man was a schemer, no different from the market con artists. However, those words did him no harm, so he didn't bother to care. With a composed tone laced with sarcasm, he replied, "You've always had thoughts like that, Professor Ritlan. This room does look old and shabby, ha? I'll take special note." Having said that, he turned his knife-sharp gaze to the other man, the one who had sparked the entire trouble. Dekulin's voice dropped, full of contempt. "Low, deceitful types will always act like that, since they can't do anything except cause damage." With that, Dekulin turned and walked away, unhurried, leaving the two scoundrels standing like statues, their eyes dazed. Beck, face flushed with anger, ground his teeth at the insults from the protagonist. But he could do nothing but swallow his rage. Though the two men looked like twins, the cowardly expression made the difference clear at first glance. The scene moved to the classroom, where the protagonist prepared to begin today's lesson. The classroom buzzed, students' whispers surfacing like waves on a shore. It's been ages since Professor Dekulin had class. Yeah, he's been so busy he might as well be smoking non-stop. I wonder what happened over there. Amid the chatter, Sylvia sat quietly in the corner, eyes fixed on Dekulin's every move as if trying to predict what he'd do next. She asked the friend beside her softly, Do you think he'll tell us about what happened there? Who knows, but that train attack was in last month's Wizarding magazine. Yeah, I read it. A whole train floating in midair? That's insane. Despite the lively gossip, Sylvia remained still, watching Deculin closely, and quietly asked the student next to her if he thought the teacher would speak about the incident. The protagonist placed his hand on the lectern, signaled with a light knock, and his steady voice rang out. Quiet down, everyone. It's time to begin class. I'll start the lecture now, so pay attention. Today's topic will be pure elements and magical intervention. Magical intervention, simply put, is a spell cast by one mage that is blocked by another mage and replaced with a different magic. So before diving into the main lecture, let's warm up. Alan, moving slowly, carried a container full of magic stones to the front. Immediately, the protagonist snapped his fingers and executed the magic skillfully. Each magic stone was wrapped in a field of magnetic mana, hovering in midair and glowing brilliantly like tiny stars. The whole classroom seemed lit by an otherworldly beauty, leaving the students awestruck. The stones drifted one by one to each student's spot. Sylvia received one, and Ephraim was no exception. The protagonist introduced in a tone both serious and encouraging. Each magic stone before you is worth 3,000 LN. I'll keep it hovering like this, so try to snatch it by intervening in my spiritual energy. If you can take it, it's yours. Before he finished, Ephraim slammed the table and sprang up, eyes shining with excitement. Yes, Professor. For a poor S-rank noble like me, 3,000 LN is a fortune. The red-haired girl next to her hurriedly clapped a hand over Ephraim's mouth, whispering a scolding. Hey, Ephraim, don't shout while the professor's still talking. Slightly annoyed at the interruption, the protagonist remained composed and continued the lecture. For a spellcaster, preventing an opponent's intervention is as important as casting a powerful spell. If your spell is interfered with and cancelled midway, you've already lost. So those who master strong magical defenses gain the upper hand. But in this class, give it your all and try. Without another second's hesitation, the students immediately launched into the challenge, pouring all their focus into intervening in the protagonist's spiritual energy. Hong, a nimble student, was the first to touch the stone before him. The vast room fell silent, every eye fixed. No one wanted to miss their chance. As the students struggled, Deculin quietly recalled past events. Yes, he had once stopped an entire train and held it aloft, but that was thanks to the basic spiritual power he'd only recently grasped. He needed more practice to get used to it, and deep down he was curious. Although all the students here were freshmen, how long could he sustain his spiritual energy against 150 talented young mages? And how would he perform before the brightest minds of the new generation? Both Sylvia and Ephraim poured their strength into breaking Deculin's spell, but clearly this challenge was no picnic. Ephraim, still smiling brightly, thought to herself, those mage tools are insanely expensive. My funding's almost gone, but Professor Deculin is generously handing out magic stones for free. Thanks, Professor. I'll take one then. Beside her, Sylvia quietly glanced at Ephraim, thoughtful. She remembered Deculin's words. Ephraim had overcome every hardship through her own strength. That was a spark fueling Sylvia's determination more than ever. I absolutely cannot lose, especially not to someone like Ephraim. The competition between the two prodigies grew intense, neither willing to yield. The other students were almost helpless against the protagonist's steadfast spiritual energy. Some pushed themselves until their noses bled, others trembled from exhaustion. From below, Alan couldn't hide his admiration and called out, Professor, you're truly supreme. Even against 150 opponents, you show no crack. The students can't intervene at all. Alan's praise even surprised Deculin. He hadn't expected the freshmen to drain themselves to the point of nosebleeds and still fail to break through. Suddenly, one of the magic stones trembled, the sign that his spiritual energy was being interfered with. Deculin immediately turned his gaze toward it. As expected, the first to succeed was Sylvia. She panted, sweat beading on her forehead. This challenge was clearly no easy feat. After succeeding, Sylvia glanced at Ephraim, who was still struggling with her stone. Sylvia exhaled in relief, telling herself she was the only one who had succeeded so far. The protagonist stepped forward, voice encouraging. Well done, Sylvia. You're the first to finish this exercise. Seeing Deculin approach, Sylvia was briefly surprised, but she only nodded slightly, saying nothing. From the start, Deculin had predicted Sylvia would breeze through this challenge, but he hadn't expected her to have to strain herself so much. He swept his gaze around the class and said, Is there no one else? The other students were still struggling, with no sign a miracle was coming. If no one else succeeds, then. Before he could finish, Deculin felt another intervention. He smiled faintly. Another has just succeeded. Sylvia's expression changed instantly, eyes wide with surprise. A girl, really? And as expected, Ephraim's talent was hardly lacking. She broke into a radiant smile, though her body was nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Heh heh, I did it. 3,000 Elni will be mine. Sylvia's face tensed, brows knitting slightly. It looked like the rivalry between the two girls would only grow fiercer. The students were pouring everything into breaking the protagonist's defensive magic to grab the hovering stone. Each of them was a pathetic sight, drenched in sweat, noses bleeding, yet still unable to reach the goal. The classroom stank of sweat and extreme tension. Sensing things were getting out of hand, the protagonist hurriedly signaled them to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, one student vomited violently onto the desk from dizziness. Some even collapsed from exhaustion, unconscious. The protagonist covered his face and sighed tiredly, voice tinged with exasperation. You lot are pathetic. We'll take a short break. Remember to clean up your battlefield. Each student staggered to their feet and left their seats, looking like they might topple any second. Julia, pale with exhaustion, spoke weakly to Ephraim. Ephraim, how did you do that? I tried my best, nearly died, and still couldn't. Ephraim, resting her head on the desk and panting, answered in a tired yet slightly proud voice. I nearly croaked. I can't even feel my tongue now, seriously. But now I understand everything. Julia's eyes widened in surprise. Understand everything? Ephraim nodded slightly, eyes dreamy. Yes, I don't know much about psychic power, but when I pushed through Deculin's magic, I felt like I pierced something. Julia exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration. Wow, I'm seriously jealous of you, Ephraim. Across the room, Sylvia, having witnessed the whole scene, felt a surge of discomfort. She frowned and thought, this is absurd. How can someone who always ranked last in tests suddenly leap to second place? She was certain no favoritism was being shown to Ephraim here. But then a thought flashed. Could the rumor that Professor Deculin tutored Ephraim privately be true? Is he hiding something from me? Sylvia glanced at Ephraim with cold eyes, no longer looking down on her but instead on high alert. After all, Ephraim had been prophesied to become one of the 3 great mages of this era. She really is arrogant, Sylvia thought to herself, but inside her, the competition had turned into a smoldering fire, ready to flare up at any moment. Returning to the lesson, after the tense and tear-dampened warm-up, the protagonist began to explain in detail the magic he had used. His voice was steady and compelling, holding the class' attention. In that warm-up exercise, you all did your best to interrupt my spell and my psychic magic. However, there is a simpler way to neutralize my psychic power without exerting so much effort. Those who managed it might know something already. It's not some high-level secret at all. It's actually quite simple. That method is actually mana interruption. But it's not like the widely known approach of blocking the caster's completed spell. This technique revolves around understanding the opponent's spell and disrupting it before it finishes. However, the reason people don't use this widely is that it has a major limitation. He paused briefly, watching the students' reactions, then continued. Mana interruption, huh? Only those with many magic circles can pull it off. The truth is you can only use mana interruption on spells you already know, and it's not encouraged. In most real combat situations, people use shields for defense or another counterspell. Still, practice makes perfect. I want you to take this chance to fully understand what mana interruption is. The main difficulty of mana interruption is finding the center of the magic circle. Every spell has a different central current depending on whether it's an attack, support, or elemental spell. In other words, you need to find the central current your opponent is using and disrupt it. Once you get used to mana interruption, performing it becomes much easier. The protagonist walked to the board and began drawing example magic circles. Now, I'll teach you how to find the central current of most common magic circles. First, look at this magic circle called Thunder Mace. Offensive spells always have a burning current from the inside out, like this. Next, support and healing spells look like this. The students took careful notes, but Deculin's pace was a bit fast, forcing some to scramble to keep up. The lecture lasted 2 hours, and the classroom atmosphere grew heavy under the dense flow of information. The protagonist glanced at the wall clock, sighed slightly, and stopped. Although there was still a bit left to teach, time was up. You lot wasted too much of my time, so I'm sure no one will complain. Study on your own, think for yourselves, and figure out the rest of the lesson. The midterm is coming up. Before that, you'll have an open practical exam. So remember what you learned today. It's going to be important. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye, everyone. With that, Deculin hurried off, leaving the class stunned and bewildered. Why did he leave before finishing the lesson? What's wrong with that, Professor? It felt like he stopped mid-sentence and walked off. Julia stretched and complained wearily. What the heck? He expects us to think for ourselves. I'm exhausted. Her friend laughed awkwardly. Haha, you're right. But Eferen, on the other hand, beamed. Today felt like I'd unlocked something. It's hard to put into words, but it was amazing. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from the back, cutting through her thoughts. Hey, Eferen, representative of the commoners. Eferen quickly turned and recognized Beck, the snitch who'd caused trouble before. His face wore the arrogant smugness typical of the nobility. The red-haired girl beside Eferen spoke up immediately, tone full of irritation. Beck, what trouble are you looking for this time? Last time you brought Master Ritlan to ruin our gathering. Now what are you itching to do? Beck merely curled his lip and sneered. Oh, please, it's because you commoners love to show off. Eferen, how did you jump from dead last to second in the class? Eferen replied calmly, a mocking smile on her lips. HMPH, even if I told you, it would be pointless. Before she could finish, Beck cut in, insulting. A commoner with no house or fortune, how did you bribe him? Eferen snapped around, eyes blazing with anger. What did you just say? Beck tossed his head, tone haughty. It's true. Everyone knows you get private lessons from Professor de Kulin, don't they? Eferen immediately shouted, voice trembling with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? I never did that. The argument caught Sylvia's attention, who was standing nearby. Beck kept taunting, his tone growing more venomous. It's obvious and you still deny it. You're just an idiot not from the academy. How on earth could you improve so fast? So Professor de Kulin had been favoring you before, right? Maybe he wanted to gift you a mana stone, so he staged it. If that's the case, everything makes more sense. Because you're just an orphan and homeless, so. Before he could finish, waves of mana flared up, filling the room. Eferen gritted her teeth, fists clenched, ready to pummel Beck. She was easily swayed by emotion, and now her anger pushed her to the brink of losing control. Say one more word and see. But Beck, as a noble, wouldn't let his honor be trampled by a commoner so easily. He snarled, You think I won't keep going, you filthy commoner? Eferen roared. Yeah, say more if you dare. Tension spiked like never before. Sylvia, standing not far off, knitted her brows slightly, worry showing in her eyes. Suddenly, Julia's arm shot out and pulled Eferen back. Let it go. Eferen, you shouldn't lose your temper like this. What will you do if you get punished again? Those words made Eferen pause. She suddenly remembered what de Kulin had taught. As a mage, you must always keep a cool head. If she struck Beck now, all her efforts would be wasted. Eferen pulled her hand away from Julia. Her face was still dark, but she quickly forced a smile. Thanks, Julia, you're right. I overreacted a bit. For a moment there, I thought I was going insane trying to talk to those brainless idiots. Hearing that, Beck's hair stood on end. He trembled with anger. What did you just say? Eferen ignored him and turned to Julia cheerfully. Julia, let's go get something tasty on the way home. Julia nodded. All right. The two hurried off, leaving Beck standing there, his face flushed with rage. Hey, I'm not done yet. Sylvia, having watched everything from the start, narrowed her eyes slightly, following Eferen with her own calculations. Looks like there will be some interesting developments soon, she thought, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. The scene shifted to a while later, outside the academy building. Eferen walked with heavy steps, her heart still boiling with anger. She bit her lip and muttered, Thanks to Julia, I held myself back then. But I should do something about that damn Beck. I'm so angry I can't hold it in. She kept walking, her mind in turmoil, until she accidentally saw a familiar figure waiting ahead. What should I do with that elite bastard? Before she could finish the thought, Eferen froze, stunned. It was Sylvia. She stood there calm but cold-eyed. Eferen thought, why is she here? What's going on? Sylvia slowly approached, her voice gentle but carrying an invisible pressure. Can we talk for a moment? In that instant, Sylvia's and Eferen's gazes met. Hearing that, Eferen frowned in confusion. What's up with Sylvia today? If she wants to pick a fight with me, she's chosen the wrong time. Please leave me alone. Seeing Eferen remain silent too long, Sylvia cut to the chase. Eferen, do you take private lessons with Master de Kulin? Upon hearing this, Eferen's anger flared. She couldn't hold back and shouted, I knew it. Come at me then if you dare. And why are you asking me that? Do you know the past between me and Master de Kulin? Why would I let him tutor me privately? You know nothing. Moreover, did you seriously stop me here just to spout that nonsense? Why is everyone bothering me today? Sylvia stared at Eferen, realized she wasn't lying, and her attitude softened. Sylvia haughtily said, I see. Fine, whatever, you have no right. But before Eferen could reply, Sylvia dropped a piece of information that froze her. But did you know, after her father died, Professor de Kulin didn't enter the laboratory for 3 years. Not even once. It's obvious. Professor de Kulin couldn't do anything without my father. Just so you know, my father was a genius when he was alive. So you should also know that Professor de Kulin started going to the laboratory every day 3 months ago. The remark struck Eferen like a thunderbolt. She stood there dazed for a long time. Sylvia continued. He cleared out the lab, hired an assistant professor, and bought a pile of magical equipment. What do you think that means? Eferen didn't answer immediately because she was shocked by the news. In her mind, she pictured Dekulin continuing the magical research her father had left unfinished. But this was strange, since Dekulin wasn't clever or talented enough to finish it alone. Was he? If not, why would he need to choose my father? Remembering those unpleasant memories, Eferen clenched her fist. She tried to feign indifference. Who knows, maybe he's just running some experiments. After all, he's a senior professor. What does that have to do with me? Sylvia smiled, not exposing the lie. Nothing, I just said it so you'd be aware. With that, Sylvia turned and left, leaving Eferen in a tangle of chaotic thoughts. Scene shifts to Wednesday, the final lecture before the midterms. At this time, Dekulin's class was gathered on the 5th floor, an area suitable for combat practice. The professor hadn't arrived yet. Julia quietly asked, Eferen, what kind of practical exercise is Professor Dekulin planning? Why drag the whole class all the way out here? Eferen shook her head and replied, Who knows, it seems he's plotting something again. Suddenly, Beck lunged forward, shoved Julia aside, and didn't offer a single apology. An action no different from a delinquent's. Julia angrily scolded, That arrogant noble is at it again. Eferen stepped forward to advise her. Let it go, why bother fussing over that brat? At exactly 15:00, Dekulin appeared at the gate and stepped to the center of the stage, where he began to speak while looking down at everyone. Silence, class, it's time for the lesson. As soon as he finished, the noisy chatter fell silent. As I've mentioned before, today is the final practical rehearsal before the final exam, and today we will conduct a public exam. After saying that, he snapped his thumb. The curtains at the edge of the stands were drawn aside, revealing to all the students an area so vast its end could not be seen. It had a domed ceiling, a rectangular stage, and the stands were packed with people. This left all the students, including Eferen, wide-eyed with astonishment. They wondered how many people were up there. The mages above were equally surprised, but they fell silent when Dekulin announced this was a magic sparring event. Participating in magic sparring is unavoidable for a mage even if they try to avoid it. But since such things are inevitable in the future, calling everyone here to put pressure on the students made sense. Next, Dekulin began explaining the rules. You may use any spells to fight each other, but you must use at least 3 pure elements. Don't make winning or losing the most important thing. Just focus on the match. I will supervise you and take notes on your strengths and weaknesses while observing from outside. I hope you'll all improve further after today's evaluations. Professor Relin, please come up. Relin hurried forward at once. He awkwardly scratched his head as the mages and audience turned their attention to him. Professor Relin will serve as the audience for the matches to avoid life-threatening situations or unnecessary damage. So strip away your weakness and give him your all. Ha ha, leave the rest to me. After saying that, the two of them went down to the stands. Dekulin's voice rang out again. We will begin the class now. Who's first? At first he hesitated, but then chose one of his friends as an opponent. Seeing both in position, Dekulin announced loudly, You two have 3 minutes, begin. The matches proceeded energetically. The students gradually grew accustomed to the pressure, and their skills improved dramatically. Beneath the stands, Dekulin took notes intently while Relin struggled to keep up, and the quality of the matches clearly rose as students focused on their spells, instead of the audience's gaze. But for some, the pressure meant little. Sylvia won decisively, defeating her opponent as effortlessly as a breeze. Watching, Beck and the nobles laughed with satisfaction. Ha! Another commoner crushed. They should have stayed as my servants and worked in the magic tower instead of bringing shame. Eferen ground her teeth, her eyes blazing. Those bastards, if they faced Sylvia, they'd get their asses kicked like the losers they are. She turned to her friend, her tone warm and cheerful. Ferret, you did very well. Dekulin called. Beck stepped up to choose an opponent. Beck curled his lip and pointed, choosing Eferen, indicating he wanted her as his opponent. Beck sneered and pointed at her, choosing Eferen as his opponent. Eferen scoffed, her fighting spirit erupting. Fine, want a beating? I'll give you one. On the vast arena, the two sized each other up like stalking predators, their eyes sparking with fire. Beck taunted, You sure about this? No one here gives you private lessons. Eferen shot back, her voice sharp as a blade. All you do is yap. Were you taught by parents who only taught you to brag? Looking at that cheap imitation of a professor's outfit and shouting like that, aren't you ashamed? Beck snarled in fury, What did you say? Eferen raised her hand. Mana erupted. I'll make you see your magic is as useless as you are. They rushed at each other, anger blazing. Beck shouted, "You low vermin," as he gathered mana and unleashed a powerful counterspell. "Let me send you off to the afterlife to meet your parents." The spell shot at Epheren, forcing her to fall back, and a terrible explosion filled the air with choking dust. Beck laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha, you fool." But before his smile could form, the spell in his hands was altered. Epheren intervened, seized the casting, her eyes flashing, her voice icy. "There's an old saying in the magic tower that nobles deserve to be smashed to pieces." She returned the stolen spell, aiming it straight at Beck. He panicked and ran with legs buckling, but how can a noble run? One blow sent him crashing to the floor, humiliated. Julia in the stands cheered, "Great job, push her back, Epheren." But there's no proverb like that. Beck crawled away in disgrace. Epheren stepped forward, hands on her hips, proud, feeling what it's like to stomp on a pest. Beck gritted his teeth. "You're just lucky, you bastard." From afar, someone called out, shaking their head in disappointment, "These fools are done already. I invited so many spectators, and there's nothing exciting." Epheren quickly cut in. "If the professor is bored, why not give me another chance?" I needed to cast 3 pure element spells, but only managed one because the opponent was too weak. The match ended before I finished the exercise. DEC nodded. "I understand it's not your fault. Fine, choose anyone as the next opponent." Without hesitation, Epheren pointed directly at DEC, her voice decisive. "I want to choose Professor DEC as my opponent, may I?" The arena erupted. The audience gasped, anticipating a earth-shattering showdown. Hearing Farron's bold declaration, the arena exploded with astonished murmurs. "Is she crazy?" Professor Relin flushed and roared in anger. "What? Look at that insane brat. Do you know what you're saying?" Sylvia in the stands narrowed her eyes, her look full of doubt, stirring a puzzled ripple. Criticism rang out sharp as knives, but Epheren stood tall, unconcerned. She thought inwardly, eyes blazing. "Of course. They're shocked by what I said, but I'm not a fool acting without thought. This is a golden opportunity to challenge Professor de Kulin." She curled her lip, telling herself that even if she were insulted, if she used it well, it would all be worth it. De Kulin beside her smirked mysteriously. The matter grew more and more interesting. Relin, still ashamed from last time, howled, "Did you see? That girl doesn't know what she's doing, cut her off coldly." "That's enough, Professor." Relin calmed down. Relin stammered, "Huh, but that brat." De Kulin turned to Epheren, his voice deep and resonant. "Very well, I accept your challenge. I said you could choose anyone, no exception. I will be your opponent." He raised his hand, eyes sharp, but facing an unrestricted professor against a rookie isn't fair. "I will not strike first. If you make me move from this position, even a single step, you win." Epheren broke into a radiant smile, though a flicker of anxiety crossed her eyes. "I understand." The two stood facing each other on the silent arena, with only the wind whistling and dust swirling. Epheren's heart pounded wildly, as if it would burst. The dream of facing him at last became reality. He spoke in a thunderous baritone, "If you're ready, begin." Without hesitation, Epheren launched razor-sharp wind arrows from every direction straight at DCULIN. She knew well the gap in strength between them was as vast as heaven and earth, and she could do nothing. But Epheren did not back down. Her eyes burned. "This is the enemy I must one day defeat with my own hands for revenge." This match would show her how large that gap truly was. She poured her power into a twin fire and wind spell that dazzled like fireworks. It was impressive. De Kulin stood still observing, a pleased smile on his lips. Not bad. The magic rushed forward and exploded right before him, but could not pierce his solid defenses. Epheren gritted her teeth and poured everything into adding earth to complete the perfect combined attack. A faint hope. The arena was engulfed in a sea of brilliant flames and choking smoke. No one could clearly see de Kulin's condition. Relin on the floor gaped in shock. The commoner I despised just unleashed magic that could threaten even me. The audience fell silent, eyes fixed on the spectacular display. Although the outcome was unclear, Epheren's spell structure and casting method far exceeded that of a typical rookie. De Kulin was trapped in a layer of molten earth almost like lava. But for a senior professor, escaping was not difficult. He stood there unscathed, his eyes glittering with expectation as he looked at Epheren. She roared in anger, still not finished. A barrage of wind spells continued to attack, though they were ineffective against de Kulin. Seeing the amusement was enough, he spoke. "Your magic has a fatal habit. The larger your incantation motions, the more that habit shows." Immediately, Epheren's spell was disrupted as de Kulin interfered with its operation. She froze. "What? The spell isn't working. Have you seen through it, teacher?" De Kulin said in a low voice. "You can no longer cast spells in front of me. What do you intend to do?" Epheren gritted her teeth, Damn it, he's blocked everything. But I have one final move. She lunged forward, switching to close combat. Her fist clenched tight as she threw a powerful punch. But Dekulin merely snapped his fingers. An invisible force blasted FRN backward dozens of meters, and she fell to the ground like a pathetic stone. The match ended, and Dekulin pondered, having combined the fire, wind, and earth elements to deceive the eye. FRN's ability to sense mana was impressive, but even good perception is meaningless without elemental control. Her talent and mana sensing made her stand out. If she wore that bracelet, her ability to use every element would explode. Everyone would want that bracelet. He exhaled with satisfaction. FRN was on the right path. A virtuous person like her would achieve much. Dekulin stepped forward in a warm voice. The result is clear. Truthfully, you didn't fight badly. FRN was stunned, her eyes strange. Professor Dekulin praised her. He turned and left a reminder. The public training is over. Focus on the midterm exam. The students in the stands buzzed. What? Professor Dekulin said that for the first time? Yes. FRN did well. The match with Beck was boring, but this one was top tier. Beck sat humiliated, gritting his teeth with no pride left. FRN broke into a radiant smile. I've been recognized. Her friends surged forward cheering. Wow, you're amazing. FRN, you're the best. You're our pride. Scene cuts to the Red Stone Adventure Group in a coastal city, owned by a clan in the Western Empire. Gainus's group was waiting for a ship at Lucan Harbor. She pointed at the approaching vessel and said excitedly, they're here. Then the ship docked and two children quickly disembarked. Gainusa laughed. Hey Leo, Carlos, long time no see. How have you been? At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. Gainusa, long time no see. Hearing that voice, Gainusa waved and called Ria, welcome to La Harbor. Do you remember me? Maybe a little heh-heh. The girl rubbing her head is Yuria, a girl from the islands where Ara, Kim Woo-jin's ex-lover, was possessed. At the bustling dock where Ganesha's mercenary crew anxiously waited, the people they'd been watching finally arrived, bringing with them the salty sea breeze. Ganesha rushed forward and hugged Yuria tightly, her face radiant as sunshine. Oh, baby, I missed you so much. The loving squeeze made Yuria blush. The teammates hurried over, panicking to intervene. Captain, calm down, you're squeezing her too hard, that's clearly bullying a child. Ganesha laughed loudly, released her, scratched her head, and apologized. All right, my bad. Yuria lowered her head, her gaze thoughtful as if drifting into distant memories. She recalled the fateful moment when she was transported into this world. That day, a blinding light had appeared in Dekulin's office and swallowed her whole, as if erasing her from reality. The light flared brilliantly, engulfing her until everything around vanished. No sound, no image, only nothingness. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar world, magnificent and mysterious. The first voice she heard was Ganesha's, full of indignation. Dekulin dared use a child like this. I won't take that mission. A teammate argued, what do you mean? You agreed at the start, weren't you just bewitched by his handsome looks? Do you know how much the cancellation fee is? Seeing the familiar faces, Yuria suddenly realized they were the characters she and her team had spent sleepless nights designing and pouring their hearts into. Now they stood before her alive in flesh and blood. Ganesha stepped up to where Yuria sat, voice warm. You're Yuria, right? Yuria glanced around at the wind-filled dock and the sunset, feeling wistful. She remembered the game's setup. Before her stood Ganesha and the Red Mercenary Squad, legendary figures. If this were the game, based on her memories, she murmured softly with a hint of anxiety. Yes, I'm Yuria, and so everything led to this fateful meeting. In the game she had created, Yuria had become the protagonist, embarking on a tumultuous journey. Back in the present, Ganesha's voice rang sharply across the harbor. Hey, Leah Carlos, stop running around or you'll fall now. Watching Ganesha take her hand, Yuria thought silently. This is Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in this world. Her greatest goal now was to survive. The best way was to stay with Ganesha, who guaranteed absolute safety. Meanwhile, she had to find a way back to her old world, however slim the hope. Cut to Dekulin Manor. He had just received a package from the Magic City, his heart pounding. At last it had arrived. He opened the box, his eyes lit up. Inside was the custom-made magic staff he'd ordered. Euclid staff by Lokalok, a masterpiece crafted by Master Lokalok for Dekulin, an exclusive item of Dekulin von Grahen Euclid. Classified as a special effect magic staff, it stores up to 500 mana. The staff functions like a regeneration ring, seamlessly elevating spells. Holding the staff, Dekulin couldn't help but exclaim at the exquisite, top-tier aesthetic detail. The staff was not only stunningly beautiful, but intuitively optimized for the user's magic. Moreover, it adapted flexibly to outfits like a fashionable masterpiece. The item's special attributes were even more astonishing. The staff possessed extraordinary power in exorcism and purification. Dekulin murmured that the initial 9 million LN price seemed expensive, but now it was worth every coin. A creation both beautiful and powerful. With it, the path ahead would be much easier. Suddenly, the butler Roy's voice sounded from behind the door. "Master, dinner is ready." Dekulin turned calmly. "I know, bring it down at once." He sat at the dining table. Before him were gourmet dishes. He was astonished. What was going on? Isn't the family's finances supposed to be tight? This meal is more sumptuous than on holidays. Uriel, sitting opposite, replied shyly, "Of course it's lavish. This is an encouragement meal." Roy smiled and explained, "Do you remember the artifact you asked me to sell?" The response exceeded expectations. When the listing went up, bidders flocked in, turning the auction into a frenzy. Miss Uriel and I were nearly stunned. The money not only covered the shortfall, but would comfortably run the family for years. Uriel blushed. Roy continued, "This is how the lady expresses her gratitude. Please accept it, sir." Dekulin smiled brightly, said nothing, and merely nodded. The meal was delicious. Uriel still snapped him. "It seems you know what you're doing." The two ate in silence, a rare harmony like a warm family portrait. But someone upstairs suddenly spoke up teasingly. "You're holding your posture wrong, Uriel." Cut to the upstairs office at the academy. He sighed in exasperation, clutching a stack of documents. "It's really the old DECULEIN files, just a mess." With the midterms approaching, Dekulin worked hard to draft the questions. To find inspiration, he reviewed the old Dekulin's questions, but only grew annoyed. They were all meant to torment students. He just wanted to show off. "I am noble Dekulin, the supreme mage. Taste my exam and despair." These questions only revealed his petty arrogance. Dekulin shook his head. He thought difficulty proved superiority. "But I'm different. I want meaningful questions, challenging yet inspiring. The solution process may be arduous, but when achieved, students will admire and be enlightened like true mages." He glanced at the last box of documents, hoping for something useful. Dekulin picked up a question, his eyes widening in astonishment. This one was completely different, elaborate and profound, as if written by someone else. The image of Epheren flashed in his mind. He murmured, "Perhaps these are old Dekulin's notes copied from him." Though the difficulty is comparable, this question sparks intense interest. If students grasp it and channel mana correctly, a miracle will occur. Suddenly, from the paper in Dekulin's hands, a brilliant, multicolored flow of mana exploded and spread throughout the room, converging into the form of a vivid mana girl. Dekulin looked up, eyes bright. How fascinating! Solving it correctly and channeling mana would produce this image. Each color represented an element. Their blending created an exhilarating feeling. This was the perfect tool for teaching pure element magic he'd been seeking. Dekulin's body trembled as a surge of envy rose. The old Dekulin must have recognized how subtle this question was, but he couldn't have created it himself. Wait, who is this woman? If the question was written by Epheren's father, this figure could be her mother. Cut to the headmaster's office. She held the magical meeting document and said softly, "How interesting." The bloodline issue was postponed to the next meeting, signed by the Grand Elder Berkt Drezechten. The headmistress murmured that the discussion ended up this way, surely, because Professor Dekulin strongly opposed, suppressing a strange, redirecting maneuver. She looked at those behind her, her voice deep. Not only Dekulin, but everyone here was full of surprise, right? Adrian, headmistress of the Academy's magic tower, is a mage of extraordinary power and is considered the leading candidate for the title of Grand Mage. Her personality, completely contrary to that, was extremely gentle. She was always curious about the world and liked to hear rumors. What? Professor Dekulin and Knight Yuli fought. Professor Relin failed his diet again. Oh my gods! Her curiosity about the world and love of gossip were actually closely tied to the secret of her origins. The truth was she was a half-fae. That's why she had that personality. Of course, that's also the source of her nearly limitless mana. Even someone like her had to wait reluctantly on a day like this. Today she sat calmly in the tower master's chair. Magic spoke gently. Dekulin defended the bloodline. How interesting. Once a month the professors gather to praise the tower master. As always, if anyone is absent, it's Dekulin. What? A noble Dekulin like me still has to curry favor with others. Dekulin said so. However, this time was different. A sudden proposal was raised during Dekulin's absence. I heard Lord Luna will attend the Mages' Conference this time. Luna, the one who once dueled Professor DECULEIN, is coming to contend for a senior professorship. You'd give up your post for Dekulin's plan? I thought that person had returned to the kingdom. Sounds intriguing. Why would Lord Luna suddenly do that? Has he come to the Empire? Ha ha ha, once he secures a position, he'll return here in an instant. If that happens, our magic tower will gain great benefits. After all, Lord Luna is highly esteemed in the kingdom, and compared to Professor Dekulin, you defended the bloodline. I'm not trying to disparage the current senior professor or anything. All right, if Luna truly returns, I'll consider it later. As soon as the tower master finished speaking, the professor's faces relaxed somewhat. It seems de Kulin is quite disliked. That's enough for today. I have work to do. Professors who haven't submitted exam questions, hurry up. Yes, sir. Sitting alone in the tower master's room, she thought to herself that de Kulin's recent behavior seemed a bit odd. To think the exam de Kulin submitted was actually done by him, it's unbelievable. Someone must have done it for him. Should I stir him up a bit? If the two sworn rivals Luna and DCULAN were to meet, haha. If that happens, it'd be so fun. This will be very interesting. A few days later, the midterm for pure elemental magic knowledge began. Whispers echoed throughout the lecture hall. Is this information accurate? This is the test. What the hell is this exam? I heard Professor de Kulin's papers are odd, but this is ridiculous. I give up. To calm everyone, Professor DCULEIN's teaching assistant quickly spoke up. All right, everyone, stay calm. The structure is unconventional, so I understand your confusion, but this is indeed the exam. The midterm on pure elemental magic knowledge will take place over 10 days. The deadline is midnight on Sunday, when the Magic Tower's official schedule of teaching and learning ends. Each student will take the exam in an assigned private room. Of course, you may work on other assignments during the exam period and eat or sleep as you wish. However, removing the exam from the room is strictly prohibited. As I mentioned earlier, this exam will be open-ended. Efren and her friends were tired of hearing the rules. Open-ended. 10 days. How difficult must the exam be? Even the final is this troublesome. Typical de Kulin. He even leaves explaining the odd rules to his assistant. The professor himself doesn't bother to show up. There was one more important point the professor mentioned. If any of you achieve a perfect score on this exam, I will personally write a letter of recommendation for you in the name of a senior professor. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent in surprise. Having a senior professor personally write a recommendation is such an honor. The ranks of mages are divided as follows. Rank 1 is the Immortal Mage, also called the Grand Mage, and the lowest is rank 11, the Novices. Promotion is by no means easy. It's not just about attending classes and waiting for time to pass. To reach each rank, you must pass a separate promotion test, and passing is difficult. But what if you receive a recommendation from DECULEIN, a 4th rank Imperial Mage? It's a prestigious promotion endorsement, a powerful card. Efren squinted, thinking, what? DECULEIN's recommendation. Yeah, that mortal enemy would endorse me. Just hearing it drains my motivation to take the exam. I don't want anything to do with him. But wait, what if I actually get a perfect score and receive DECULEIN's nomination? Haha, if only you hadn't written that letter for me back then, you wouldn't be kneeling before me now. You fool, please spare me. The mischievous brat was already daydreaming. She smiled in satisfaction at her fantasy. Heh heh heh, how delightful, de Kulin, just watch. I'll get a perfect score for you. Sitting next to Efren, her red-headed friend couldn't understand what she was thinking to smile like a villain. Cut to the 4th day of the exam. Inside her exam room, Efren was tearing at her hair because she couldn't solve this problem. It's too hard. Glancing at the other questions, she mentally calculated the time. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. Do the questions just get harder and harder? Heh heh, look at this sheet of calculations. Indeed, the questions on this exam are brilliant. The solving process is truly grueling, but once solved, it brings an enlightenment the solver has never felt. Did de Kulin really set these questions? The joy of discovery cannot be stopped, no matter how painful. Just wait, de Kulin. I will definitely get your letter of recommendation. But this question, I've thought about it forever and still don't know how to solve it. Forget it, I should go breathe some fresh air to clear my head. Pushing too hard might be fatal. Outside in the cool garden, Sylvia was sitting under a tree, inhaling the fresh air. She stretched wearily and said, "Phew, it's finally solved. One problem took me 30 hours to finish. I need a break." She recalled what the teaching assistant had said that day. If anyone achieved a perfect score on this exam, Professor de Kulin would personally write a recommendation. Sylvia smiled to herself and said, "Ridiculous things like that favor. Someone who can get a perfect score on their first try surely wouldn't fail the promotion exam. Put simply, that letter is useless. Still, I want to get a perfect score on this exam, not for the grade or the letter, but for myself. Every question is exquisite. Each is a key that opens a new horizon of understanding. If I can solve to the final question, I'll surely attain the level of a true mage." While she was still pondering, a voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, Sylvia." It was Efren. She had also come here to rest. Seeing this, Sylvia's curiosity flared up. "How far have you gotten in the problems?" "Hey, how far have you gotten?" The two asked at once, as if both wanted to know what their rival was doing. That simultaneous question made them both a little embarrassed. After all, they're rivals, not close friends to be so in sync. Sylvia spoke first. "I'm on question 8. Hearing that, Efren shouted, "What? You've solved question 8 already?" "No, I'm still working, but that's still pretty fast. I'm stuck on question 7 and can't get past it." Even though she's ahead, Sylvia isn't letting up. Efren is only one question behind. Is she lying? Oh well. This isn't the time to relax. I have to finish solving it. Wait, you only stood up because I came here. Oh, I just wanted a short break, nothing else. Meanwhile, as the exam raged fiercely in the magic tower, DC Walian sensed a major upheaval approaching very soon. In his hand was a report of the information he had recently gathered. It seemed everything was starting. Emperor Krebem was currently in critical condition. In his office, de Kulin tried to recall the narrative he had constructed. Emperor Krebem was in critical condition. He was famed for his gentleness and mild manners. That was why he always sought a balance between divine power and royal authority. He did not enact hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who took the throne after his death. The emperor is always the most problematic and crucial factor in this world, which means resolving it is also the most difficult. If I remember correctly, his name is Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time passed swiftly, and it became the final day of the midterm exam. By this point, a large number of students had abandoned DECULEIN's marathon exam. However, the gap between the top and bottom ranks had become clearly defined. Regardless of scores, all the students boasted about finishing the exam as if it were a grand achievement. After the exam ended, instead of celebrating, the students reviewed what they had learned. This was unusual and drew others' attention. Even the tower's professors wanted to see the exam everyone was talking about. It was so good it left them speechless. In the end, only 2 students reached question 8, the rival pair Efren and Sylvia. Sitting at her desk, Efren muttered irritably, "This damn question 8, this is the final obstacle I must overcome. I have to solve it." After downing so much coffee, she couldn't give up now. Her face was hollowed. It seemed she had stayed up nights working. "If I concentrate a bit more on the question, I can definitely do it." In the corridor outside, Min and his assistant watched the two intently. Suddenly, a light shone from someone's room, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke, "Professor, one of the two has solved the final question." His face remained calm, but a thought crossed his mind. "I knew she could do it." De Kulin hurried to that room and opened the door. Inside the room, shimmering lights enveloped everything. De Kulin approached and spoke softly, "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing that, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Is the final question really this beautiful? Magical lights enveloped the space and painted a stunning picture. The Starry Night painting of Van Gogh was elevated into a magic made real. Bright colors were filled with elemental magic. Even the blues seemed to radiate warmth beneath the stars, carrying hope within the darkness. Hot and cold hues were blended with exquisite artistry. Not only visually striking, it truly felt real and warm. It was a masterpiece of humanity. De Kulin reached out to catch the sparkling stars and smiled gently with delight. Although de Kulin created the question, he could not fully realize it himself because his talent had definite limits. Somewhere deep in his mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the heart of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming a painter, despite lacking the necessary talent. He always wanted people to be moved when standing before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, de Kulin's aesthetic sensibility had also harmonized with his. Thus, de Kulin, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of studying art, were both satisfied and pleased with what was unfolding. After admiring that beauty, de Kulin turned away. "Well done, Sylvia, and also thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face filled with astonishment. She didn't understand why de Kulin was thanking her. Before she could say anything, de Kulin had gone, leaving her standing alone with chaotic thoughts. "Me too, I want to thank him as well." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own work. The words and expectations placed on her by those around her felt like an inescapable burden. She must become a grand mage. Sylvia was indeed a rare natural talent. Who knew what she might achieve? Truly a descendant of a grand mage family. Gazing at the magic before her, it seemed Sylvia had found the path she would choose. No, the magic itself was simply beautiful and perfect. At the same time, Alan had come to Efren's room to inform her. "Student Efren, your time is up." Despite trying her best, she still couldn't solve the final question. "Ah, I see, how embarrassing." Alan stepped forward and said, "You did very well, Efren." Even until the last moment, only 2 people tackled that question. Hearing that, Efren shouted, "Sylvia, how is it? Did she solve it?" Alan nodded gently in affirmation. "Ah, she truly is a monster. I'm deadly jealous." Before she realized it, thoughts of the recommendation letter and Deculin had almost vanished. The only thing left was Ephren's thirst for learning as a mage, and her pure desire for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, all the questions on this exam. Ephren stood up and said, "Well, although the test is over, the question is still there, isn't it? I'm certain I will solve this question." Having said that, Ephren smiled brightly. "I'll try harder next time." Alan sympathized and understood her feelings. "Good luck. I'll be cheering for you." Ephren, thank you. After finishing the exam, Ephren wearily walked along the academy path, completely exhausted. This damn marathon test. If I'd answered every question, I'd probably feel better from the thrill of victory. But the only things awaiting me after such a grueling test were a graffiti-covered door and a cold bed. True brothers, and while she was still brooding, a voice called out from somewhere, "Ephren." It was her closest friends. They had been waiting there for quite a while. Seeing her kindred spirits there, Ephren couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong with you?" one asked. "Ephren, you look like a dried-up corpse. Was the exam that brutal?" she said, looking at Ephren with pity. "All right, everyone. Since Ephren worked so hard, let's go get something to eat to celebrate. Of course Ephren will pay, right? When did I ever say that?" A few days after the exam ended, Ephren finally solved the last question she had missed. Looking at the shimmering light before her, Ephren smiled softly. Her eyes glittered with joy at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "It's beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind the door. "Ephren, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend. Ephren wiped the tear at her eye and smiled in reply. "Julia, I'm coming out now." The two went to a cafe near the academy where they poured out their post-exam feelings. "Feel so relieved now that the exam's over." "Yeah, but we'll be busy again soon. These days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Me too." Ephren's expression fell. "Fortunately, this time I didn't give up and pushed through. This was definitely the greatest magical experience." Suddenly, Julie cut into Ephren's thoughts, eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Ephren jolted. "What news?" Julie pointed to the sky, speaking mysteriously. "About the professor being summoned up there. They say this exam caused an uproar." Ephren was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued, saying the professor was invited to the Celestial Isle, which is the floating island. Ephren's face showed astonishment. The floating island. It's an island that permanently floats at an altitude of 1,500 meters. The crystallization of brilliant minds in arcane studies, where mages from across the world gather. This place contains the world's accumulated knowledge and magic, independent of the land system, and a neutral zone honoring individualism among mages. Naturally, it became a gathering place for eccentrics truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculin's exam was praised enthusiastically for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. Cut to the floating island, where Deculin appeared, surprised that his exam had been embraced beyond expectations. Teaching here not only brought prestige, but also increased magical power by 30 points. Lucky, and the compensation for this gig was generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider developing that path in the future. Not bad at all. Deculin set down the exam papers and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Royal University had gathered in full. Deculin stepped onto the podium and spoke. "It's an honor to meet you all." The speaker today was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, mage of royal rank and master of the elements, Deculin. The topic of today's lecture is the midterm exam of the Mage Tower University, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before moving to the questions, I'll begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As he began, Headmistress Adrian giggled while chatting with the person next to her. "Have you seen the paper?" A cold voice replied. "Yes, just plagiarism." How could Deculin have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own? The speaker was Lunia von Solnrot McQueen, a mage who had lost the race for head professor to Deculin. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded smoothly. Deculin tried to help the audience grasp the issues by drawing on knowledge previously taught in the Mage Tower's classes. Even the attendees were drawn in by the fresh, systematic presentation and listened attentively. So now we'll take a look at question number 6. As he prepared to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. "Professor, I have a question." Dekulin turned his gaze toward the headmistress, actively signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, "As you lectured, if we distinguish pure elements and magical properties, how should one optimally combine this sixth magic with the destructive system?" Dekulin pondered, using his understanding trait to analyze. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, the headmistress came as well. Well, the reason for her presence was obvious. The headmistress had always been known for her slyness. Given Dekulin's past, it was understandable she'd doubt the exam. "Shall we coordinate it properly then?" Dekulin drew a straight line into the magic Adrian had created and transformed it into his own. "Just add a core circuit in a straight line like this, and it's enough." Dekulin's answer left the headmistress astonished. She stammered, "Oh yes, that's right. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian did not stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept firing tricky questions his way. But Dekulin remained calm, relying on his understanding trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the mage's gazes in the room shifted from focused to annoyed, feeling Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left in the lecture, Dekulin gathered his materials and said in a low voice, "I've spent too much time on Q&A, so I won't explain the final question separately." All eyes immediately turned to Adrian. Her face flushed with dissatisfaction, but she bit her lip and stayed silent. Suddenly, another voice rang out. "Professor, may I ask a question? Did you actually come up with question 8 yourself?" The asker was Lunia. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Dekulin frowned, recalling that she had been expelled from the Mage Tower by him previously, and asked her to state the specific meaning of the question. Unshaken, Lunia remained resolute. "I only want to know whether question 8 was truly composed by you. That's all I want to know." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in whispers. "Huh, what do you mean? Could it be plagiarism?" Dekulin replied coldly. "Drawing inspiration from others is commonplace." Then he unleashed across the room, creating a breathtaking picture. "This entire question was completely created by me. This is the work I just made on the spot. It is entirely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Dekulin turned to look at Lunia and responded, "Is that answer satisfactory now, Professor Luna?" Luna's face twisted with resentment, teeth clenched in anger, but things were already beyond her control. The lecture ended, the task completed, and his mana increased by 30 points. On the way back, Dekulin mused according to the storyline. His relationship with Luna was certainly not good. Though things went smoothly today, trouble was likely to arise soon. All in all, surprises surrounded Dekulin. He froze at a mysterious person walking by. "Huh, who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned to look at Dekulin with a cold, murderous gaze, as if she'd hated him for a long time. Dekulin worried, thinking, what's going on? Her expression looks like she's about to punch me. They stood staring at each other for a while, with annoyed faces, without speaking. He searched his memory, and finally remembered she had been a fellow student of Dekulin's at university. He stepped forward and extended his hand amicably. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes showed confusion. "Oh my, Dekulin, I don't think we're close enough to use first names." He replied calmly, "Then shall I call you Princess Maho? Don't you care whether Dekulin and Charlotte are close? The most important thing is Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protects. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebem will soon pass away. When that moment comes, it will be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life-or-death situations, and new upheavals will occur. This time, the person he must save is named Maho. She is one of the characters he created himself. She will become an important factor positively influencing the main quest in the latter half of the game. Due to her complicated bloodline, Maho's life is always threatened. Second in the line of succession to the throne of the Third Republic, within the succession of the Kingdom of Lea. She is a princess with royal blood running through her veins. Currently, she is staying in the Empire for study. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she will be in danger. Charlotte's face pinched in discomfort. He was still good at forcing others to speak cruel words despite not having seen them in a long time. Dekulin. Suddenly, he produced a crystal orb toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued, "Don't get too agitated. I will be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death." Charlotte couldn't understand what he was saying. She returned to her room carrying Dekulin's crystal orb. Charlotte pondered the earlier conversation. "This is a communication crystal. Once she decides what to do, contact me." Charlotte shouted at him angrily. "You want me to ask a favor from someone like you? No way." Hearing that, he calmly said, "There's no time left. I'm sure you already know that. But if you still don't want the help, then I accept it. It's up to your decision." Having said that, he turned away coldly and left, leaving Charlotte to ponder alone. She sighed wearily, unsure of what the right course of action was. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Charlotte, you don't look well." It was Princess Maho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood and replied, "I'm fine, it's just that I know what's happening. Don't put pressure on yourself." Maho's eyes looked sadly into the distance. "My brother's henchmen will arrive soon. They will try to use me or remove the thorn in their eye. Who cares about the succession anyway?" She turned to Charlotte and whispered, "I'm very worried. I fled to the Empire under the pretense of studying. But the truth is this place is very livable, and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the heir to the throne won't leave me alone, so we must leave here immediately." Charlotte held her head and pondered. "Yes, I understand." The princess seemed to recognize Charlotte's fatigue and worry. She took a suitcase and stepped forward. "This is the money I've saved up until now." But why are you giving this money to me?" Charlotte asked. The princess replied calmly, "I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte." No, princess, I'll handle that money myself." Maho turned away and said, "Don't shoulder everything on your own like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not wasted at all." Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. "I understand, princess. It may be awkward to say, but I'll use this money to hire more mercenaries." Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance as if watching something. "No matter how dangerous, we'll get through it together." Charlotte's gaze seemed to detect something amiss. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Immediately, he ran off without answering a word. Charlotte's face filled with worry. "This is bad. Things are getting more and more dangerous. If we don't get help, the situation will only worsen." At the same time, at the Dekulin family mansion in his study, Dekulin was intently reading a book. Uriel entered with a mischievous tone. "You read so much. I didn't realize you liked reading that much. At least answer me, big brother." She walked around him and continued, "I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating island, right? And it seems they paid you quite a sum." He replied calmly, "I'm not giving you a single coin." "Uriel, what do you mean by that? I didn't even think about it." She moved on to another matter. "Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The new students of the Mage Tower want to visit our lands on their trip." But before she could continue, he bluntly refused. "Not allowed. You should at least consider it." He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the mansion, and thought it was unacceptable. "We can't clean up trips like that. I won't permit it." Uriel, puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about?" She put her hand in her pocket as if to take something out. "Don't joke. Look at this document. We don't do everything for free, and this is an opportunity to showcase our magic to the new students." But he immediately raised his hand to refuse. "Get out, Uriel. Just glance at it once." Yet his face turned strangely serious. "Hurry up right now." Although confused, she had to agree. All right." Uriel turned and left with displeasure. He really was stubborn. He watched her silhouette to make sure no one else was in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal orb in his hand, and in a low voice said, "Go, teammate, on the other end is Charlotte. Although reluctant, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left, please help me." Dekulin. He turned and used magic to retrieve the map in the corner. "Very well, you'll follow everything I say, won't you?" "What do you mean?" He looked at the map on the table and continued. "Princess Maho has only one escape route. It's an extremely dangerous route, but that danger is precisely what makes it safe." "What is it?" He answered calmly, "The Crevice Gorge." His answer startled Charlotte. "What?" "That place is heavily corrupted by mana energy. Someone like you should know that, Dekulin." He spoke irritably. "Do you think you can avoid a death route just by taking the normal road?" "Why?" "Trust me, Charlotte. We'll get through the Crevice Gorge safely. The rugged mountains are incredibly dangerous. The evil aura there is so thick it's like a demon's lair. Some even say demons occasionally appear there. It belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by rules or laws. That is Princess Maho's only escape route. Once you cross the Crevice Gorge, the Duchy of Urin will be within sight." Charlotte's voice rang with doubt. "It's not that we haven't considered geographical advantages like that, but if you factored that in, you surely didn't expect an Urin insider to be involved." He reassured her, "No need to worry, I'll personally lead the way for you." You'll lead the way yourself. Did I hear that right?" Charlotte froze and asked, puzzled, "Why would you go so far? Dekulin, what benefit does this trip bring you?" He leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, "I'm someone who values politics highly. Charlotte, in terms of intellect or acumen, I always surpass you." "What? Are you trying to brag about your achievements?" Dekulin narrowed his eyes and spoke quietly. "I only hope Princess Maho survives because it will benefit my family and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't overthink it." Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, "So where's the rendezvous?" Dekulin answered decisively, "In 3 days at the entrance to the Gravis Gorge. If you can't get there, you're not worth saving." Charlotte replied sharply, "Understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as your big mouth." A system panel appeared. Independent quest liberation shop reward. 4. Additional achievement reward. 3 days later in the Yuklan family domain, cheers rang everywhere. Wow, is this Hydekane? It feels like a completely different country. Yeah, it really is beautiful here. Hydekane is the capital of the Dekulin territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and great cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities in the real world. That said, despite repeated requests to hold gatherings here, Dekulin had always refused until now. Uriel beside him teased. Why the sudden change of mind? You used to say gatherings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you keep complaining about how filthy they are? He pondered. The reason is Hydekane is near the crevasse gorge. The meeting point is only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time comes, he'll quietly withdraw. Dekulin turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would stay. She replied quickly, I've reserved an entire floor of the Hydekane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms hold 4 people, but if they pay for their own rooms, they can choose to stay separately. Good. Heh, of course. Then, as the Academy's professor and Hydekane's lord, he issued minimal guidelines to the guests. A gathering should always be relaxed and free. We won't interfere with whatever fun you have. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Dekulin's face turned murderous. His voice was cold and threatening. If anyone dares dirty my hotel or domain, forget about enjoying life at the Mage Tower for the rest of your days. After that, he took time to lay the groundwork and turned the 2 canals into a field strategic base. Everything was prepared satisfactorily. Uriel visited the city's mages and proudly boasted. How are the mages of our Hydekane Tower? They're clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing more, silently observing. With his combination of clairvoyance and lucky intuition, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, raise the salary for this mage and fire the one with glasses. What? Why is that? He lost track of time with such meticulous attention, and before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge campfire. The professors sat upright as if in a make-up exam. The first to step forward was Sylvia. She fired something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Glittering flowers were painted across the dark sky. The brilliant light illuminated the space. The old professor heaped praise, as expected. Sylvia, perfect, 10 points. The female professor next to him was no exception. The fireworks are beautiful, 10 points. Julia sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework even on trips like this? Suddenly we're forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephraim was also downcast. Truly. The next group was Ephraim's group. She quickly began to explain her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation and just fire it. Ah, yes. Ephraim lit her firework. It shot up into the sky. An explosion of sparkling light filled the sky with brilliant radiance, matching Sylvia's display. Even the students below murmured in admiration. Wow, it's beautiful. Ephraim's group did great too, but the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points, the blast was too loud, and the female professor beside him was even harsher. 4 points. Julia wanted to object. What, why block Ephraim? It's fine, Julie. Suddenly his voice rang out, shattering the atmosphere. 10 points. It's a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside him gaped in astonishment at the score he had just announced. Ephraim's face was full of doubt. 10 points already. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything is done. Now I can leave. I wonder if Charlotte made it there safely. Suddenly, from behind, a familiar voice sounded that surprised him. Was it because of a guilty conscience? He turned and said, What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp now. Ephraim voiced her concerns. Please tell me, at the disciplinary hearing about the club incident and today, why do you treat me this way? Is it because of my father? He quickly swung up into the saddle and said, Find out everything yourself. You're no longer a child who sulks. Hearing that, Ephraim could only grit her teeth in indignation. She watched Dekulin's figure fade into the night, shouting loudly, I'll apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will uncover the truth. Why did my father kill himself? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become greater than Professor Dekulin. After saying that, Ephraim was left standing there alone. The silence seemed to amplify the loneliness inside her small, weary heart. She wiped away her tears and returned to the camp. At the same time, Dekulin was also tangled in his own chaotic thoughts. Ephraim wants to follow me as my assistant, but my villain fate still hasn't been triggered. Exactly what did I do to Ephraim's father? That's something I don't even know in this context, But what if I really did something unforgivable? Then I'm as good as dead. He dismounted at the meeting point, instructed the horse, then sent it back. You can't go any farther. The area is tainted. Return to the horse temple and come back here at noon. Having said that, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could, Charlotte's voice rang out, "Deculin." He replied gently, "You must have had a hard journey to get here, right?" Charlotte appeared with Princess Maho. Only 2 guards remained, their bodies pale with wounds, fortunately none life-threatening. In his office, Deculin was trying to recall the plot he had created. Emperor Krebem was in critical condition. He was renowned for his gentleness and mild manners. That's why he always sought a balance between divine authority and royal power. He did not implement hostile policies against the blood clans. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who succeeded the throne after his death. The emperor was always the most problematic and important factor in this world, which meant resolving issues involving him was also the most difficult. If I remember correctly, his name is Sofian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented transformation. Time flew by, reaching the last day of the midterm exam. At that moment, a large number of students had given up DECULEIN's marathon exam. However, the gap between the top ranks and the lower ranks was clearly defined. Regardless of their scores, all the students boasted about finishing the exam as if it were a glorious achievement. After the exam ended, the students did not celebrate. Instead, they reviewed what they had learned. This was unusual and drew others' attention. Even the professors of the Magic Tower wanted to see what the rumored exam looked like. It was so impressive that it left them speechless. In the end, only 2 students reached question number 8. The evenly matched pair Ephraim and Sylvia. Sitting at the desk, Ephraim muttered in frustration, "That damned question 8, this is the final obstacle I have to overcome. I must solve it." After downing so much coffee, she couldn't give up now. Her face was hollowed, as if she'd pulled several sleepless nights preparing. If I focus a little more on the question, I can definitely do it. In the hallway outside, Min and his assistant watched the 2 remaining students closely. Suddenly, a light shone from one of the rooms, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke, "Professor." One of the 2 had solved the final question. His face was calm, but the thought in his head was clear. I knew she could do it. Deculin quickly went to that room and opened the door. Inside the room, sparkling lights enveloped everything. Deculin approached and spoke softly. "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing those words, Sylvia turned quickly, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. Could the final question be this beautiful? The magical lights filled the space and painted a stunning picture. Van Gogh's Starry Night was elevated into a magic realism masterpiece. Bright colors were saturated with elemental magic. Even the blues seemed to radiate warmth beneath the stars, carrying hope within the darkness. Hot and cold hues were blended with exquisite artistry. Not only visually striking, it truly conveyed a genuine, warm sensation. It was indeed a masterpiece of humanity. Deculin reached out to catch the twinkling stars and smiled gently with delight. Although Deculin had created the question, he couldn't realize it himself because his talent had certain limits. Somewhere deep in this mind, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the heart of the question. He always dreamed of becoming a painter, even though he lacked the necessary innate talent. He always wanted people to be moved when they stood before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, DECULEIN's aesthetic sense had harmonized with his. Thanks to that, DECULEIN, who loves beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreams of studying at an art school, were both satisfied and content with what was happening. After admiring the beauty, Deculin turned and left. "Well done, Sylvia, and also thank you for that." Hearing this, Sylvia's face registered astonishment. She didn't understand why Deculin was thanking her. Before she could say anything, Deculin had gone, leaving her standing alone with chaotic thoughts. "Me too, I also want to thank him." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her work. The words and expectations of those around her weighed on her, like an inescapable burden. She must become a great mage. Sylvia truly was a rare natural talent. Who knows what she might achieve? Indeed, she was a descendant of a lineage of grand mages. Gazing at the beauty of the magic before her, it seemed Sylvia now had a path to follow. No, the magic itself was wonderful and perfect. At the same time, Alan had arrived at Ephraim's room to inform her. "Trainee Ephraim, your time for the exam has ended." Despite trying her hardest, she still couldn't solve the final question. "Ah, I know, I'm so embarrassed." Alan stepped forward and spoke. "You did very well, Ephraim." Even until the last second, only 2 people attempted this question. Hearing that, Ephraim shouted, "Sylvia, what happened? Did she solve it?" Alan gently nodded in agreement. Ah, she really is a monster. I'm so jealous to death. Before she could realize it, thoughts of recommendation letters and Deculin had almost vanished. The only thing left was Ephraim's thirst for learning as a mage, and her pure desire for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, every question in this exam. Ephraim stood up and said, "Well, although the test is over, isn't the question still there? I will definitely solve this question." Saying that, Ephraim smiled brightly. "I'll try harder next time." Alan sympathized and understood her mood. "Good luck, I'll be cheering for you." "Ephraim, thank you." After finishing the exam, Ephraim wearily walked along the academy road, completely exhausted. That damned marathon exam. If I had answered all the questions, I might feel better from the sense of victory. But the only things waiting for me after a hard test were a door scribbled on and a cold bed. Indeed, just then, while she was still troubled, a voice rang out from somewhere. Ephraim. It was her closest friends. They had been waiting here for quite some time. Seeing her confidence there, Ephraim couldn't contain her happiness. "Julie, what's wrong with you?" "Ephraim, you look like a dried corpse. Was the test that hard?" She looked at Ephraim with pity. "All right, everyone. Since Ephraim worked so hard, let's find something to eat to celebrate." "Of course Ephraim will pay, right? I never said that, did I?" A few days after the exam ended, Ephraim finally solved the final question she had missed. Gazing at the sparkling light before her, Ephraim gently smiled with joy. Her eyes glittered with pride at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "So beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind the door. "Ephraim, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend. Ephraim wiped the tear at her eye and smiled, replying, "Julia, I'm coming out now." The two of them went to a cafe near the academy where they poured out their hearts after the tense exam. "Feels so relieving to be done with it." "Yes, but we'll probably be busy again soon. These days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julia nodded in agreement. "Yes, me too." Ephraim's face fell. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time and saw it through." This was definitely the most wonderful experience related to magic. Suddenly, Julie interrupted Ephraim's thoughts, her eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Ephraim jumped. "What is it?" Julie pointed to the sky, her voice full of mystery, "about the professor being summoned up there. They say this exam caused an uproar." Ephraim was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued the rumor. "The professor was summoned to the Celestial Isle, the floating island." Ephraim's face was astonished. The floating island. It's an island that permanently drifts at an altitude of 1,500 meters. The crystallization of genius minds in magical studies. A gathering place for mages from around the world. This place holds all the world's knowledge and magic, independent from the land system, and a neutral zone that honors mages' individualism. Naturally, it became a hub for eccentric people truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deculin's exam was fervently praised for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture explaining his exam. Cut to the floating island, Deculin appeared, surprised that his exam was more beloved than he had expected. Teaching here not only brought prestige, but also increased magic power by 30 points. Lucky, and the compensation was generous too, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider developing in this direction in the future. Not bad at all. Deculin set the exam down and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Royal University had gathered in full. Deculin stepped onto the podium and spoke. "It's an honor to meet you all." The speaker today was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a war-rank mage and master of the elements, Deculin. Today's lecture topic was the midterm exam of the Magic Tower University, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before going into the questions, I will begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As he started, Principal Adrian giggled to the person beside her. "Have you seen the exam?" A cold voice replied, "Yes, plagiarism." How could Deculin have come up with such a brilliant topic by himself? The speaker was Lunia von Solnrot McQueen, the mage who had lost the race for head professor to DCULIN. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded very smoothly. DCULIN tried to help the audience grasp the issues by drawing on knowledge he'd taught in previous Magic Tower classes. Even the attendees were captivated by the novel, systematically organized presentation and listened intently. So now let's take a look at question 6. As he prepared to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. "Professor, I have a question." Deculin turned his gaze toward the principal, who was eagerly signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, "As you lectured, if we distinguish between pure elements and magical properties, how should one optimally combine this sixth magic with the destruction system to use it?" Deculin pondered. using his comprehension trait to analyze. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even the principal came to attend. Well, her reason for coming is obvious. The principal has always been notoriously mischievous. Given de Kueling's past, it's understandable she'd question the exam. So should we tweak it a bit to suit? De Kueling drew a straight line into the magic the principal had created and transformed it into his own. Just add a core circuit in a straight line pattern like this, and that's enough. De Kueling's answer left the principal stunned. She stammered, "Oh yes, that's true. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian did not stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept firing tricky questions at him, but de Kueling remained calm, using his comprehension trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the mage's gazes shifted from attentive to annoyed, feeling Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left, de Kueling gathered his materials and said in a low voice, "I've spent too much time on Q&A, so I won't explain the final question separately." All eyes turned to Adrian. Unsatisfied, she bit her lip and kept quiet. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Professor, may I ask a question? Did you really conceive question 8 yourself?" The questioner was Lunia. Her eyes were full of hatred. De Kueling frowned, recalling that she had once been expelled from the magic tower by him, and asked her to state the specific meaning of her question. Unfazed, Lunia remained resolute. "I only want to know whether question 8 was truly written by you. That's all I want to know." At that, the hall erupted in murmurs. "Huh, what does she mean by that? Could it be plagiarism?" De Kueling replied coldly, "Drawing inspiration from others is common." Then he unleashed across the room and painted a magnificent picture. "This entire question was created by me. This is the work I just produced on the spot. It is completely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, de Kueling turned to look at Lunia and replied, "Is that answer satisfactory now, Professor Lunia?" Lunia's face contorted with bitterness, grinding her teeth in fury, but things had already slipped beyond her control. The lecture ended, the task complete, and his magic power increased by 30 points. On his way back, de Kueling thought to himself in accordance with the narrative. The relationship between him and Lunia was certainly not amicable. Although today passed smoothly, troubles may arise soon. All in all, surprises surrounded de Kueling. He froze at a mysterious figure walking by. "Huh, who is that? The face looks vaguely familiar." The woman turned to look at de Kueling with a cold, murderous glare, as if she'd hated him for a long time. De Kueling worried, thinking, "What's this about? Her expression looks like she's about to punch me." They stood staring at each other for a moment with annoyed faces, saying nothing. He rummaged through his memory, and finally recalled she had been a classmate of de Kueling's at university. He stepped forward and reached out amicably. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes showed confusion. "Oh my, de Kueling, I don't think we're close enough to call each other by our first names." He replied calmly, "Then shall I call you Princess Maho? Don't you care whether de Kueling and Charlotte are close? The most important thing is Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protects. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebim will soon pass away. When that happens, it will be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life-or-death situations, and new upheavals will occur. This time, the person you need to save is named Maho. She's one of the characters you created. She will become an important positive factor influencing the main quest in the latter half of the game. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life is always under threat. Second, she's in the line of succession to the throne of the Third Republic within the succession of the Kingdom of Liak. She is a princess with royal blood running through her veins. She's currently staying in the Empire under the pretense of studying. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she'll be in danger. Charlotte's face tightened in displeasure. "You're still good at forcing others to say cruel things even after so long." De Kueling. Suddenly he tossed a crystal orb toward her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued, "Don't get too worked up. I'll be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death." Charlotte couldn't make sense of what he was saying. She returned to her room, holding de Kueling's crystal orb in her hands. Charlotte pondered their earlier conversation. "This is a communication crystal. Once you decide what to do, contact me." Charlotte shouted at him angrily, "You want me to ask a scoundrel like you for help? No way." Hearing that, he replied calmly, "There's no more time. I'm sure you know that already. But if you still don't want the help, then I'll accept it. It's up to your decision." Having said that, he turned away coldly, leaving Charlotte alone to think. She sighed wearily, not knowing what the right course of action was. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. "Charlotte, you look like you're not doing well." It was Princess Maho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood and replied, "I'm fine. I just understand what's going on. Don't put pressure on yourself." Maho's gaze looked sad and distant. "My brother's lackeys will arrive here soon. They will try to use me or remove this thorn in their eyes. Who cares about the line of succession? She turned to Charlotte and whispered, I'm very worried. I fled to the Empire on the pretext of studying. But the truth is this place is very livable, and more importantly, it's very safe. However, the heir to the throne won't leave me alone, so we have to leave here immediately. Charlotte put her hands to her head and thought, yes, I understand. The princess seemed to recognize Charlotte's fatigue and worry as well. She picked up a suitcase and stepped forward. This is the money I've saved up until now. But why are you giving this money to me? The princess asked calmly. I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte. No, princess, I'll handle that money myself. Maho turned away and said, don't shoulder everything by yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste at all. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. I understand, princess. It may not be ideal to bring this up, but I'll use this money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance, as if watching something. No matter how dangerous it is, we'll get through it together. Charlotte's gaze seemed to detect something unusual. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, Who the hell are you? Immediately, he fled without answering a word. Charlotte's face filled with worry. This is bad, things are getting more dangerous, and if we don't get help, the situation will only worsen. At the same time, at the Dekulin manor in his study, Dekulin was intently reading a book. Uriel stepped in and teased, You read so many books. I didn't realize you liked reading that much. At least respond to me, big brother. She paced around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating island, right? And supposedly they paid a sizable fee. He replied calmly, I'm not giving you a single coin. Uriel, what do you mean by that? I didn't even consider it. She moved on to another point. Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The freshmen from the Magic Tower University want to visit our lands on their trip, but before she could continue, he flatly refused. No, at least you should reconsider. He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the manor, and thought it was unacceptable. We can't clean up after trips like that. I won't allow it. Uriel looked puzzled. What are you even talking about? She put her hand in her pocket, about to take something out. Don't joke, look at this document. We don't do things for free, and this is a chance to showcase our magic to the freshmen. But he immediately raised a hand to refuse. Get out, Uriel, just glance at it once. Then his face grew strangely serious. Hurry right now. Though confused, she agreed. Okay. Uriel turned and left in irritation. He really is stubborn. He watched her silhouette go to make sure no one else remained in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal from his hand, and in a low voice said, Go, teammate, over there is Charlotte. Although we don't want to, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left, please help. Dekulin. He then used magic to retrieve the map from the corner. Very well, you'll have to follow my every instruction, understood? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued. Princess Maho has only one escape route. It's an extremely dangerous path, but for that reason it becomes safe. What is it? He answered calmly, the Crevice Gorge. His answer startled Charlotte. What? That place is heavily contaminated by magical energy. Someone like you should know that, Dekulin said. He said irritably, Do you think the deadly path can be avoided by taking the normal route? Why? Trust me, Charlotte. We'll get through the Crevice Gorge safely. The rugged mountains are extremely dangerous. The evil energy there is so thick it's like a demon's lair. Some even say demons occasionally appear there. The area belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by rules or laws. That is Princess Maho's only escape route. Once they cross the Crevice Gorge, the Principality of Urin will be within sight. Charlotte's voice rang out with suspicion. It's not that we hadn't considered such geographical advantages, but when she factored that in, she certainly hadn't expected someone from Urin to be involved. He spoke to reassure her, No need to worry, I'll guide you myself. What? You're personally going to lead the way? Did I hear that right? Charlotte froze, and she asked in surprise, Why would you go so far out of your way? Dekulin, what benefit does this trip bring you? He leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, I'm someone who values politics highly. Charlotte, in terms of intellect or discernment, I always surpass you. What? Are you trying to brag about your achievements? Dekulin narrowed his eyes, his voice low. I only hope Princess Maho survives because that will benefit my family and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, So where's the meeting point? Dekulin answered decisively and quickly. In 3 days at the entrance to Gravis Gorge. If you can't make it there, then you're not worth rescuing. Charlotte replied sharply, Understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as that big mouth of yours. A system panel appeared. Solo quest rescue shop reward. 4. Additional achievement bonus. 3 days later, across the Euclid domain, cheers rang out everywhere. Wow, is this Hydekin? Seems like it, feels like a completely different country. Yeah, it really is beautiful here. Hydecane is the capital of the Deculin territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and excellent cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities from the outside world. Even so, despite repeated requests to hold gatherings here, Deculin had always refused until now. Uriel beside him teased, why the sudden change of heart? You used to say gatherings weren't allowed here. Didn't you complain endlessly about how dirty they are? He pondered. The reason is Hydecane lies near the crevasse gorge. The meeting point is only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time comes, he'll quietly withdraw. Deculin turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would stay. She answered quickly, I've reserved an entire floor of the Hydecane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms are set for 4 people, but if they pay for their own rooms, they can choose to stay separately. Very well. Heh, of course. Then, as Academy Professor and Lord of Hydecane, he gave minimal guidelines to the guests. A gathering should always be free and relaxed. We won't interfere no matter how you enjoy yourselves. However, I do have a few compulsory rules of my own. Deculin's face grew deadly serious, his tone cold and threatening. If anyone dares to soil my hotel or domain, forget ever enjoying yourself again at the Magic Tower for the rest of your life. After that, he spent time preparing the groundwork and turned the 2-in-S into a field strategic base. Everything was arranged satisfactorily. Uriel went to the city's mages and boasted proudly. How are the mages of our Hydecane Tower? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, only observed quietly. With his combination of clairvoyance and divine intuition, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, raise the wages for this mage and that one and fire the guy with glasses. What? Why is that? He had spent time so meticulously that before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge bonfire. The professors sat upright as if in an additional exam. The first to step forward was Sylvia. She shot something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Shimmering flowers were painted across the dark sky. The brilliant lights seemed to illuminate the space. The old professor praised the performer, and sure enough, it was Sylvia. Perfect. 10 points. The female professor beside her was no exception. The fireworks were beautiful. 10 points. Julia sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework even on trips like this? Suddenly we're being forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephraim was also dejected. Ha ha, indeed. The next group was Ephraim's team. She quickly began explaining her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation and just fire it. Oh yes. Ephraim lit her firework, and it shot up into the sky. An explosion of sparkling light filled the sky with brilliance, rivaling Sylvia's display. Even the students below gasped in admiration. Wow, that's beautiful. Ephraim's group did well too, right? But the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points, the blast was too loud, and the woman beside him was even harsher. 4 points. Julia wanted to object. Why Ephraim stopped them? It's okay, Julie. Suddenly his voice rose, shattering the mood. 10 points. It was a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside him gaped in shock at the score he had announced. Ephraim's expression was full of doubt. 10 points straight away. After the evening exercise ended, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything was finished. Now I can leave. I wonder if Charlotte arrived safely. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind startled him. Was it because of a guilty conscience? He turned and said, What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp. Ephraim voiced her concerns. Please tell me at the disciplinary hearing in the club incident and even today. Why do you treat me that way? Is it because of my father? He quickly mounted his horse and said, Find out for yourself. I'm not a child who sulks anymore. Hearing that, Ephraim could only grit her teeth in bitter resentment. She watched Deculin's figure fade into the night and shouted, I'll apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become greater than Professor Deculin. Having said that, Ephraim was left standing there alone. The silent space seemed to amplify the loneliness within her small, solitary heart. She wiped away her tears and returned to the camp. At the same time, Deculin was also troubled by chaotic thoughts. Ephraim will follow me as my assistant, but my villainous fate hasn't been triggered yet. Exactly what did I do to Ephraim's father? That's something I don't even know in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? Then I'm surely dead. He dismounted at the rendezvous, admonished the horse before sending it back. You can't go any further. The area is tainted. Return to the stable and come back here at noon. After speaking, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could do that, Charlotte's voice rang out to Killing. He replied gently, "You must have had a hard journey to get here, right?" Charlotte appeared with Princess Maho, with only two pale-bodied guards remaining, fortunately without life-threatening injuries. After arriving at the rendezvous as promised, Killing met Charlotte's group and the badly wounded Princess Maho. He stepped forward and courteously bowed. "I am Killing Ukline, head of the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic. From now on I will clear a path for the princess to escape. Please rest assured." Princess Maho quickly replied, expressing her gratitude to him. Killing continued, "The journey to get here must have been arduous. You look truly exhausted." Suddenly Charlotte approached and handed Killing a letter. What's this? Keep it. This is a paper I took from the mercenaries." Killing pondered as he read the letter. He crumpled it and said, "Disgusting, they really have no limits." Charlotte asked anxiously, "Will you be all right?" "Of course I'll be fine. Just stay close to me and everything will be all right." Princess Maho heard this and looked bewildered. Killing turned and declared, "If there are no further issues, let's depart." The group began their journey through the mountain crevasse. The three at the back had to plug their noses because the area ahead would be filled with mana taint. Only Killing did not need such a thing. The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, "Hey Charlotte, what did that paper say?" "I noticed Professor Killing looked unwell after reading it." Charlotte looked at the princess with concern and then answered her question. "Because the paper said there are 37 assassins, and one called Dianant pursuing us, Dianant." Charlotte's expression darkened. She explained slowly, "Yes, he is a hybrid creature of demon and spirit, which makes him extremely difficult to destroy with force or magic. That's why compared to the assassins, he is a far more troublesome threat. No, it can't be. Moreover, the most disgusting thing is that Dianant is a being born from a contract. A contract. Dianant can only be summoned by a dark magic called demon calling. They use human bodies and demon horns as materials for the summoning. In other words, they use that black magic only cruel sorcerers dare to use to hunt us. People like that want to become rulers of a kingdom. However, if there is anything we can still hope for, it can only be that the person traveling with us now is a member of the Ukline family, an ancient line famed for exorcism that has lasted for centuries." A system notification appeared. The Ukline family's bloodline exerts superior power when destroying evil. When facing demons or when mana taint density becomes high, those bearing this bloodline can purify surrounding mana taint and convert it into their own magic. Purified magic increases in quality by 1 rank. The deeper they went into the ravine, Killing realized. Indeed, the crevasse was not called a den of monsters for nothing. The mana taint here was so thick it could be felt on the skin. Ordinary people would likely suffer considerable pain just from breathing here. But for Killing, it was the exact opposite. This was an unimaginable advantage. The dense mana taint temporarily raised Killing's magic quality to rank 4. Magic quality is so crucial that even a 1-rank difference can create a clear gap in ability between mages. Magic quality is usually divided into 10 ranks. Ordinary people are only at rank 9 or 10. Having magic quality of rank 7 or higher qualifies one to attempt becoming a mage or knight. And from rank 5 upward, the number of people who achieve it drops significantly. Famous figures across the continent usually have magic quality at rank 3 or 4. Rank 1 is a symbolic concept reserved for deities, a realm no one has ever reached. Even rank 2 is held by only 4 people on this entire continent: D. Zekton of Burke, the Imperial Jeffreed's guardian knight, the Archmage Damakin, and finally Adrian, rector of the Royal Academy of Magic. With magic quality at rank 4 now, dealing with someone like Dianant is entirely within reach. As long as there are no major variables, everything should be fine. From behind, Charlotte called out anxiously, "Killing, could you speed up a bit?" Killing turned to look at her and replied calmly, "Charlotte, have you let haste cloud your judgment? Stay calm. If you rush, you risk being poisoned by mana taint." Charlotte's face fell. Suddenly, the princess tugged at her sleeve. The princess's voice was gentle, as if trying to reassure Charlotte, "Everything will be okay. Don't worry too much." She quietly looked at Maho with a sorrowful gaze. "Princess Maho, you truly have a kind and warm heart. Even though you yourself must be trembling and more worried than anyone here, you still care about the feelings of your subordinates. I will never let anyone harm you." Suddenly, Maho screamed and pointed ahead. "There's something over there." A swarm of falling demons flew in from somewhere and attacked the moving group. Though not very strong, they were numerous. Charlotte swung her sword and said, "Finally arrived." But before she could draw her blade, Killing stepped forward to stop her. "Leave them to us." Killing used his object manipulation ability to prepare an attack. With a barrage of razor-sharp stones, he had readied beforehand. Without another second's hesitation, they hurtled toward the falling demons at dizzying speed. Their sharp surfaces made the stones deadlier than ever. The falling demons were attacked from all sides with no way to dodge. Some were cut in two, some had their heads blown off. They collapsed to the ground like autumn leaves, torn apart before they could touch or do anything. After finishing the job, Dekulin calmly turned and said, "Let's move on, we don't have much time." Those behind murmured in admiration. A single strike wiped out such a dense swarm of falling demons. Professor Dekulin is truly extraordinary, and so the journey continued. Monsters that leapt out to block the path were sent to their ancestors by Dekulin in the blink of an eye. The guard asked, "Common monsters keep swarming toward us, but so far we haven't encountered anyone truly dangerous." Right. Suddenly Dekulin realized something. His eyes narrowed with annoyance. "I'm not noble at all. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares come near, I'll tear them apart right here." Charlotte and Princess Maho grew anxious and alert. Dekulin remained calm, watching the situation with no hint of hesitation or surprise on his face. From the cliff above, footsteps rang out continuously. An assassin sent forward sneered, "Heh heh heh. For someone about to die, your senses aren't bad." Dozens of assassins began to appear on the cliff face. They had been lying in ambush here. Dekulin calmly turned and said, "Charlotte, quickly take the princess to the Urine Duchy first." Charlotte's face showed shock. "What? And you?" Dekulin quickly replied, "Do you want me to pretend to worry about myself?" "Unfortunately, that's unnecessary." Charlotte shouted angrily, "Your arrogant mouth is hopeless." Dekulin pointed at the assassins and said, "Look over there." At the assassin's position, Dekulin aimed his wand threateningly. A moment later, an explosion blew the area apart. The assassins were easily taken down, each falling without understanding what had happened. The razor-sharp stones cut through them like unstoppable lightning. All were swiftly felled, lying in their own pools of blood. Charlotte was astonished. Dekulin said, "Are you more decisive now? What you need to do is get out of here as quickly as possible." Charlotte's eyes narrowed in thought. Then she turned and said, "Princess Maho, let's go now." But suddenly Maho noticed something. "Hey, look, Charlotte." She hurriedly turned toward where the princess had pointed. On the cliff stood a mysterious figure whose body was shrouded in dense mana, carrying a terrifying gloom. He stood among the assassins and looked down at the people below with a proud, confident gaze. Princess Maho hurriedly asked, "Charlotte, what is that?" "Damn, he's dangerous." Despite Charlotte's worry, Dekulin remained calm as if nothing had happened. The plan hadn't changed. "Get Princess Maho to the Urine Duchy, but I can't defeat them alone." Charlotte fretted. Dekulin fell silent and spoke softly, "I'll kill that man. Swordsmen beside me, join in. I will also assist the professor. Please leave here quickly." Charlotte's face darkened. A surge of guilt rose in her chest. Sensing that, Dekulin continued, "You don't need to feel sad or guilty. Once Princess Maho restores her power, repay the Yukline family for their favor. I will summon a few creatures to escort you. Don't waste any more time." Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at her own helplessness. She grabbed Princess Maho's hand and ran, leaving a final word, "See you at the Urine Duchy." The petty assassins quickly chased after the two. "Pursue them, don't let her escape. Haha, how far can those two women run?" But suddenly Dekulin intervened. "You'd better worry about yourself first." He glared at Dekulin and said, "Arrogant mage, with mere summons that have not a drop of mana, do you think you can kill this body? Your spells are no better because here mana and magic will be drained by the mana taint. So what do you intend to do to kill me?" He stood there arrogantly, each word laden with madness. Dekulin slowly observed him and thought him confident to the point of arrogance, but he's not wrong. You can't kill someone like him with ordinary physical attacks or common spells. He's almost liquid, and this place is unsuitable for casting magic. However, that's true for other mages. For the Yukline family, it's completely the opposite. The advantage of this place isn't his alone. The mana quality here isn't the only thing that's increased for me. My mana recovery rate is also amplified. Along the route to get here, Dekulin layered multiple manas onto summoned items to strengthen them. So this opponent is not a difficult problem right now. A summoned object appeared directly above the enemy, ready to strike a preemptive attack. Immediately, the stone hurtled down at breakneck speed, cut his head off, but his body was not like a normal person's. Dekulin was sure that wasn't enough. He pressed the attack, tearing the monster's body apart. It countered with a dark mana attack, but Dekulin blocked it easily. The swordsman behind worriedly said, "Professor, that one is slow-bodied, but I know him. Focus on the fight." Dekulin's eyes shone with determination. "Keep attacking until he's truly dead." He summoned dozens of razor stones at once, readying a finishing blow. The moment Dekulin's arm fell, the official assault began. Before the monster's body could heal, dozens of stones surged in. They ripped him into hundreds of pieces, helpless to resist. All that remained were pitiful screams of pain and despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor." As the final fragment flew straight for the enemy's head, the battle reached its end. At the same time, Charlotte had struggled to defeat the pursuing assassins. She hurried to the princess and shouted, "Princess Maho, are you all right?" Maho collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Her face showed utter fatigue. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous." Charlotte realized that was an early symptom of mana taint poisoning. "We've just escaped the crevice. Please endure a little longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Maho turned and saw the familiar figure of her grandfather, Jeren, Minister of Internal Affairs of the Yurin Duchy. Seeing him, she felt some relief. The mission was accomplished. He approached Maho and said, "You've worked hard. Forgive us for only being able to wait here." "It's all right, I understand, and I'm grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And you?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I'm Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." "I see. Sir Knight Charlotte, thank you. You escorted Maho here alone." Charlotte's face briefly saddened. "No, there were others who helped us." She turned to look toward the ravine they had just exited, thoughtful. "Minister, could you wait for them a while?" Of course. So the group waited from dawn until dusk. But Dekulin and the swordsman still had not appeared. There was only an empty road with no one in sight, the sunset casting the space in blazing red. Princess Maho anxiously asked, "Will Professor Dekulin be all right?" Charlotte's face darkened. He truly risked his life to protect the princess. Jeren patted the princess's shoulder lightly and said, "We should go now." The group quickly entered through the city gate. Lingering glances still stole a few brief moments. And true to their hopes, the person they had been waiting for finally arrived. Dekulin slowly approached, his clear voice ringing through the air. "Looks like you made it here safely." The swordsman scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Ha, we're still alive here." The two ran to each other joyfully under the sunset, emotions surging as if meeting for the first time. After dealing with the assassins and getting the princess to safety, Dekulin quickly said his goodbyes. "I'll be returning here now." Charlotte hurriedly asked in concern, "What? Don't you need to rest a bit?" Dekulin gently brushed off his coat and replied, "No need, it's all finished. For details, ask the swordsman to tell you." Having said that, Dekulin turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Maho silently watching him go. Charlotte's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. She carried many doubts before beginning this dangerous journey. At first, she thought Dekulin intended only to stir up trouble, but he truly risked himself to help her and the princess reach safety. He alone bore all the danger, guiding everyone to safety. Despite past disagreements, she now felt she must express her gratitude. Charlotte quickly reached out and said, "Dekulin." She gave a gentle, relieved smile, "Thank you." But all she got was Dekulin's usual indifference. He replied coldly, "All right then, judging by your appearance you just arrived and haven't had a chance to wash. I can't shake hands with hands smeared in blood." Hearing that, Charlotte froze. She grit her teeth in anger, thinking that damn man never changes. Dekulin walked slowly along the sunlit road, his figure gradually disappearing in silence. Suddenly Charlotte called his name again, causing Dekulin some annoyance. "What now?" She spoke excitedly. "Travel safely. I will repay the favor of today one day." Princess Maho also waved cheerfully. "Thank you very much, Professor Dekulin." Dekulin merely watched silently with an expressionless face. He turned away without answering, only giving a light wave as a farewell. A notification appeared. "Independent mission completed. You received +4 shop currency and +30 mana." Time passed quickly into evening. At the minister's manor, a familiar voice called, "Minister, it's Charlotte. Come in." Charlotte slowly entered and bowed in the customary salute, then sat down in the chair opposite. Her mind was now filled with worries. She wasn't sure what he intended to say. Could the Yurin Duchy also be refusing us? Or was there some hidden plot? No, if they intended harm, they would have acted when we first met. Minister Jurin sat in the chair beside her and spoke. "Charlotte, listen calmly to what I'm about to say. Don't be too shocked." He spoke calmly and solemnly. "The Grand Duke wants Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke's family founded the duchy and is completely independent, not subject to the royal family's control like ordinary dukes." Hearing that, Charlotte was stunned for 5 seconds. She didn't know what the hell she had just heard. Charlotte stammered, "Yes. Do you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duchess?" "That's right." Perhaps even before receiving Maho's letter, he had made up his mind. It seems he doesn't much trust his own grandson. Jurin continued, "In any case, this matter is absolutely secret. Aside from him, only you and I know." Charlotte's eyes narrowed with worry. Could this really be possible? Not long ago, the princess nearly died over the succession dispute. A frail, penniless girl. Yet now, upon arriving at the duchy, she has been chosen as successor. Everything happened so fast she couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly Charlotte realized something and hurriedly asked, "Sir, besides me, does anyone else know about this?" Jaren lowered his face and replied slowly, "What are you saying? That can't be true. I only heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago." Hearing that, Charlotte accepted it, but deep down she still harbored an indescribable doubt. Deculin's earlier words echoed in her head. "I only want you and the princess to survive because it will benefit my family and domain. I'm not protecting her. I am striking a deal that suits me, so don't overthink it. If you feel guilty, it shouldn't be here. Once Princess Maho gains power, repay the Yuklan family, she will be an extremely important ally." The more she thought, the more tangled Charlotte became. What did he really mean? He acted as if he had foreseen this. "I've been too familiar with politics. In intellect and insight, I'm far superior to you," Deculin had said. At first, Charlotte took it as arrogant boasting, but could he really have known everything and planned from the start? Her face darkened as she thought, truly a monster. But what Deculin did was an undeniable fact. Charlotte gave a gentle, relieved smile. She wondered if Deculin had returned safely. At the same time, at his manor, Deculin was stretched out on a warm bed. He sat up after a short sleep. Did he only sleep for about 2 hours? He looked out the window. The sun had not fully risen. Deculin put on his sleepwear, thinking his steel-like constitution wiped away fatigue with a short rest. No matter how harsh yesterday had been, his body had fully recovered now, which reluctantly forced Deculin out of bed. "First, I should test my telekinesis ability again," he thought. He mused that modern people would surely envy this steel body trait. Suddenly Deculin stopped. Something stirred within him. He sighed tiredly, wishing he'd trained earlier. Wake train, never resting, never stopping, always seeking his own weaknesses to fix. This habit likely formed because Deculin was always close to danger. But that alone doesn't explain it. The disciplined routine, the never-yielding will, the steel spirit, those things helped him live a life without waste. Deculin looked up at the ceiling and thought, if only I'd been like this earlier. He recalled his girlfriend looking at him with weary eyes. "What's wrong? Do you want to say something?" "Ah, no, I'm leaving." He hadn't realized then how pathetic he was, focused only on trivial, worthless things. If Kim Woojin had been like Deculin now, perhaps she wouldn't have left him. Deculin sighed, "It's hard to sleep more. Being a steel man has its inconveniences. For someone trapped in a game like him, 22 hours a day felt truly too long." Cut to the harbor, the students had returned to the capital. "So fun, it's a pity to leave." "Yeah, next time we should bring the whole family." In a small alley, Ganesha was secretly hiding from something, while the kids with her eagerly looked outside. "Oh, there are so many mages, I want to watch too." They were rookies from the Mage Tower returning from the ravine. Ria stood in the corner, puzzled. "But why are we sneaking and hiding here?" Ganesha turned back with a forced smile. "Aha, it's just too crowded, we'll just stand out of the way a bit." But Ria muttered suspiciously, "HMPH, very suspicious." Ganesha glanced toward the train gate. "Damn it, why is Deculin here right now?" Although there have been rumors recently that he's changed. Appearing publicly with someone from the previous mission is clearly not a good idea. Yet that face was so handsome she wanted to keep starring, even while hiding like this. How can someone be so beautiful in this world? While Ganesha was lost in thought, Ria calmly walked past. "No matter how crowded it is, it's worse to be squeezed into this alley. I'm going outside." Ganesha hurriedly stopped her. "Don't." But her shout drew Deculin's attention. He turned his head to look at her. "Damn, he spotted us." Ria beside her stood stunned, as if she'd seen something strange. Ria's face went blank as she looked at the person before her. In that instant, images from the past flooded her mind. Like an unexpected wave, knocking down every barrier of memory she'd tried to bury for so long. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. The 8 years they had spent together could never fade. Why is that image returning to my mind? He was clearly just a character in a game, so why do I remember him so vividly? On the other side, Deculin was no exception. He looked at the girl before him and felt she was identical to Yura, the radiant, sun-like smile that had helped him overcome so many hardships in his previous life. The two stood silently, saying nothing, as if the space had frozen in that fateful moment. After a long moment, Deculin suddenly turned his gaze elsewhere. "I'm overthinking again," staring at a game character. Ria also looked away, telling herself to stay rational. Good grief, he's just Deculin. She stretched and walked off as if nothing had happened. Ganesha watched her with an appraising look. Deculin, to shake off the awkwardness, turned to admonish his students. "I'll deduct points if you walk and eat and drop crumbs." Watching him, Ganesha thought to herself. He obviously saw, so why didn't he say anything? Has he really changed? Cut to the city a few days later. A carriage was speeding down the road. Jiriel sat in the carriage trembling with fear. Seeing this, Deculin spoke up to admonish her. Calm down, Jiriel. Stop shaking like a wet dog. She replied, but we're on our way to meet the new emperor. It's strange not to be scared. Dekulin reassured her. All you need to do at the coronation is bow. We're not having a private audience, don't make a fuss. He handed her a stack of papers. Take this. Jiriel asked, what's this? Dekulin explained it was his compiled analysis after considering various factors, including the new emperor's temperament. Consider this when managing the domain. He thought to himself that 12 days earlier Emperor Krebim had passed away. When the new emperor is crowned, the pace of main story events will accelerate. So he had recorded the important events in advance. If Jiriel follows his advice, the difficulty of future tasks could be reduced. After reading it, Jiriel flinched. Huh, are you a fortune teller or something? Dekulin only warned, don't pretend, I'll check later. She could only force a smile. At the palace, a soldier guided them. Members of the Ukline family, this way, please. The two stepped inside. Jiriel looked around in awe. There are already so many people here. As they walked, someone suddenly cut across in front of them, making Dekulin slightly start. It was Julie. She glanced at him, bowed slightly, and continued on. Dekulin felt a little awkward. He thought, is she still having trouble with that Veron fellow? At that moment, the crowd behind grew noisy. They turned and discovered the emperor's carriage had arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. A pair of small feet stepped out from the carriage. The new emperor entered to begin the ceremony. She walked straight up to the throne ahead. Before the throne, the crown was placed upon the new emperor's head. Drums sounded along with the people's cheers, welcoming the new ruler. And so a new emperor was born. She was Emperor Safian Yekatera August von Jibri. After the long inauguration, Safian yawned boredly, unaware that all eyes were on her. Jiriel whispered, she's yawning. Despite her unrivaled status and power, Safian always felt bored. The reason lay in her character design in the game. She possessed the greatest aptitude. If she wished to be a knight, she could become a paladin. If she pursued magic, she could become an archmage. She had astonishing talent in every field. But because of that, she wasn't interested in anything. Of course, there was an even bigger issue, namely, suddenly Dekulin felt an immense pressure directed at him. He broke into a sweat. What? Someone's staring at me. He glanced around to find the source. Then he realized the red gaze was coming from the throne where Safian sat. Jiriel said softly, His Majesty is watching the nobles. But Dekulin remained skeptical. He wasn't sure she was looking at him. But why was that gaze directed at him? Safian held a chess piece and said boredly, what a dull ceremony. I'm even hopping for some sort of assault or bombing. Charon, standing beside her and used to her temperament, said nothing. He was Safian's personal guard. Safian continued, but one person has piqued my interest. One person has piqued my interest. I heard you should try this little thing. Do you remember? You said it caused an uproar with just a single statement. She smiled. I've seen the person who created that. I've seen the one who made it. She smiled softly. That's why I'm looking at him. This should have been his first time meeting me, yet he seems to know me well. Charon added, who doesn't know your majesty? She explained, no, he's different, I can't explain it clearly. But clearly he's assessing me. His gaze didn't waver when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, interesting. It feels like meeting an old acquaintance again. Understanding her meaning, Charon nodded. I understand, your majesty. Then she stood up, stepped forward a few paces, and turned to speak to Charon. Now that I'm the emperor, I should get to work. I should erase those unwritten rules that have existed for so long. Yes, I'm talking about the emperor's classes. Cut to the academy, with a scene of utter tranquility. Dekulin, together with his assistant Alan, was beginning preparations for the new term. Walking along, Dekulin spoke. Though the new term had started, the students were foolish as ever. Alan chuckled. Ha ha, I think the newcomers will need some time to adjust. While they were moving, they noticed a crowd gathering in one spot. Alan asked, why are so many people in front of the gate? Dekulin replied calmly, I don't know. After that, the two entered their office. There, Charon was present with soldiers of the royal guard. He wondered inwardly, the imperial emblem of the palace, why would a member of the royal family seek me out as well? Charon then produced the imperial edict and read aloud, calling, Dekulin von Grahen-Ukline, please accept with reverence. Without hesitation, Dekulin and Alan knelt on one knee, receiving the edict respectfully. Charon continued, the royal family intends to confer upon the head of the Ukline family, who is also a senior professor of the Tower of Magic, the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Dekulin has been placed on the candidate list for the position of the Emperor's teaching mage. Therefore, prove your ability by solving the question issued by Court Mage George. Dekulin was a little surprised by the proposal. What? The Emperor chose me. The Empire has a tradition that the Emperor will study the world through outside professors within a year of ascending. Knights, Mages and scholars selected through their respective examinations will handle the teaching. Charon continued. Professor Charon is listed as a candidate for His Majesty's guiding mage. So prove your skill by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. He thought inwardly, did the Emperor really choose me? I didn't expect Deculin to receive such an opportunity. It's interesting. Normally I wouldn't care. But if an event like this falls into my lap, there's no reason to refuse. Royal-related tasks always come with generous rewards. Besides, maybe I'll find out why Sophian has been watching me. Looking at him, Charon continued, will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may withdraw. Deculin answered without hesitation, I accept the challenge. Then he produced a sheet of paper with a test problem written on it. Take it. And that was that. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Deculin, pondering inwardly, recalling what George had said. It's a puzzle that would usually stump them for at least 3 days, and candidates must solve it to qualify as instructors. Charon thought this was the problem Lord George had declared very difficult, to see how long the rumored Deculin would take. Suddenly a dazzling light emitted from the paper, startling Charon slightly. Deculin remained calm and observed. At that moment, a stream of mana rose from inside the rolled paper and formed the image of George. He spoke cheerfully. Congratulations, Mage. I am George, Court Mage. I will assess your ability based on the time it takes you to solve this problem. If you solve it within 1 day, it will be considered quite fast. The soldiers began buzzing. My goodness, has it already been solved? Another nodded in confirmation. Yes. Deculin turned back to the soldiers. That wasn't an easy problem. I solved it because of recent research into ancient languages. Just luck, really. Charon spoke up from behind in praise. Still, that was excellent. Deculin explained inwardly. The rune script in the problem is a difficult character set found only in ancient texts. But for me, it's different. I was the one who refined this rune font back when I was a game designer. Though it was long ago, with my memory and understanding, a problem of this level is trivial. Seeing that Deculin had solved the problem, Charon stepped forward and presented a letter. Deculin, this is an invitation from the royal family. You are qualified to participate in the assessment. Deculin accepted the letter and responded, Thank you, sir. Back at the palace, after hearing the story from Charon, Sophian exclaimed, he solved it in 5 minutes. He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Sophian continued, then there's nothing more to consider, we'll choose Deculin. Charon objected, I think your majesty is too hasty. I suggest observing a bit longer. What more is there to observe? Solving the problem, George swore, was very difficult. In 5 minutes is more than enough. She sighed in exasperation, paused for a few seconds, then spoke. Ah, you supported the woman named Luina instead of Deculin, didn't you? However, that mage took 4 hours to solve the problem. 4 hours might have been impressive if no one had solved it in 5 minutes. But the result is already clear. I've just come up with a great idea. Charon, carry out my orders immediately. Realizing her plan was exposed, Charon could only stand there stunned. Cut to the Freheim regiment. Julie was still training relentlessly in the yard. Those watching were extremely worried. Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? The blonde said, That's true, her complexion doesn't look good. The dark-haired one added, At least she's still holding her sword. I thought she might faint earlier. The only thing that might uplift Captain Julie's spirits would be, realizing his meaning, the dark-haired man said, News that Veron's body was found, right? But since it's on a cliff, searching will certainly be difficult. Then from outside, a soldier ran in breathlessly. Captain, he was saying something to Julie. Upon hearing this, her expression became utterly astonished. A clear voice rang out, Julie, you are honored to converse and duel with His Majesty. You have been selected for the candidate list of guiding knights to demonstrate swordsmanship to His Majesty. Pass the assessment and prove your ability. She responded with firm determination. After receiving the decision, she was moving up to a house on the snowy mountaintop. Just as she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice called out, Long time no see, Julie. She glanced inward. 3 people were already seated there waiting. She nodded in reply. Yes, it's been a while, seniors. The blonde youth replied cheerfully. I had a feeling you'd be among the candidates. Sit down, make yourself comfortable. He began chatting animatedly. I wonder what the test will be like. Gathering like this reminds me of doing group projects back in school, doesn't it? The short-haired woman was the holy knight Gwen. She said, I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone, so be prepared. The big young man, the powerful knight Rayful, nodded in agreement. Of course, we're all here for the same purpose. After a brief conversation, the room returned to its usual quiet. The blond young man then turned his gaze to the chair at the center. The judge's seat must be over there. They're a bit late, aren't they? Gwen added. I heard Vice Captain Isak, who was supposed to be the judge, is resting due to an injury, so who will replace him? Raifel shook his head. Who knows? Then the sound of the door opening drew the attention of all four people in the room. They looked toward the door. Julie's eyes were intensely focused. Then a pair of composed footsteps entered. Julie jumped at the sight of the person entering. He slowly removed his hat and said, "Hello, I am the temporary judge for the selection exam for guiding knights, de Kulin." Not only Julie, but everyone present was very surprised by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position, thinking to himself. Julie had her own thoughts. A mage as the judge for a knight's exam? Why is that? What's he scheming this time? De Kulin. All eyes turned to de Kulin. Everyone knew him as a high-level mage, a noble famed for his arrogance. The fierce knight Raifel couldn't contain the rage boiling in his chest and sprang to his feet with a roar. "You a judge? What do you know about a knight's spirit to grade this? Who do you think you are?" Undeterred by the hostility, de Kulin didn't flinch. He walked in, casually removed his gloves with a smile, and sat in the central chair with an unnervingly composed air. His eyes were calm like a frozen lake as he glanced at the flustered knight. "Yes, I'm a mage, not a knight, so I won't judge you by flashy swordwork, but by the professional standards the palace requires. It seems you aren't pleased with me sitting here, but remember I am His Majesty's official guiding mage, and my presence here is a direct order from him. Do you intend to use that sword to oppose the royal will?" The room fell silent. The authority of the royal command tightened around the throats of would-be dissenters like an invisible rope. The knight stammered, face flushed with anger. "Chosen to teach magic, you." At that, Julie's senior knight squinted at de Kulin and spoke with biting sarcasm. "Honorable judge, is this exam truly fair? You won't favor anyone due to personal ties, will you?" The room buzzed. Everyone knew of the complicated entanglement between de Kulin and her. Julie stayed silent, hands clenched beneath the table, bowing her head and enduring the whispers. De Kulin casually closed the dossier, his voice frosty as ice. "I'm merely supervising and taking notes. The final decision rests with His Majesty. The test begins tomorrow dawn. Now go rest. Yes, rest well so you have strength. Off you go." They filed up the stairs, the murmurs continuing. In the end, they still won't dare call it fair. Oh well, the final call is His Majesty's anyway. De Kulin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that they were right. This test wasn't fair from the start, but unlike what they suspected. I'm not here to help Julie, but to do everything I can to eliminate her from the selection. That night, the blizzard outside howled without pause. De Kulin sat alone by the oil lamp, flipping through ancient pages, the flickering flame casting chiaroscuro across his sharp features. He peered out the window where night was swallowed by white snow. As expected, knights always feel the need to spar before anything else. Watching Julie carry herself with such resolve conjured images of the royal palace's long, shadowed corridors in his mind. The sole reason I accepted this ridiculous judge position is because of Julie, a mage who knows nothing of swordsmanship, being made to judge knights. It's an absurd little play, but she absolutely must not set foot in that palace. At this moment, in that undercroft, still lurks the greatest variable that could end de Kulin's life. The abyss of Ferdin, that uncanny mirror. At this point in the story, she must not meet it under any circumstances. Before that mirror shatters, I will absolutely not allow Julie into the palace. De Kulin sat before the knights and clearly announced the exam content. First challenge, observation skills and perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, there are many rare enchanted items. I will assign each of you a detailed description of the item you must find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 men. The only requirement, return it here intact. If a petal is bruised or a leaf bears a scratch, your exam is voided on the spot. Also, I'll stay right here in this chair to await the results. Any objections? If anyone objects, speak up now. There won't be a second chance. The knights glanced at one another as the air dropped into tense silence. De Kulin coldly produced a pocket watch and declared, "Good. Since everyone's agreed, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins." Amid the blinding blizzard, Julie struggled onward. Snow reached her knees. Each step felt leaden. Wind whistled through her cloak, carrying a bone-deep chill that could freeze the blood in your veins. What I must find is the ice bloom, a transparent flower that grows on sheer cliff faces at alpine heights. Because it only blooms in brutal conditions, plucking one is no easy feat. But with up to 10 opening and withering each day, it's not impossible. Julie urged herself on. Her eyes cut across the vertical cliffs. But did de Kulin really come here only by His Majesty's order? After hours battling the elements, Julie whispered a cheer when she spotted a crystal-clear ice bloom shimmering beneath the snow. It grew right atop the peak of a sheer, towering crag. She held her breath. using every bit of a swordsman's finesse to pluck it, and ran like the wind back to the wooden hut. But when the flower was handed to him, de Kulin didn't even bother to touch it, only glanced and coldly announced, "It's ruined." Julie froze, her heart dropping. "What? What did you say? I was explicit about returning the item intact with no damage at all. Look." De Kulin pointed at a petal. On the edge of the third petal was an ultrafine cut, less than one. Julie gritted her teeth and inspected the bloom. Indeed, there was a scratch nearly invisible to the naked eye. She swallowed bitterly, thinking it was a careless oversight. She should have checked more thoroughly before giving it to him. She looked up and stared straight at de Kulin. "I'll go get another." With that, Julie spun and plunged back into the whiteout. On her second try, she found another flower on an even higher cliff. Julie scrambled up with all her strength and, exhausted, sighed in relief when she found it. Thank goodness, as icy gusts swept by that nearly sent her slipping over the edge. Julie brought the bloom back, but de Kulin remained frigid. Its leaf had a small corner missing, sliced by the wind. Meanwhile, her senior sat leisurely enjoying a hot meal and said, "Still getting defective goods." Julie's empty stomach began to protest. She felt faint from exhaustion and the bitter cold. De Kulin looked at her, his tone stern. "You will not touch any food until you complete the task or give up." "Well, will you quit?" Julie shouted, determination flaring. "No, I'll find another flower." Julie launched herself into the biting wind once more. The blizzard intensified. Though her armor shielded some of the cold, she couldn't endure much longer, if she didn't find the ice bloom soon. On her third try, Julie found the most perfect ice bloom of all. Her eyes narrowed with resolve, as if this were the last chance. She cradled it like a treasure, using her body to shield it from the wind and letting snow freeze onto her shoulders. Bringing it back, she was sure this time she had succeeded. But de Kulin studied it a moment and still delivered a cutting verdict. "Still flawed. Impossible, it can't be." He brought the flower close to Julie and added, "There's a small crack along the petal." Julie almost collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of frustration welling up. How could this be? Why? What happened? There's clearly no scratch on the outside, so why does it keep getting damaged? Suddenly her gaze lifted, and she noticed something. It swept across the room, and finally settled on the roaring campfire in the center. A flash of insight sparked in her mind. Could it be? Without a word, Julie stood with eyes blazing. "One more request to go back, please." She turned and set off again to find the flower. But this time she didn't head to the old cliffs. De Kulin watched her gaunt but resolute back and assessed silently. "It seems she's figured out the pattern, but even if she has, it's useless. That palace is a place she must absolutely not enter." At the knight's examination center, the air was thick with anxiety. The knights paced restlessly, their eyes fixed on the white curtain of snow outside. A female knight whispered, "Do you think Julie can really pull this off?" Julie's senior clenched his fist, voice uncertain. I don't know either." Just then a call louder than the wind rose from behind. Julie appeared, breathless, cradling a glittering flower. "Esteemed judge, I've brought back the ice bloom." The knights froze in elated surprise. "She's come." De Kulin remained motionless in the hidden hut and spoke in a cold tone. "Bring it in here, Julie." But Julie didn't step forward. She stood rooted in the snow, voice trembling yet firm. "Please, could you come outside? This time the ice bloom has absolutely no scratches." In the dim light, Julie looked pitiful. Her clothes filthy, a thick sheet of ice clinging to her cloak, face pale from the biting cold. She inwardly scoffed at herself. How foolish! Why did it take me so long to realize that bringing an ice bloom into a warm, fire-lit room would melt and ruin it? That's the trap of this test. But de Kulin remained unmoved, replying in an icy tone. "I refuse. As I said from the start, I will not take a single step outside until the exam ends." Anger flared in Julie's eyes. She ground her teeth and thought, "De Kulin, from the beginning you didn't want me to pass this test, did you?" De Kulin, as if reading her thoughts, added casually, "Before we began I asked if any of you had questions or objections, and you were silent then. Now failing to observe environmental conditions is entirely your fault." "Yes, that's my fault," Julie shouted, "but I won't give up here." De Kulin showed a flash of surprise at her resolve. Then Julie placed the ice bloom on the block of ice at her feet. She began to channel mana, a powerful surge of energy erupting. Everyone inside stared in astonishment, but sudden pain showed clearly across Julie's face. In an instant, a violent storm of energy swept through the entire hidden hut. Frost began to form on the walls, banishing the warmth inside. De Kulin observed the scene and judged inwardly. Is she trying to use mana to freeze the whole space? The heat has vanished entirely. Once the interior temperature dropped to freezing, Julie stepped in and held the bloom up before de Kulin. "Now it should be fine, right?" Silence fell. De Kulin studied the bloom for a long moment and then gently shook his head, his voice as indifferent as ever. The flower is still flawed. She used mana to protect it. But that very surge of mana interacted with and altered its structure, causing the flower to be ruined. Julie stood frozen, the last of her strength drained. No, it can't be. She no longer had the breath to defend herself. Her vision blurred and she collapsed onto the cold floor right before him. All her efforts were for nothing. She was disqualified. Julie was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights whispered. What happened to Julie? She fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature dropped too low and she currently has no strength to leave. Another knight, indignant, spoke up. I've never seen such an unfair trial, truly ruthless. This leaves me in a foul mood. Meanwhile, de Kulin stood in a dark corner, his eyes narrowed in thought. It was the first time I'd seen Julie use mana so directly, but my eyes had seen something very strange. What did I just see with the mana? A status window appeared before him. Abnormal status, mana injury. De Kulin was stunned. Mana injury, does that mean her dantian is severely damaged? A wound in the dantian is not common. It surely can't be caused by normal effects. In the game's storyline, I've never heard of Julie suffering such a grievous injury and still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth happened? Just then, Julie's senior stepped forward and sighed. The difficulty of that exam was truly extreme. Even I didn't notice the temperature trap of the ice bloom. Honestly, no one could have passed it. De Kulin looked at the man before him, thinking they were both classmates and Julie's seniors. Maybe they'd know something. He decided to ask bluntly, has Julie ever been seriously injured before? The knights turned to him with looks of anger mixed with astonishment. The senior growled, what, you really don't remember? It was your doing. The escort mission at Marek that year. Could the aftereffects really still be haunting the girl after all this time? De Kulin was stunned. The Marek escort mission, that's a pre-game setup I was never informed of. He turned to the man beside him and said, Rafel, you sparred with Julie. Didn't you notice anything odd? Rafel stammered, I'm not sure either. When sparring with her, I noticed Julie always deliberately limited her mana usage. She is excellent with sword intent, but she never dared to unleash mana to the extreme. Maybe she truly carries an incurable aftereffect. So all of that was because Julie was injured. De Kulin was silent for a long moment, then ordered, everyone return to your rooms. Once the eliminated contestant has left, we will begin the second exam. A while later, as the sun began to set, Julie woke and stood outside the hidden hut. She looked lonely and dejected. A single sigh conveyed it. De Kulin stepped out from behind, his voice softening a bit. This outcome is truly regrettable. Julie bowed her head, voice choking. No, you're right. It's just a test, and I failed due to my own oversight. I should have inspected more carefully when I received the assignment. De Kulin looked at her and was silent. Julie, before you go, may I ask one question? He wanted to ask about his role as judge. Tell me about the promise I broke before. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Julie was stunned by that odd question. De Kulin thought to himself that the promise had long since been broken, the thing that made her hate him to the bone. So why was I clinging to ask her about it? Maybe I was just looking for an excuse to see her a little longer. Or perhaps I wanted to offer myself a justification for the de Kulin I've become. Julie was silent for a moment, then slowly said, It's been half a year already, hasn't it? Where should I begin? At that time, I received a letter from people of a clan called Luna. A letter sent by the mother of the mage who had committed suicide under your command. The letter detailed the evil deeds you had done. I asked you to explain whether the things in the letter were true. But you burned the letter on the spot. That, for me, was the deciding reason to call off the engagement. She looked at him with pained eyes. Breaking the engagement was non-negotiable. Whatever you want, I will do. Please forgive me. Only then did he agree to promise to uncover the truth and apologize. But why are you asking that now? At this point, what does it even matter? But de Kulin's answer surprised Julie. It was my fault. Back then, it was entirely de Kulin's fault. It's just that the research is still ongoing. The research he began, I have continued to refine. Of course, he will be listed as a co-author on the work. If there are earnings, I will split them evenly among everyone, and I will also help his family to recover once more. On the day this research is published, I'll probably be able to offer him an apology. I hope I will be worthy of receiving forgiveness. Hearing this, Julie angrily shouted, Why didn't you say that then? If you'd spoken earlier, maybe, de Kulin interrupted. I apologize. It's just that I can only justify that perhaps the me of today is no longer the de Kulin of the past. The atmosphere fell into absolute silence. Julie stared at him dazed, as if facing a completely unfamiliar person. De Kulin stepped a little closer, his voice low and resolute. Julie, from today on I will try not to love you anymore. Huh, what are you saying? Let's walk two separate paths. You will no longer have to bear any burden because of me. I will try to change my heart, and one day that will come true. With that, he quickly turned his back, but not before leaving a parting admonition. You've suffered enough. Go home and rest well. Julie's heavy steps left deep prints across the white snow. I will try not to love you anymore. Julie gave a faint smile, bitter but also relieved. She walked through the snow wondering, has he really changed? De Killing stood by the window, watching Julie's small figure fade behind the veil of white. Even with De Killing's strong willpower, is his feeling for Julie truly something he cannot control? 3 days of the intense selection process had passed, and now all the final evaluations were complete. An official document was released, displaying the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as the training knights of the royal palace. In his quiet office, De Killing sat reviewing the final list. His gaze slid down to the section dedicated to the court mages. He saw his own name and portrait there. Regarding the position of training mage, the result was already obvious. But as he read further, De Killing's eyes widened slightly in a rare moment of surprise. He stared at the paper for a long time, lost in thought. The next day, the scene shifted to the magnificent interior of the royal palace. The grand doors were pushed open as the first name was announced. De Killing von Euclin. He stepped forward with absolute composure. Sitting upon the throne was Empress Safian. She looked completely indifferent, leaning her head on her hand as she let out a long, weary yawn. Once De Killing was in position, the herald continued to call the next name. Ruina von Schlote McQueen. De Killing kept his eyes fixed forward, but his mind focused on the woman who had just stepped in beside him. He never expected that he would have to take on the role of training mage alongside Ruina. They both knelt before the Empress to show formal respect. Ruina was someone for whom De Killing could absolutely never feel any goodwill. Since the incidents at the floating island, it was a stroke of luck if they didn't have to face each other. It looked like the days ahead would be incredibly exhausting. Ruina adjusted her glasses, her sharp golden eyes glancing toward the cold protagonist. To her, seeing De Killing here was a bitter reminder of the past between them. She had to face off against him in this place again. Memories flowed back to a few years ago, during the professor promotion evaluation at the university. The hallways had been filled with the whispers of the faculty. A group of professors surrounded Ruina, expressing their enthusiastic support. The position of head professor naturally belongs to you, Ruina. Do your best. Me too. You definitely have to work hard. If someone as tyrannical and arrogant as Professor De Killing takes power as head professor, just thinking about that scene is unbearable. Ruina accepted the praise with a humble smile. Thank you everyone for supporting me. At that time, the competition for the head professor position was essentially a duel between De Killing and her. It was a battle between equals, but for different reasons. De Killing possessed an incredible ability for magical analysis, a deep understanding of theory, and overwhelming influence from his family bloodline. Conversely, Ruina led in overall research achievements. She believed that the fundamental difference in personality would give her the edge. She had the respect and backing of the other professors, while De Killing stood alone with his arrogance. She was completely confident that the position of head professor of the Magic Tower would be hers. Yet all of that had caught De Killing's eye, and of course, that never boded well. A few days later, at the Ruina family mansion, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Staff and mages ran along the hallways in total disarray. Hurry, there's an emergency. A bewildered Ruina stopped someone. What is going on that everyone is in such a rush? The man looked at her, his face pale and drenched in sweat, stammering incoherently to explain the emergency that had just struck. The news reached Ruina like a nightmare. The head of the family has been seriously injured, my lady. But the tragedy didn't stop there. A flurry of reports about disasters began pouring in, each more devastating than the last. Her brother's business was on the verge of collapse as every partner abruptly and inexplicably terminated their contracts. Her younger sister met with a horrific accident. Even their ancestral lands were no longer safe as bandits began to invade the territory. Finally, word arrived that even the lady of the house was in danger. For Ruina, the answer wasn't hard to find. In the shadows of her mind, one name appeared, overshadowing all this destruction: De Killing. She didn't want to submit to him at all. To her, De Killing was the incarnation of evil, and she feared that if she bowed to him now, her family would never be able to rise again. She told herself, I have to endure this. My family can overcome these consecutive disasters. But the reality of the situation was far more brutal than imagined. Rain began to pour over the mansion. Inside, her father sat in the dim light, his body exhausted and his spirit broken. He looked at his daughter, knowing full well what the head professor position meant to her. Can you give it up, Ruina? Your career is important, but the survival of our family must come first. Ruina had no other choice. By the time she looked back at everything they had lost, the entire family stood on the brink of total collapse. They simply did not have the strength to resist Deculin's hand of power. Under the rainy and windy night sky, Ruina went to Deculin's mansion. At the gate, the sentry knights blocked her path. "You are not permitted inside. Leave immediately. I have a grave matter to discuss. Please let me see him just once. I told you to go home." She stood there, desperate and soaked to the bone. Ruina screamed, her voice cracking with rage. "Deculin, come out and face me." Deculin was perfectly dry under an umbrella held by a subordinate. He looked down at her with completely hollow eyes, devoid of any sympathy. "Ruina, what kind of mess do you think you're making right in front of someone else's door?" Ruina, trembling from both the cold and the humiliation, shouted, "I will give up the position. I beg you to stop the attacks on my family right now. I will surrender the position I have fought for all this time." A long, heavy silence followed, broken only by the pitter-patter of the rain. Deculin tilted his head slightly, a faint, superior smile appearing on his lips. "Exactly what should I stop? I have no idea what you are talking about." Ruina could only stare at him in shock. "What?" Deculin continued, his tone shifting into cold authority. "Since you've come here so abruptly, I expect an apology." "It turns out I was wrong. An apology." "That is correct. Has the McQueen family not survived until now precisely because they received support from the Euclid family for so long? Yet, someone with the status of a servant dares to act like a dog betraying its master after surviving on my family's grace. Naturally, I must receive an apology." As Deculin turned to walk away, Ruina remained frozen in the rain. The insult scorched her. The absolute arrogance in his words, calling her family ungrateful dogs after he had blatantly destroyed them. All of that ignited a white-hot, blazing fury inside Ruina. Ruina realized how naive she had been to think that sacrificing her dreams and career would be enough to end the nightmare her family was enduring. Deculin observed her with cold, scrutinizing eyes as she trembled. Having no other choice, desperate to save what remained of her family, Ruina let her body collapse. Her knees hit the wet ground with a heavy thud. Bowing her head deeply in earnest, she whispered into the curtain of rain, I'm sorry. I will do whatever you ask as long as you stop." The humiliation was absolute. Ruina felt its sting even more than the cold water soaking through her clothes. She kept telling herself that no matter how much her pride was trampled, she had to endure this to protect her family. Deculin looked down at the figure prostrate on the ground, truly a pathetic and lowly creature. Without warning, Deculin's boot stepped hard onto her in a painful strike. The force of the kick caused a groan of pain to escape her lips. Deculin stood there in contempt. "You are nothing more than a miserable insect from a family with no roots, no depth of history whatsoever. It is disgusting that someone of your status dares to crawl before me without knowing their place. Does even a dog wish to sit upon its master's head?" Deculin coldly issued his final order of dismissal. "Get out. If you truly want your family to recover and survive, never let me see your face again." Having said that, Deculin turned his back and walked away, leaving Ruina shattered on the ground. Her knees were bruised and smeared with black mud as she sat in the relentless, torrential rain. The memory of his brutality was etched deep into her soul. Back in the present, both were kneeling in the grand hall of the royal palace. Ruina glanced at the protagonist, the memory of that day as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Deculin's boot or the contempt in his voice. Her teeth clenched tight, her eyes overflowing with hatred. "This time I will never lose again. The humiliation I endured that day, I will certainly take it back manifold." The scene shifted to the next day at the Royal University. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Could that really be true? Yes, exactly. I heard that person suddenly vanished without a trace. No, that much is clear, but I mean, was this really because Professor Deculin had a hand in it? As Deculin walked through the hallway, he naturally overheard those whispers. What is the problem that everyone is in such a stir? The thing is, there are rumors going around that Lady Ruina has gone missing. In this world, mana disasters occasionally occur, from storms to rain of fire or dust mists. But as a mage, Deculin believes they shouldn't be seen merely as calamities, since they are combinations of pure elements. Meanwhile, Luina's disappearance had everyone eyeing Deculin with suspicion, which made him quite uneasy. Even so, he found dealing with curious new students far more pleasant. Deculin told himself there was nothing to worry about. This matter had nothing to do with him, and the truth would soon come to light. The next morning at the Euclid Manor, the butler reported that someone from the Security Bureau had come to see him. It was Lilia Fremion, deputy director of the Security Bureau, wearing a very serious expression. Lilia got straight to the point. She had come to investigate the disappearance of Duchess Luna, which surprised Dekulin. He bluntly asked if he was a suspect, but Lilia replied that this was just investigative procedure because he was the last person to see her. She reiterated that Luna had held a tutoring session with him the day she met the Emperor and then vanished, and asked if he had noticed anything unusual. Dekulin affirmed he had not. Lilia nodded to record his answer and prepared to leave. After seeing his visitor off, Dekulin returned inside the manor. He admitted being suspected was unpleasant, especially since the original Dekulin was perfectly capable of such deeds. His gaze grew pensive. Upon entering the room, he suddenly paused, spotting odd blue mana streams moving through the air. A message appeared asking if he had abandoned them, and insisting they were still following his orders. Dekulin stared at the traces of mana, wondering who had left that note. He guessed it was certainly the work of the Black Network, the underground organization the old Dekulin had built. A bad feeling hit him. He feared these very people had kidnapped Luna. His face hardened as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Shortly after, Dekulin arrived at a dark area outside. A shadowy figure in a cloak knelt before him and respectfully hailed him as master. Dekulin recognized it as an illusionary magic used for communication. Without hesitation, he ordered the figure to lead the way. The scene shifted to the Auckland slums, where darkness lay within the heart of the splendid empire. The poor and the sick lurked in filthy hidden corners. Even a radiant empire has contrasting patches of light and shadow. The subordinate declared that if the emperor's land was light, Auckland was its home, its darkness. He stopped before a dilapidated house and invited Dekulin inside. Dekulin stepped forward, preparing to face whatever awaited behind the door. He descended stone steps leading deep underground. At the bottom, Dekulin was slightly stunned by the sight before him. A group of people in black cloaks immediately knelt in homage, welcoming their master's return. Dekulin demanded an explanation at once, asking what orders they were executing. They replied that the order was to show no mercy if Luna dared set foot in the capital. Just as he feared, it was all the doing of Dekulin's old subordinates. He observed them. Fortunately, he saw no death variable, though they didn't seem very friendly toward him. One subordinate remained with his head bowed, awaiting orders. Dekulin gave a curt order, "Lead me to Luna." There, Luna was tightly bound to a chair with a sack covering her head. The assassins reported they had injected an anti-mana toxin, rendering her unable to use magic for the next 3 days. Seeing his quarry in such a sorry state, Dekulin's head ached over how to deal with his old henchman having kidnapped her. Gazing at the unconscious Luna, Dekulin sensed a villainous fate emanating from her, the death variable he had long feared. He wondered how to dispel this misunderstanding and eliminate the variable that threatened his life. At that moment, a subordinate presented a ledger, saying there was something to give the master. Dekulin took it and began flipping through the ledger. After reading a few lines, his eyes widened in shock. The information was truly beyond expectations. He fell silent for a long while, his face showing obvious tension. Dekulin admitted the ledger had helped him sort his thoughts and find a way forward. He ordered all subordinates to step outside so he could speak privately with Luna. The shadowy figures obeyed in silence and began to retreat into the darkness. The door slammed shut, leaving an eerie, chilling quiet. Dekulin stepped closer, staring at the Duchess still bound. Luna started to move, weak moans coming from beneath the sack over her head. He decisively ripped the sack off, revealing the woman's face. Upon opening her eyes, Luna was stunned to see who stood before her. She screamed Dekulin's name in furious outrage. Luna's eyes flashed with rage, as if she wanted to devour him alive. She barked at him, demanding what he intended after staging this abduction and threatening to report him to the crown. In response to her fury, Dekulin calmly advised her to watch her words, since she was tied up and unable to use magic. Luna trembled with anger but could do nothing. She grit her teeth and endured it, her heart full of bitterness. Luna accused Dekulin of revenge over their past conflicts in the race for the head professor position. Then, shockingly, Dekulin made an offer. Luna would become head professor. Luna was speechless, baffled that he had kidnapped her only to make such a promise. Dekulin thought silently. This was the only way to completely erase the death variable hanging over his head. It all began not long ago, when Dekulin started reviewing everything. There was a long list of crimes the original Dekulin had committed, from extortion to kidnapping, a dark past that ruined many lives. Standing in the dingy cellar, he realized he couldn't resolve this mess peacefully. He knew full well that no matter how he explained, the hatred in Luna's heart would not subside. She kept struggling to wriggle free from the ropes, but he could not kill her. Luna held significant influence over the main mission, Losing her now would be a major loss. Therefore, he was forced to use drastic measures to make her obey. Dekulin coldly asked why she dared return to the capital despite his ban on her setting foot there. Luina retorted that she had repaid Yuklan's debts and had no reason to be afraid. She believed she had settled everything, including interest. Hearing that, Dekulin sneered that she was speaking irresponsibly and asked what she truly knew. He stepped closer, his voice threatening enough to make Luina tremble. Dekulin pulled out the concept of compound interest to intimidate her. A debt of 100 million from 15 years ago at 20% per year had now ballooned to over 15 million in interest. Seeing Luina's panicked expression, he added, "Or shall I seize the house you just moved into tomorrow?" Luina shouted that no law could be so unreasonable and threatened to sue the crown. But Dekulin casually mentioned the poison clause. Those were the tricky clauses he had slipped in to deceive the signer, a truly cruel and vicious trick. Knowing he was playing the villain, Dekulin understood this was the only way to corner Luina. Seeing his opponent beginning to waver, he lowered his voice and said there was still a way to mend things. The offer was put forward. If she helped him become director, her debt would be reduced. Luina could only exclaim in astonishment. Of course, she would still have to hold the head professor position on his behalf. Luina fell silent, her face showing the struggle over this sweet yet dangerous trap. Knowing she often broke promises, Dekulin produced a new agreement and forced her to sign it. Luina could only cry out at the audacity. The contract was tossed into her lap with a curt order. "Read it." The terms appeared. Remain silent about today's events and comply with the contract for 5 years. If she failed to comply, Luina's eyes widened in horror when she read the punishment clause. Complete destruction of the energy core within her body. She shouted in protest, saying Dekulin had gone too far. Despite her shouting, he casually turned his back and walked away, reminding her that if she honored the contract. Luina could only grit her teeth and watch the cold-blooded man's retreating back. He sealed the deal by promising to return the McQueen family secret to her. The name stunned Luina into silence. That occult tome was a family heirloom Dekulin had seized when he destroyed the McQueens. It was the root of all their hatred and what she most wanted back. Think it over, he left behind, then stepped out the door. The iron door slammed shut, locking the young woman into the cellar's darkness. Dekulin strode up the old stone steps. He wondered quietly whether the psychological move had worked. If he couldn't eliminate this death variable, he'd have to use his last resort. Just then, a notification appeared. The mission to remove the death variable was completed. He received a reward of 2 shop currency units. A rare satisfied smile crossed the cold professor's lips. Outside the door, Ren and Ainen had been waiting for some time. The cellar door was resealed with a dazzling magical ward. Dekulin stepped out, his face thoughtful and scheming. The 2 subordinates silently watched their master, preparing for the next moves. Dekulin casually praised, "Well done." But Ainen wouldn't let him leave so easily. She shouted, "Wait, are you just going to walk away?" Dekulin turned back and asked if she had anything more to say. Ainen began to rant about previous promises. She angrily reminded him that he had promised to pay and free the 2 siblings. Before she could finish, a sharp smack rang out. Ren had roughly stopped his sister. The sudden blow sent Ainen sprawling to the ground, unable to react. The cellar fell silent. Ren stood between his sister and the professor. He bowed his head to apologize for his sister's rudeness. Dekulin remained calm, told him to continue, and asked again what had been promised. Ren affirmed firmly, freedom and a vast fortune were promised. Dekulin gave a slight nod, as if he understood the matter well. He saw through Ren's heart. Though Ren had struck his sister to keep up appearances, deep down the man still harbored a deep grudge against him. They were people who did the dirty work for the old Dekulin. Though hated, he found their skills extremely useful for his upcoming plans. Dekulin thought to himself that as long as he didn't have them do any more shady work from now on, everything would remain under his control. He officially announced he would hire them starting today, and of course he would keep every promise made. Hearing that, the 2 siblings hurriedly fell to their knees to thank their new master. Ainen looked up with wide-eyed amazement. She probably couldn't believe her ears. Dekulin ordered all the previous clandestine missions he'd assigned to them cancel. "Disperse, come to my manor tomorrow." They both replied in unison with respectful obedience. The professor turned his back and walked away, leaving the chilly cellar behind. He exhaled in relief. Though the day had been exhausting, at least everything had been tidied up. Seen shifts to the Magic Tower dormitory under brilliant sunlight. Efren walked beside Sylvia, endlessly complaining about the high cost of materials. "Student life is truly poor," she lamented. Suddenly Efren froze, vaguely seeing a strange magic circle forming. She asked her friend if she could see it too. They both looked toward the hallway, where the air was beginning to warp suspiciously. A glaring red magic circle appeared on the wall. Efren wondered aloud, weren't they supposed to have erased that at the start of term? Why is it back? Before they could steady themselves, a loud explosion rang out, startling all the nearby students. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within, flinging those nearby aside. The scene was utter chaos. From the building, a dark red pillar of light shot straight into the sky, signaling a terrible disaster unfolding. A sleek black car rolled along the cobbled street, inside the Magic Academy. Sitting in the back, Dekulin asked Ren if he was satisfied with his current job as driver. Ren didn't hesitate to say he loved it. Dekulin merely nodded, his face as cold and composed as ever. The assassin siblings, Ren and Ainin, were now under the Yuklan banner, fully following Dekulin's orders. Once wary, but after being handsomely paid by Dekulin, they gradually shifted to obeying him like a proper master. Even Jeff, the old driver, cried tears of joy when promoted to an office position. Dekulin's life finally fell into place. The car stopped before the Grand Hall. Ren announced they had arrived. Dekulin stepped out with suave manners, but immediately realized something was wrong. In the distance, a crimson energy shroud covered the building. The system window suddenly popped up with a notice about the first main mission. The entire Hall 3 was trapped within a lethal magical barrier. Students gathered outside were panicked and screaming. No one understood what was happening inside. Efren gritted her teeth in worry, since most commoner students were trapped inside. She urged Professor Sire to rescue them, but the old professor only trembled and asked back with a cowardly expression. He feigned weakness and said the director was absent, so there was apparently no way to intervene. Efren clicked her tongue in disappointment at the attitude of those in power. She handed her bag to Julie, deciding she would storm in herself to save her friends. Just as she stepped forward, a hand from behind suddenly seized her wrist, stopping her. The one blocking her was Sylvia, standing there arms crossed with an air of haughty pride. Sylvia said, "If you don't intend to help, you'd better stand still. This is not the time to be picky." Efren was annoyed, finding Sylvia's behavior bothersome and irritating. Behind them, the professors kept shouting uselessly, but dared not step up to the barrier. The nobles who usually put on a brave face now hesitated and wouldn't move. Efren couldn't help but scold them to their faces as cowards who only stood and watched. Sylvia cut her off coldly, called Efren arrogant, and told her to shut up. "Calmly take a good look." Sylvia pointed toward the blazing red barrier. A multicolored magical beam from Sylvia shot straight into the barrier to probe it. The barrier reacted violently, scattering the magic completely. Efren watched in amazement. Sylvia explained that demonic energy was mixed inside, so ordinary magic wouldn't work. She asserted this was not something a rookie could handle. Efren bowed her head and gritted her teeth. Annoyed as she was, she knew Sylvia was right. Everything was at an impasse, and she wondered what on earth was going on. Suddenly, rapid footsteps thundered, making her turn to look. Dekulin strode forward with an overwhelming presence, forcing the crowd to part on either side. "Too noisy here?" His remark immediately silenced the area. He stood before the red veil, quietly observing the dark energy emanating from it. Dekulin's gaze remained calm, without a hint of wavering or fear. The system panel analyzed it as a magical barrier, but the current information wasn't enough for him to fully understand. Dekulin drew out the Yuklan staff, a weapon with powerful demon-purging ability. A blaze of crimson energy erupted from the barrier, as if seeking to repel the intruder. The professors panicked, shouting for everyone to hold their breath and fall back. A loud explosion rang out as Dekulin's mana collided directly with the veil. Ignoring all objections, Dekulin coldly stepped straight into the blazing barrier. Dekulin began to pass through the swirling red magical veil, as if through a storm. From inside the building, the students looked toward the door in shock, unable to believe a professor would dare enter. Inside the hall was a terrifying silence, shrouded in a misty haze of magic. Dekulin stepped fully inside, magical sparks from the barrier still crackling around him. He hurried toward the huddled students. Efren and the others looked up at their savior with eyes full of hope. The kids burst into tears of joy at seeing the venerable professor appear just in time. Dekulin asked if everyone was here. A student replied that some people were still trapped upstairs. Al Rose, the red-haired dorm supervisor, warned anxiously about dangers upstairs, but Dekulin assured her he had a plan. He opened his case, letting the steelwood shards begin to fly out under the control of his magic. The sharp metal fragments whirled around the hall like elite birds of prey. "I'll find out what's going on soon enough," Dekulin declared coldly, his eyes full of confidence in his abilities. He recalled his grueling training sessions. Even while busy with chores, he never neglected his magical practice. The system panel showed skill status. Dekulin had reached 33% in metal enhancement. To gain his current power, He once used his own body to train his mental control, enduring the pain. As a result, he received one of the system game's most precious rewards. Found them? Deculin murmured, making Al Rose behind him jump in surprise. His eyes lit up. Thanks to the Steelwood's tracking ability, no one could hide from his sight. Possessing a second sense allowed Deculin to perceive and move through space flawlessly. The students hugged each other in joyous relief, while Deculin felt satisfied that the search went so smoothly. However, the other mages were starting to tire. They couldn't endure long in this demon-charged environment. Deculin suddenly stopped when he detected something odd in the building's magical structure. He deduced there must be a secret activation mechanism, acting like a switch for the barrier. His sharp gaze swept the entire hall to find the enemy's fatal weak point. The Steelwood shards continued to soar upward under his command. Students screamed in panic as the metal fragments whooshed over their heads. Deculin narrowed his eyes in concentration, as if he'd locked onto his target. A faint smile crossed the professor's cold face. Found it, Deculin declared decisively. Time to end this little game. He glanced around, certain the barrier's activator was mingling among the students. He began narrowing his search, leaving no one unchecked. The crowd screamed in panic, but it was precisely in that chaos the mastermind would slip up. A razor-sharp look scanned by. The professor examined every millimeter. Suddenly he noticed something odd, tiny black ash flakes falling from someone's hair. Deculin curled a lip. Found you. Without hesitation, he pointed at Al Rose, the dorm manager, and exposed her as the one who triggered the barrier. Al Rose still tried to play innocent, questioning the professor with a bewildered look, but he told her to stop the act. He pointed out the ring of ash on her hair, an unmistakable tell. Mage Ashbourne? The dorm manager's true identity was finally revealed to the light. Knowing she couldn't deny it, Al Rose revealed her true form with eyes blazing with hatred. The Ashes, one of the 4 powers backing the magical world, was in fact a dark organization. Most honest mages scorned or avoided even mentioning the existence of that guild, for it was a place that nurtured practitioners of dark and illicit magic. Al Rose sneered, saying that even if Deculin had seen through her, he couldn't do anything. He was still too green. She began to gather deep blue mana, preparing to unleash a grand spell. But suddenly, her confident expression turned to shock as she sensed something amiss. A magical explosion threw students aside, the space violently trembling. Amid the chaos, Deculin still stood towering like a mountain, his gaze unwavering. Al Rose lunged forward, sneering that the professor was being far too relaxed when flirting with death. She unleashed a terrifying sea of fire, aiming a direct strike at Deculin's position. The blazing flames reflected in his cold blue eyes. He didn't bother to dodge a single step. After the explosion, Deculin remained unscathed, standing tall amid the ashes, leaving her dumbfounded. He casually mocked the fire as too petty, hardly worth chipping a tooth compared to her earlier threats. Al Rose forced a laugh, saying that was merely a polite little greeting. She continued to spit out a volley of razor-sharp mana beams aimed straight for his heart. But once again the attack was repelled, as if hitting an invisible wall. This time Al Rose truly panicked, unable to understand why her magic had become useless. A dense swirl of deep purple mana began to whirl fiercely around Deculin. She recoiled in horror as she realized he was actively disrupting her spell's structure from within. The dark mana particles shattered into fragments, like embers scattering to dust. Al Rose couldn't believe her eyes. She screamed, asking how such a bizarre thing could happen. She had been convinced that with the amount of demonic energy here, she'd have endless mana to overwhelm him. But Deculin turned that very advantage into his weapon, purifying the mana to an even greater potency. The system displayed. Eucline bloodline can purify demonic chi and elevate magic to a new level. He sneered at the folly of a dark mage, daring to flaunt power before the Eucline family. Deculin launched his counterattack. The force of his magic made the entire room tremble. Al Rose collapsed, breathing heavily as all her energy was drained by the professor. That's why we call you Ashbourne, a name dripping with contempt for that filth. Hearing that, she ground her teeth and glared, rage driving her mad. Deculin added that scum like her were societal refuse, never deserving of redemption. Al Rose flashed a mad grin, daring Deculin to dispel the barrier before all the students died. Deculin taunted that he'd enlighten the slow-witted manager about the deadly mistake she'd made. Sharp mana crystal shards began to rise around, making Al Rose flinch in terror. Azure mana pillars pierced the floor, creating an atmosphere of terrifying pressure. He explained that because she was too stupid, she anchored the barrier to the building instead of the space. Deculin pointed out a simple truth. If the host building vanished, the worthless barrier would collapse with it. That is the colossal hole in your intellect. A cold, contemptuous remark. Al Rose laughed maniacally, retorting whether he wanted to die by bringing the whole building down just to break the trap. Despite the threat, Dekulin quietly intoned the spell name, Al Rose. The manager's eyes rolled back in shock, as if she'd just sensed a wave of destructive power bearing down. Don't think I don't know you well. Dekulin's words made the dark mage truly start to fear. Immediately, a blaze of crimson light burst forth from deep within, signaling the onset of destruction. A horrific magical explosion ripped apart the sturdy structure of the dormitory building. Al Rose screamed in fury, calling Dekulin a madman for gambling with his life and the students. You'll reveal your true form soon enough, won't you? Dekulin stood there unfazed, forcing her to show herself. The manager stammered incoherently, unable to believe the professor knew so well the true nature of her being. A radiant, pure mana gathered in Dekulin's hand, ready to finish the fight. He launched a shard of mana crystal, streaking straight toward the enemy hiding in the dust. A precise strike severed the dark mage's magical link completely. The decorative statues around began to collapse and shatter as the building's structure gave way. Everyone gather here, Dekulin ordered coldly, swiftly shielding the students from danger. The floor shook violently, dust raining down as the kids panicked and screamed, fearing they'd be buried alive. Amid the rubble, students hurriedly called to each other to flee, faces drained of color. The entire massive dormitory collapsed with a roar of earth and stone, conclusively ending the magical trap. Dormitory number 3 was now merely a heap of rubble after the harrowing battle. A group of students stood stunned at the devastation. One girl pointed toward the smoking pile of debris. From the cloud of dust, Dekulin Yukline strode out with dignity, survivors supporting one another behind him. Efren Luna rushed over joyfully when she saw her friend Parrot still intact. The boy Parrot was so frightened he burst into tears, diving into Efren's arms as soon as he escaped. Parrot sobbed, recounting that Professor Dekulin had cleaned everything up and that the mastermind was a mage from the Ashes Guild. Sylvia stood at a distance, sweat beading on her forehead as she witnessed the scene. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering silently whether this man truly had real power or was just a conspicuous fraud. A system notification appeared confirming Dekulin had completed the first main quest, the beginning. From a shadowed corner of the dark corridor, mocking laughter echoed at the crushing defeat of the fallen. Al Rose stood with her arms crossed in the darkness, silently listening to the taunts. The masked mage of the Ashes muttered that being defeated by someone like Dekulin had shaken everyone's faith. Al Rose waved her hand dismissively, warning her comrades not to underestimate the professor's momentum. Though the plan hadn't been perfect, she had collected a glowing pink mana vial from the fallen mages. Her accomplice took the vial, intending to pin all the blame on the demons. He joked that mage souls were excellent ingredients for Al Rose's doll-making. Al Rose watched with calculating eyes, apparently unimpressed by the fanaticism. The cloaked figure cradled the mana vial, mumbling about a faith path that was thorny but glorious. A red eye flashed beneath the hood, as he declared this the righteous path to resurrect that one. Al Rose watched the zealot's back as he left, her eyes filled with obvious contempt. She muttered that he was a madman, while still dreaming of reviving a long-dead god. Al Rose told herself she was merely using them to realize her own dream of crafting the perfect doll. The ruined dorm scene receded as each person schemed to exploit the others. The next day, the academy still reeked of smoke and dust, yet Dekulin stood on the lectern as if nothing had happened. He went straight to the point, about what had been found beneath the wreckage of dormitory number 3. It was a strange magic circle, shaped completely unlike anything taught at the magic tower. Dekulin began reconstructing that sigil with his own energy, so the students could see clearly. A vivid purple matrix appeared, radiating an unwholesome pressure. Inscribed within were words that showed up like a curse. Prepare for the judgment of ashes. Dekulin affirmed this was the official declaration of war from the true enemy targeting the Empire. However, he told the students to stop fussing over nonsense and focus on their studies. Efren and the others fell silent upon hearing a mandatory practical assignment had been added by royal decree. The class began buzzing about how serious an order from above this was. Dekulin coldly announced the practice location, Shadow Mountain. That night in the gloomy old forest of Shadow Mountain, a small figure trudged along. Efren wondered why she had to return to this cursed place after the demon incident. The crunch of dry leaves underfoot sounded harsh in the silent night. She climbed the slope, panting, silently cursing the new emperor's order forcing mages to train against demons. This mission had 3 clear objectives: gather ingredients, witness a magical phenomenon, and slay magical beasts. Efren exhaled in relief, quietly glad she hadn't encountered any dangerous phenomena. Yet, suddenly, a strange sound from the nearby bushes made her jump, freezing for a few seconds. Efren immediately took a defensive stance, shouting for whoever was hiding to step out and face her. In the night of Shadow Mountain, Efren Luna stared intently at the shrubs after hearing the noise. Out of nowhere, Sylvia stepped from the bushes, making Efren nearly jump out of her skin. No sooner had she shown her face than Sylvia taunted her, calling Efren an idiot and enraging her. The two walked and bickered, Sylvia sniping whether Efren planned to finish the assignment early to keep first place. Efren scowled, silently cursing the Iliad heir's pride that never seemed to change. Sylvia confidently boasted she'd already completed one of the 3 objectives. Witnessing the magical phenomenon, she revealed a chilling truth. Time here was warped. She'd wandered the mountain for 20 hours. Efren's eyes widened in shock. The lesson had clearly ended only a few hours ago. Looking at Sylvia's mud-splattered clothes, Efren realized this wasn't a lie. Just as the two were puzzled, a strange voice spoke from the dark, admitting it was the cause. The 2 girls froze, sensing an invisible pressure enveloping the area. Elsewhere at the academy, Professor de Kulin was summoned by a group of knights with urgent looks. A knight reported an emergency and requested the professor's cooperation. A message from the Intelligence Bureau indicated something extremely bad was happening at Shadow Mountain. De Kulin's face hardened when he heard the name. Lohakon had infiltrated the area. He was a terrifyingly powerful figure, standing amid a blood-soaked battlefield with the bearing of an overlord. De Kulin broke into a light sweat, worried to learn the forest was full of vulnerable students. A blue system notice popped up, triggering a mid-boss event. Baron of the Ashes. Realizing this was a dangerous in-game event, de Kulin couldn't sit still for another second. He decided to depart immediately, skipping all formalities to rescue his gifted students. Back in the forest, an old man with a white beard and a mysterious black cloak appeared right before the 2 girls. He smiled in a friendly but deceitful way, admitting his barrier had bent time. Efren trembled as she asked the stranger's identity. The old man called himself Merkin, a false name the Intelligence Bureau had identified as Lohakon's alias. Meanwhile, de Kulin accelerated his movement, hearing reports that the knights had been lured away. His gaze went cold, filled with determination to arrive in time before tragedy struck. De Kulin used high-speed teleportation magic, tearing through the night toward Shadow Mountain. Sylvia shuddered, realizing the mana emanating from Merkin was truly abnormal. In her mind, that pressure could only come from an entity of Archmage level. The old man gave a grotesque smile, saying he had been drawn to the girl's pure mana and wanted a favor. The horrifying sight emerged, Merkin standing amid the corpses of knights, offering a sinister proposal. At the mention of a gift, Efren Luna's eyes lit up like 2 gold coins, while Sylvia remained skeptical. The old man chuckled at the girl's practicality. He nodded and began to cast. A sparkling light emanated from his fingertip. 2 tiny sprites appeared, flying straight toward the girls and startling them. The sprites slipped into the 2 of them. An unfamiliar magical sensation flooded their bodies, leaving them panicked. The old man told them not to panic, to take a deep breath and accept this gift. Sylvia inhaled deeply to steady her rattled nerves. Multicolored streams of mana began to swirl around and fully permeate the 2 girls' bodies. The 2 panted, still not understanding what on earth had just happened to them. The old man explained the sprites would help them develop mana from within. Only talented individuals like them could contain them. Sylvia was stunned to realize this old man could create high-level sprites with such ease. She wondered who he really was. The old man produced a letter, asking them to deliver it to his family since he was caught up in trouble and couldn't appear in person. Efren Luna took it, slightly disappointed the gift wasn't cash. But the old man insisted what he gave was worth far more than money. Mid-instruction, a cold voice from behind cut through the conversation. Everyone turned. De Kulin Yukline was approaching with an expressionless face, exuding overwhelming presence. He looked at the old man and offered an oblique greeting. Long time no see. Lohakon, de Kulin named him. The 2 students froze in terror at the name. Lohakon, one of the continent's top archmages, but also the worst criminal of his generation. He was one of the 10 most wanted criminals of the Black Beast organization. The greatest crime that made him hunted by the entire empire was the assassination of the Empress Dowager. The system immediately displayed a main quest notification related to Lohakon. The reward, a page from a valuable item catalog. De Kulin realized this was a major story character he needed to handle carefully. Efren and Sylvia trembled with fear, asking if this seemingly gentle old man was really that murderer. Lohakon ignored the 2 kids. He recognized that his former pupil had risen to the rank of head professor. He sneered that with de Kulin's poor skills back then, he never should have earned that chair by merit. He even insinuated whether de Kulin had removed someone to take the post, since people's abilities don't change that easily. Dekulin calmly replied that things were different now. He backed it up by saying he had infiltrated the barrier the old man created without trouble. Lohakon was slightly surprised by his confidence, stroking his chin as he pondered the chain. Dekulin turned and ordered Ephraim and Sylvia to leave the mountain immediately. The two remained rooted in place from sheer terror. Lohakon reassured them the sprites he gave were harmless, and reminded them not to forget their promise. He waved a casual farewell as Dekulin glared at him warily. Dekulin barked for them to hurry off. If they hesitated and got trapped, they'd be dead. His gaze was so serious it chilled the two girls into silence. He sent the glowing steelwood fragments to guide them, telling them to follow and they'd escape the dark forest without getting lost. Go, Dekulin ordered sharply. Sylvia watched her teacher's retreating figure one last time, worry plain on her face. Now only the two men faced each other in the silent woods. A tense atmosphere settled as Dekulin readied himself for a potential confrontation. Lohakon casually listed the forces besieging them. Hundreds lost inside the barrier, and royal knights thundering in from all directions. He asked if Dekulin planned to stall, since no matter how many there were, no one could save him. He'd already killed enough and didn't want to waste effort on Dekulin. Dekulin gripped his staff, declaring from the start he had no intention of being defeated. But then unexpectedly he lowered his voice. "I will not fight you." The words stunned the old man. Lohakon looked at Dekulin in bafflement, unable to parse what his former pupil was plotting. Lohakon asked if Dekulin had come to destroy the shrine. Dekulin merely coldly told him to head northwest, where the guard was weakest. The old man stared at him, remarking that Dekulin seemed very different lately, as if he'd become someone else. Dekulin bluntly declared this would be the last time he'd let Lohakon walk away peacefully. There would be no next time. The old man wondered if Dekulin acted out of past grievances, saying he no longer felt anything toward his Empress Dowager's killer. Dekulin fell silent, his eyes tinged with sorrow as he looked down, concealing his thoughts. He curtly said there was no time for pointless talk and ordered Lohakon to vanish. The old man could only click his tongue in resignation. As Lohakon began to leave, he suddenly paused and asked a philosophical question. "Dekulin, do you believe in God?" Dekulin stood still and listened, his face thoughtful at the Archmage's unexpected question. In his mind, he thought this was the question, leading to the crucial point to complete the main quest. He stared straight at the old man and answered confidently, "I only believe in myself." Lohakon turned his head back to him, surprise mingled with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He laughed, saying that answer was so Dekulin, and to him it was a very good one. Then he pulled out an ancient book and tossed it to him, telling him to take it as a keepsake. He instructed him to read it carefully, for it contained secret information about the cults existing in this world. The book was titled Exploration Diary of Destruction. It was a special treasure recording the habits of the cults Lohakon had painstakingly collected. "Farewell, take care." The old man waved and vanished into the underbrush, leaving Dekulin alone with the book in his hands. Immediately the system announced the quest, Lohakon's story complete. He received a catalog page and 1 unit of shop currency. Dekulin privately judged that Lohakon wasn't purely evil, but an important main plot character who couldn't be killed recklessly. He guessed the old man was curious about Ephraim and Sylvia's talent, which is why he showed up. He hoped the man wouldn't do anything dangerous again. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light split across the sky above the dark forest. Seeing the light, Dekulin smiled to himself. "That sly old snake. Should I give him a proper thrashing now?" The surroundings fell silent after the dangerous variables had calmed down for the moment. To capture the wanted criminal Lohakon, the army and knights scoured Shadow Mountain for 4 straight days. At the palace, the queen sat regally on the throne and declared in disappointment, "So you have failed." The knight knelt and apologized, reporting that Lohakon had long since escaped the capital. The queen magnanimously told him to raise his head. She yawned and called the report dreadfully boring. "Basically, you lost track of the Empress Dowager's assassin to someone else." But one detail caught her attention. Rumors that Dekulin had engaged in a fierce magical duel with that old man on the mountain. Looking at the wreckage at the scene, she guessed it must have been a cataclysmic battle between 2 great masters. The knight also reported they had found Lohakon's blood smeared on a large tree at Shadow Mountain. Blood Lohakon's? The queen curled her lips slightly, her eyes suddenly bright and eager at the news. Images of powerful figures like Mage Adeline, Knight Zeit, and criminal Lohakon flickered through her mind like chess pieces. She thought that old strongman got bloodied by Dekulin. She began to greatly look forward to his upcoming magic lesson. The Imperial University still gleamed magnificently under the blazing sunshine today. Ephraim walked with her head down, pondering something that looked pretty tangled. Dekulin warned the two students sternly that the meeting with Lohakan yesterday had to be kept completely secret, or it would be a huge mess. He looked at Eferen and reminded her that if she had already promised the old man something, she should make sure to carry it out properly. Eferen recalled the letter Lohakan had given her. That was the promise the professor was referring to. She wondered why a professor like Dekulin would tell her to keep a promise to a notorious criminal. But thinking about Dekulin's personality, anything could happen. Just the thought of that teacher made a wave of pressure rise up. She shoved that matter aside to focus on the lesson, though she had no idea what ridiculous stunt her teacher had prepared. No sooner had she opened the door than a blinding light hit her, freezing her in place. The whole classroom had been transformed into a miniature corner of the Imperial University grounds. She was curious what they'd be learning today for the teacher to go to such lengths. The door slammed shut behind them, signaling the official start of class. At exactly 3 o'clock, Dekulin's voice announced that anyone not in class on time would flunk. Today's topic was practical response, and the whole lesson would play out like a real battle. Hearing the word fight, the other students started to turn pale. They were all inside a massive virtual barrier, and the sole mission was to find a way out. But reality wasn't kind. The place teemed with magical beasts, and a single severe wound meant immediate elimination. Dekulin coldly wished them luck, and then disappeared. Eferen broke out in a sweat, thinking her teacher truly never did anything ordinary. The sound of breaking came from afar. She knew she had to hurry. Dekulin's gaze was still watching everything from somewhere. He wanted to train these students before the real catastrophe struck the Tower of Magic, especially those two, the ones who would play important roles later on. He sat leisurely reading, waiting to see if his students could make it all the way here. Meanwhile, when Eferen leaped into an alley, she spotted something odd. A rag doll lay exposed on the ground, a clear sign someone had been eliminated. It turned out that when a student fell, this doll would appear and instantly replace them. Before she could steady herself, a shadow streaked past. A magical dog snarled, eyeing her with hungry intent. It lunged forward to bite, drooling grotesquely, but a streak of green magic slashed across its face. The beast was flung aside, blue blood spraying everywhere. Eferen snapped, telling the monsters not to mess with her. But her smile vanished when she saw a pack of wolves hiding in the darkness. The vanguard had been taken down, yet the opposing forces were still numerous. On the other side, Sylvia was also cleaning up the battlefield with her multicolored magic. Seeing such overwhelming talent, the male students rushed over to flatter her and begged to form a team for safety. But Sylvia just shut her eyes and ignored them, coldly refusing outright. She figured there was no reason to team up with useless kids who would only get in the way. As they moved, a giant shadow enveloped her whole body. A massive stone monster appeared right behind her, a sure sign big trouble was coming. "You kidding me?" Looking at Sylvia's face, Eferen could only want to blurt that out. The whole campus was a ruin now, dust and wind so thick there was no coping with it. Eferen peered out the window, overwhelmed by the massive scale Dekulin had painstakingly set up for this test. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Sylvia loomed up behind her. Genius indeed, hiding skills on point. Eferen scolded Sylvia not to scare people like that, but the blonde only said coldly she hadn't done anything. Sylvia began analyzing the situation. 2 hours had passed, and they still hadn't found the core of this barrier. Sylvia said there's no time for chit-chat now, and Eferen blankly asked if she'd been listening at all. Eferen lit up, pointing at Sylvia and asking if she was trying to recruit her into a team. Sylvia blushed a little, embarrassed at being caught right on the sensitive spot. Then she spun away, claiming she was only trying to help Eferen out a bit. The two began to negotiate. Sylvia said if Eferen was desperate for help, she'd agree. Sylvia reasoned that even in this highest-grade classroom, there must be a central core maintaining the barrier. She added that the architecture here was built from hundreds of magic stones to create this special environment. The toughest problem now was Sylvia didn't know exactly where the heart of the barrier lay. She said she'd wandered everywhere, but kept running into wolves and golems. Being surrounded by them now would be exhausting. Sylvia suddenly asked about the bats circling overhead. Eferen realized the bats were only circling, not attacking, a fairly odd detail. Sylvia began to operate her magic, radiant, multicolored lights spreading around her. A top-tier magical display from Miss Iliade herself. The bats hovered on, creating a rather mysterious atmosphere. Sylvia inferred the bats weren't for fighting, but for observing. If they were gathering information, there had to be an entity controlling them in the central area. Eferen immediately got an idea. The most suspicious central spot was the school's arena. Sylvia looked at Eferen differently now, seeming to agree with that deduction. A rare smile appeared on Sylvia's lips when she saw her classmates' sharpness. She even teased Eferen that she seemed less stupid than usual today, which drove Efren crazy. Final decision made, the two headed straight for the arena to break the core. As predicted, Professor de Kulin sat leisurely reading right beneath the blue crystal core, waiting for his student's performance. Footsteps hit the ground with decisive thuds. Sylvia and her teammates finally found the center of the barrier. She notified Professor de Kulin Eucline that she'd arrived. De Kulin casually admitted he knew Sylvia would locate this place. But to get past it, she actually had to disable his barrier. Sylvia's eyes showed steely resolve. She nodded, ready for the challenge. The professor closed the book in his hands and signaled her to show what she could do. At once a battalion of monsters, from spectral wolves to towering stone giants, appeared behind him. Sylvia couldn't help but be stunned by their scale. Growls echoed through the air. Sylvia immediately took a defensive stance, preparing to face the pack. The ground trembled violently under the monster's might. The beasts charged as if determined to tear the intruder apart. Sylvia stood firm, ready to unleash magic. She began casting the triple element spell, brilliant streams of energy intertwining around her hands. Forces of fire, water, and wind started to spiral together, creating immense pressure. A colossal magical explosion swept away the entire pack in a single strike. The illusionary scenery around them was violently disrupted. Amid the dissipating remnants, de Kulin stood motionless, completely unscathed. The phantom wolves still lingered around him. He privately admired that she'd used triple element power to craft a new magical environment and clear out the beasts. Sylvia confidently insisted de Kulin shouldn't lump her in with ordinary students. "I am Sylvia, Professor," a proud declaration from the Iliad family's young genius. De Kulin regarded his pupil with his usual cold gaze, showing no emotion. He conceded that, technically, she'd scored a perfect mark in magic, but he immediately pointed out a fatal flaw. In a blink, de Kulin closed in right behind Sylvia. "You're too exposed on your flank." A declaration of failure was issued before she could turn. However, de Kulin's attitude suddenly shifted. Sylvia suddenly wore a sly smile, as if she'd been waiting for this moment. "I don't think so." De Kulin froze when he sensed a powerful magic erupting just behind him. A figure appeared. He recognized Eferen Luna's presence, just as bolts of lightning began to surround him. Eferen unleashed thunder magic, striking directly at the heart of the barrier de Kulin was guarding. She shouted as she delivered the decisive blow to shatter the professor's magical barrier. It turned out they'd secretly arranged this beforehand. Sylvia tunneled magically so Eferen could approach the core unseen. Sylvia played the distraction to draw de Kulin's attention, giving Eferen the opening to finish it. Seeing this, de Kulin smiled and admitted defeat. The barrier's core crumbled under the two mages' coordinated attack. De Kulin's magical power was forcibly dispelled. All the phantom beasts dissolved into shards of mana. The bodies of the giant stone monsters shattered under the collapse of the illusory space. Eferen beamed as the illusionary sky cracked like glass. At last they'd beaten this tough challenge. The vivid colors vanished, revealing the familiar classroom at the academy. Other students lay scattered everywhere. Students gradually regained consciousness, blinking around in confusion. They still hadn't a clue what had happened in that virtual world. Eferen let out a relieved breath, happy it's over. Meanwhile, Sylvia remained composed, and de Kulin stood silently observing. The professor quietly summarized the lesson's results. Sylvia had created a new magical environment using what she'd learned from the midterm. Eferen, meanwhile, had displayed enough power to neutralize the complex, multi-layered barrier he'd constructed in an instant. A rare faint smile crossed de Kulin's face. He seemed genuinely pleased with the two students' progress. De Kulin turned back with a stern expression. Explaining today's lesson was to prepare them for real disasters and stressing the importance of teamwork. Before dismissing them, he used magic to distribute a copper gas mask to each student, instructing them to carry it at all times. De Kulin singled out Eferen and Sylvia by name amid the chattering students. "Well done." He offered a brief compliment, then turned and walked away, leaving both girls stunned. Eferen shivered, somewhat disgusted by the sudden change in the demon-like professor's demeanor. Sylvia quietly watched his retreating back. De Kulin Eucline's figure receded behind the door, leaving a heavy atmosphere in his wake. Eferen was still shaken, shuddering at the professor's disgusting smile. Sylvia simply remained silent, watching him go. Night fell, and the magic tower shimmered mysteriously under the pale moonlight. Inside the office, bright flower vases stood quietly in the soft light. De Kulin stood before a large board, directing enchanted chalk to write lines of ancient script on its own. He activated the Hand of Midas skill at level 4, causing his hand to blaze with a potent golden flame. That should do it. The professor was pleased with his upgraded item's results. A new day dawned, as sunlight glinted off the academy's massive architecture. In his study, Dekulin stood with arms crossed, pondering his next moves. He just installed a special blackboard in the office that connected to the one in the classroom. Magical runes on the board glowed with a faint blue light, hinting at a spatial link. It was the paired board, an item allowing two-way communication immune to magical interference thanks to Midas's power. Dekulin was preparing for the Baron of Ashes event, an important upcoming trial. This time the enemy was a terrifying parasitic entity that targeted famed monsters and mages. This boss would appear unexpectedly to test students, and Dekulin wanted them to be as prepared as possible. He placed his trust in clever students like Sylvia and Epheren, believing that this preparation would be enough for them to fight. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Dekulin tidied his things and prepared to leave. The scene shifted to the lavish banquet hall on the 40th floor of the Magic Tower. A grand party was underway to welcome back guest professors. Varkan and Luina smiled politely as they were introduced to the assembled guests. Dekulin sat quietly observing. He suspected the Baron of Ashes might have infiltrated the room seeking a host. Watching Adeline and Luina converse, he noted their high status made them easy targets. His gaze flicked to Varkan, but he still couldn't be sure where the enemy was hiding. A dark, ominous smoke began to spread through the banquet hall without anyone noticing. A wicked presence was coalescing, glowing a menacing, showy red. The Baron of Ashes had begun to move. Cue the impending party-crashing crisis.